now. Do give it a second. I am just starting up the stream on both YouTube and TikTok here. So just give me a second, everyone. Studio. One sec. We're almost there. All right, everyone. I think I have everything set up. What's good, everyone? Joining up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're going to start getting people up here very, very soon. Very, very soon. How's everyone doing? What's good? Good morning, everyone. It's an early morning. I know it's an early morning. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Good morning, everyone. It's actually an early morning for me. I just woke up probably about an hour and a half ago. Does Parker sleep? Yes, I actually slept a good amount last night, so we're good. So yeah, I will be live till like 4:30 my time, and then I'm gonna be getting off, and then tomorrow I'll be on a lot longer, and it'll be like later in the day, like normal. I'm just doing stuff with my girlfriend later today, so. What's good, everyone? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let me go to the guest box. We're going to start getting people up here very soon. What's up, Courtney? This person is spamming the chat. You're making me think I shouldn't add you up if you're spamming the chat. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
What's your birth year?
24.
What's your birth year?
2001. 2001.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so? Hello, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I feel like you're trolling. I'm getting
No, I'm not. I voted because Trump's better than Kamala.
Have you trolled on my live before?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure you have. You know what? I'm going to trust my instincts. Chat. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Hey, Parker. You got soft hands, brother. You ain't ever work a day in your life.
You sound like Dean when he tries to make his voice like that. He said that, Dean said the same thing. That could have been Dean. That actually could have been Dean. Because Dean says the exact same thing, I swear. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's it going? 21. Voted Trump.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
You still support him?
I do.
Okay. So why do you still support him?
Because I support his rhetoric. I just like a man who gets straight to business. You know what I mean? No bullshit. Sorry. I just like a man who just.
Katie, thank you for the description. Thank you so much. I mean, well, if someone lies 30,000 times in their first administration, there's a lot of bullshit there. So I don't think that's very straightforward. What do you mean by straightforward? Hello? I can't hear you when you're not in the app. Give it a second, everyone. Okay. I think they're not here anymore, actually. They left. Okay, they left themselves. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
His life.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? That probably was Dean, chat. You know what it is? Actually, Dean just messaged me. That probably was Dean trolling me. Was that actually Dean? Dean, was that you? There's no way. Wait, was that actually Dean? Because Dean recognized that I was live earlier. Was that actually Dean? He always says that you got soft hands, brother. Like, I swear that's Dean's like favorite line. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
And do you still support him?
I mean, I don't know if I'd say I support him, but like I did vote for him because I support his AB policies relatively.
Just to clarify, would you, if you could go back in time, would you still say that you would have voted for him? Like, if you could go back right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Why so?
Yeah. Well, also, I just want to say, good job on the peers thing. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
You gave me a good laugh with your like soy face.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
do you want
anyway, you
to
wanna,
give me
like-
like an argument? Because I mean, now you're probably just saying that you laugh at like him saying that it's okay for Jesus to say the N-word, and for white people to say the N-word in quote unquote comedy. Is that what you were laughing at? Is that what I was quote unquote soy about? Hold up, I unplugged it. I unplugged my microphone. Was that I was quote unquote soy about?
Are you good? Hello?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, what's up? You want to talk about AB?
Wait, no. Are you like laughing about it because you think that I was soy about him saying that it's okay for white people to say the N-word in quote unquote comedy?
Well, it was just like your
that
reaction.
Jesus would
like,
say
with
the
your-
N-word.
with
Yeah,
your
I think that's an
hand
insane
over-
view. That's an
Your
insane
hand
view.
over, you're like, oh my god.
Yes, that's an insane view.
I mean,
like, is that
dude-
not an insane view? That is my natural reaction because he's saying Jesus
Dude,
would say
really?
the N-word. That's what he just said. He
Okay,
literally
but would
said
you-
that.
Okay, but would you like? Was that like a genuine reaction where you're like, "Oh my god, that's crazy"?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Dude, I don't think that's like
you're
that.
you're so
Dude, I don't
caught up
think
in
someone
these
saying
right wing
something-
echo chambers
Oh
that you
my
don't
God.
understand, right? How other people could respond, right, to these particular words. You're so caught up in the right wing echo chambers.
I mean, it's not really like a right wing echo chamber.
is
It's just
totally
like,
a right-wing echo
I've heard
chamber.
leftists.
Have you seen the comment
Dude, I've heard
section?
leftists say crazy shit. I've heard leftists say crazy shit too. It's like I don't hit that same phase.
Well,
where
I'm not. I'm
like, oh my
technically
God.
not a leftist, right? I'm not a socialist.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm just saying like people are far left. You know.
Okay. Okay. Wait.
But anyways, it was still
Wait.
good though. I
Being far
enjoyed-
left
Are
or
you gonna
far
go
right
another
is.
time?
Wait. What I was addressing you being in an echo chamber of the far right, specifically, especially like incredibly like homophobic and racist rhetoric that is accepting of white people saying the N-word. Right. That's literally what Andrew Wilson justified. And there were people in the comment section just totally okay with it, right? That's how YouTube is, right? On that certain wing in terms of Piers Morgan, that's a far right wing echo chamber.
Wait,
like,
are you
literally.
not for like free speech or are you for restriction?
Well, what do you mean? Am I not for free speech? Is a legal concept, right?
Like I'm saying,
Is free speech a
like,
legal
Are you
concept?
for free speech?
No,
Technically, I think like for First Amendment, yeah.
I'm
like
not
private
for. I'm not for
companies,
100% and totally absolutist free speech. I actually think that's an absurd position. But
So like,
wait,
do
but-
you think people can like say like slurs on like in public in the streets or something? Or, like,
I don't-
say, like,
I don't-
like quote unquote hate speech.
I don't like hate speech, right, in public areas like that.
No, I know, that's fine,
I
yeah,
personally think
but-
that like someone doing that in public should seriously be limited from doing that in public. Yeah, if someone's just gonna go
So-
on to if Nazis are gonna go on in like protest, do you think that they should be allowed to protest? Nazis, like literally, they're Nazis.
Well, it's free speech.
Oh,
Like,
so you
I
think
can disagree with
so
it.
you're totally okay with Nazis going on to street corners and protesting while children are walking by?
What?
You're totally okay
Well,
with
what
that?
do you mean by okay? What do you mean by okay?
No,
Like,
I'm just
legally or, like,
clarifying.
morally?
Like children are walking to school and they have to walk past a group of Nazis. Are you totally okay with that?
Like, are you talking about
Understand that.
morally or just legally? Because
I-
there's like a difference there.
I actually genuinely think, legally speaking, right, that would be a totally okay argument.
Oh, then
By the way,
Oh,
this is
then
this is
leg-
not
then
even
legally speaking,
I just
like-
I just want to clarify. This is not even like Kamala Harris's position or anything. This is my position uniquely. All right, I don't think that
Yeah,
they
that's
should
fine.
be able to just go out there and spew Nazi shit.
I mean, you know, that's fine. I mean, like, I think the First Amendment is pretty important. Like, we shouldn't try to restrict people's speech. I mean, that's just how it
Nazis?
is. It's like
you don't
a-
want us to restrict the speech of Nazis. So I have a question. If
everyone,
not,
yeah.
if a Nazi party was becoming more prevalent within the United States, you wouldn't try to limit that. You would let it become more prevalent.
Dude, we can just vote them out, bro. It's cool. But like, you're for democracy, right? So if people vote them in, it's like completely fine, right?
I never said that there aren't ailments of democracy and things that we could specifically like try to root out fundamentally in order to be able to maintain freedoms, right? Freedoms, right, and personal liberty, right, oftentimes, right, aren't necessarily going to be like something, or I mean, I would say something that you should vote on, right? Those things should be ingrained into our systems so that they aren't voted on. I don't think rights should be able to be voted away.
Okay, so you're not necessarily for democracy then, because that's what democracy is.
Within certain aspects, yes. But like generally speaking,
Okay.
I'm totally okay with democracy. I think it's actually a better form in order to hold accountability for people in office.
All right. What are you drinking there? Is that lemonade or is that like some tea? What is it?
It's sparkling lemonade.
Oh, nice. Okay, you want to talk about what, like abortion or something? What do you want to talk about?
So I mean, okay.
That's what I came up here for.
Completely not addressed. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually you like ask me the questions, or do you want me to ask you questions?
Okay, I'll ask you a question. That's totally fine. What's your position on abortion? Are you like saying that like it's wrong because of life at conception?
I would say I'm like I'm not like strictly like against it per se. I do think there's like some instances where like it probably should occur, but like it's like taboo. I would say like it's definitely I think it was definitely taboo, like my position on it, but I would say I'm relatively anti-abortion. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think it should be illegal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When should it be illegal?
For most instances, yeah.
When? Like at what term? At all points during the pregnancy, so long as it's elective?
I would say like since conception, yeah. Like you probably shouldn't do it.
Why is it valuable at conception?
Like you asked me like a
wait, why are people telling me to look at your page? What's on your page, bro? I actually like genuinely.
Oh, I just post like
Monty,
I just
thank you
post
for the
like videos about
$4.20.
Israel
Thank you.
and Palestine.
What'd you say?
I just post videos on Israel and Palestine.
People are saying
I
your
get like
shit's,
lots of views.
Sick. So I'm just gonna kick you. I trust the chat. I actually genuinely trust the chat enough. If there's that many people in the chat that are saying it. By the way, YouTube, I know most people on YouTube wouldn't see this, but if there's enough people on he reposting Fuentes, that's crazy. All right, let me get everything ready for today. Give it 1 second. We're gonna get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. That's like actually like a diabolical position. That's why he was so like it's free speech. It's free speech. And he wouldn't answer the question too. That's probably why. That makes sense. Yo, what's up, how old are you? I feel like most people would be like, yeah, if there are Nazis on the street corner, like I don't want the Nazis to be out there protesting, right? Like genuinely, like my kids are walking down to school and they have to like walk past like a group of Nazis that are protesting. That'd be insane, right? But we're not gonna apply that in every circumstance. Like, you know, like there are some people who could be like, you know, speaking in that type of manner who, you know, aren't espousing terrible opinions that we wouldn't limit from doing that, right? So that's obviously an example of like being not, you know, absolutist free speech, you know? I think it's a pretty clear example. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna stop adding people up from the chat. I'm gonna stop adding people. They said Parker's anti-American just so that I would add them up, so that they could get screenshots. That's diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello.
How old are you?
Your mom's gonna suck me dry.
What a weirdo! Like, what a weirdo.
Hi, Parker.
Yo, I'm guessing you don't support Donald Trump.
No. Okay, here. Okay, I have a couple things I need you to like clarify, and I'm like in the middle between Donald Trump and like Kamala, and I need you to clear this up because I've been super confused and like, you know, and like I support Trump with like a couple of his ideologies.
Wait, one
not
thing.
all.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Fuck. I can't have you on the live. I was gonna actually respond. I genuinely actually was gonna like respond. I typically don't because you're not like a debater, and I would just say like listen to the live specifically because I'll like probably answer a lot of these questions. But you are driving, so I can't have you on the live because it's TikTok terms. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. So was it Dean or not? Dean didn't respond. He didn't tell me. I think it was. I think it actually genuinely was. I would think so because, I mean, otherwise they would just be like someone just said that and just I had no clue. Tip, thank you for the $5 for bringing back the mustache. Thank you. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, Val, to you?
Hey man, how are you?
I'm
did
you vote for Donald Trump?
So, yes, for me, I did vote for Donald Trump in his last presidential candidate.
What state do you live in?
The state I lived in was I'm from New Jersey and from the GTA. I have dual citizenship. So.
Can you name 3 cities within New Jersey?
I think the one that I was in was in Coleman.
That's it?
Yeah, I don't know much about New Jersey. I just moved there and back. Again, I don't know much about the states. I was born in.
Maybe I'm wrong, but like I genuinely don't believe them. Miss, I don't give a fuck. Thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. I genuinely think you should be able to name more than one city, like if you were in that area.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump's a cunt.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I can't hear you.
Okay. How old are you?
Wait, hold on. Is it about... Wait, hello?
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, alright. I'm 19.
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
That doesn't make sense. I don't believe you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he supports Israel.
Okay. Okay. All right. So your position is that Donald Trump supports Israel more, therefore you think he's a better candidate?
Yes, of course. Okay. I mean, there are other reasons too, but that's the main one.
Okay. So do you? I have a question. Do you vote in U.S. elections?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What state?
In New York.
Okay. What time is it?
It's currently 2:02.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in New York?
Yeah. New York. And that's it. Bye.
Okay, they left too. Why am I getting so many trolls today? What's going on? What's going on? What is going on? Everyone's just leaving themselves. Like, I'm just like, I'm not even kicking anyone. Like, yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Jeez, what is going on, chat? What is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so? Or actually, wait, what's your birth year? What's your birth year?
Oh, 04.
04, you said you're 20?
Yeah. I turn 21 next month. Yeah, July.
Nice. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
So, epistemology, right?
What about it?
No, that's as far as I could go.
Okay, got you, man. That's diabolical. That's as far as he could go. He said, "What is a word that I don't know what it means, but it would sound great right now." Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. So, okay, just for clarity, right? I want to ask.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates right now, everyone. I'm seriously just looking for some debates. Maybe it's the time slot I'm on, because I'm never on this early. It actually could be that, you know. I don't know what it is. Let's try to get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you did, vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. The adults are working, probably. Yo, how old are you?
52.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Mostly for economic policies.
Okay, like what economic policies?
His tariffs, his tax cuts.
His tariffs, his tax cuts. So, tariffs are tax increases. So you just said tax.
I am aware of that.
So unironically in that statement, you just said tax increases and tax decreases, right?
Yes, I do understand that.
Okay, and then what taxes do you want to increase and what taxes do you want to decrease? You want to increase tariffs and you want to decrease income tax, I'm guessing?
Yes.
So income tax is progressive and tariffs are regressive. Yes. They disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals. So what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of...
Not necessarily. And the only way they only impact them is on luxury items mostly. The less you buy, the less you're going to spend. So if luxury items, say TVs, right? They go up 10, 20%. You don't need 3 TVs in your home, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm confused with your point.
Okay. Well, my point is tariffs allow...
Tariffs aren't just on luxuries.
Oh, I know they're not just on luxuries, but that's the major items that will be impacted because they're going to be spending money on needs, not wants.
What? That tariffs don't distinct that. Tariffs, when implemented in terms of the market, don't make a distinction between needs and wants.
I understand that, but you're not understanding the fact that when people have to make a decision on what they're going to spend money on, they're going to spend money on needs, not wants.
I understand, but you're still harming their ability to be able to meaningfully pay for things, right? They're able to pay for less.
Because they're not going to be able to afford the wants. They're going to be forced to spend on needs.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you want to make people worse off so that they can't spend more on wants in their life and they can only spend on needs?
How is 3 TVs in a house worse off?
What?
I'm just using that example.
That's not the only thing that's impacted. We're talking groceries. We're talking
you're
gas.
Exactly
we're
right.
Talking,
you're exactly right.
We're talking everyday items. I don't know why you're only applying this specifically to a quote-unquote third TV.
Okay, well, I'm using that as an example. I'm sure you can understand and follow the concept.
Yeah, but it's not a representative of example, given that it's applicable to everything in the market. Because what you're trying to do is act like it's just referencing what people want and not impacting what people need. But it is impacting what people need.
It is. No. It's going to impact both, right?
Exactly.
I agree completely. It's going to impact both. The difference is there's going to be a less expenditure on wants because they're forced to buy what they need. Okay. Because that's all they can afford, right?
So in terms of this, I understand what you're trying to say, but this is actually bad because you're saying that you want people to be worse off so that they can spend money.
How is that bad? How is it bad to only spend on the things that you need, not the things that you want?
Because,
for instance,
let me give you an example. Sure. I have a question. In your life, do you only buy things you need?
At this present moment, no.
Okay. So what the fuck is wrong with you? Use your brain cells. I'm serious. Why couldn't you empathize? No, seriously. I'm trying to be genuine. Why can't you empathize? Listen. Let me please finish. Why can't you empathize with the idea that someone would be buying something, right, or spending money without it being a need? Like, everyone wants that. No shit. I think there should be the ability for people to get what they want as well. I think that's also important towards what they need, oftentimes in terms of their emotional and mental health. If we were to only get specifically just what we need, right, oftentimes that could be harmful to plenty of people's mental health, right? I do think that there is balance within life, and I think that we live in the richest country in the history of the world, and we can provide that balance for people. Like, to say that we can't is ridiculous. What's up?
But your definition of harm is subjective, is it not?
What do you mean? Every definition is subjective, but I'm going to be relating to some like actual factual like reality or stimuli response when I reference harm in plenty of scenarios.
Okay, so let me ask you.
That's like an objectively true thing, but like the definition that we're using is subjective, of course. As every word, everything in language is. It's all socially determined as language comes from us. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Seriously though, Zach.
Let me give you another example of what
happened. What happened to like freedom? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, they have the freedom to save the money to buy the things that they want.
I'm not saying you want to make them worse off. Don't you want to make them better off so that they can afford more of the things that they want?
Needs and wants. There's a difference.
I want both to be satisfied, right? You know what I mean? Like that's what society's for.
I understand that you want both things to be satisfied.
Well, think about it this way. If you just want needs to be satisfied, why don't you live in a different type of society explicitly where you just satisfy the needs, right? And it's not predicated off of like the consumer type of culture that we exist in today. Why don't you exist within a different economic structure? Why don't you try for that at least?
Well, I mean, that's what we're trying to achieve with the tariffs is to change that society. That's not what tariffs are.
By the way, Donald Trump is so far away from that. What you're talking to me is more akin to like literally ANCOM than like anything that you could relate to with Donald Trump's policy. Like, I'm serious. Like, you sound like an ANCOM.
I'm not familiar with that term. What's that?
Anarcho-communist. I'm serious.
Oh, hell no.
You sound like an anarcho-communist. I'm totally serious.
No, I mean,
you're like, we just need to be worried specifically about what we just need. We don't need to be worried about this consumer culture, things that we want.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at it, yeah. I mean, because you do have people who are spending things more on what they want and not what they need. They're not learning to be able to spend their money correctly. Correct? Would you agree with me on that?
Obviously, wait, repeat your statement. Sorry. And Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Would you agree that majority of Americans do not spend their money wisely?
No, I wouldn't make that statement. What?
You wouldn't?
No. I would say that the majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because of the economic conditions that exist currently. And I want to make those economic conditions better. I want to make income inequality better, right? So that it's not so bad that it's literally like making our economy have such division, right? Because our society have such division because it is the case that rich people feel distinct from everyone else, right?
But that's just it. I mean, there's a lot of Americans who do not feel that distinctive. There's a lot that do not get me wrong. The majority of them do live below that line. I understand that, but they try to achieve that by overspending what they make. Does that make sense?
There are some people that overspend, right? But I don't think that you can prescribe that onto like most people. I think that's a ridiculous and an absurd position.
But if that's the case, then why are you saying that Americans spend and live paycheck to paycheck?
Why am I saying that? Because it is the case that the economic conditions that exist put them into conditions because of income inequality where they specifically can't afford the things that they need. So they're living paycheck to paycheck because of the fact that we have a healthcare system that is gutting them for every fucking dollar that it can, right? Because we have, right, specifically like housing in this country that becomes significantly more expensive, education that becomes significantly more expensive, not accounting for the typical inflation rate within the economy. We're saying significantly higher than the typical inflation rate within the economy. So we're talking about people gouging others, right?
Who's gouging others? You say people are gouging others.
Yeah, I gave examples in the educational industry, healthcare, right? We can reference housing.
Let's take one at a time. Okay, education. How is that gouging others? Who is gouging?
Others? Yeah, I'll give you an example. So the price of education has gotten significantly more expensive, right?
Right.
Not accounting for the typical inflation rate. Right. Since like the 1990s and prior, it used to be significantly less expensive, right, to go to college.
And why is that?
Because it is the case.
How did that happen?
because it is the case that they can charge significantly higher rates and people will still buy it, because it is the case that we have culture built around going to college. It's important to go to college, and there's less competition within the market because we don't provide governmental alternatives that can provide a baseline for everyone. Free public universities for everyone would provide competition within the market to establish a baseline for college education, right? That would be beneficial for everyone.
Or would it have been better to supplement that with trade schools instead of college degrees?
So we can do both. We can do both college,
free
public universities, and trade schools. Let's do both.
But we haven't.
I understand. That's exactly my argument.
Your argument is that we should incentivize people to do both university and trade schools?
Oh, repeat that.
So your argument is that the government should emphasize both trade schools and universities?
Yeah, free public universities and trade schools. Yeah, that'd be great.
So if it's
specialist
free
occupations, like, dude, I believe in education, right? And funding
I do
education.
too.
You want to know why I believe in funding education? Because it is the case that it increases social mobility. It makes it easier, right, for people to be able to make more money in the long run, to be able to specialize, right? And it gets rid of that barrier specifically of, if you can't afford it, you can't go into it. And I think that's an incredibly important thing to do, is to get rid of that barrier so that anyone can go particularly through these types of systems, right, in terms of education, and can make a lot of money and can do well, given putting in a bunch of effort, right? And so there isn't that class distinction.
And yet, right now, as it stands, how many university graduates actually go in their profession?
How many university graduates go into their profession?
Yeah.
I don't know the statistics.
Okay. How many?
Are you referencing bachelors? Are you referencing masters? Do you have data on this?
Bachelors.
Jeremy, think of this, the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I'm not quite sure the specific number, but you understand that, like, just because it's not a main...
the majority?
Listen,
do you think it's the majority?
Listen, even if it's not a main percentage of them, that doesn't mean that it isn't relevant within the field. And I'll give the example of me, right? I went and got a degree in economics. Am I working within the field of economics right now?
Was that the field that you actually wanted to pursue, or did you find something that was a bigger passion?
I found something that's a bigger passion. I'm doing this.
Okay. So, but again, do you think?
I want you to understand what I'm saying, because there's a point that I was moving towards here.
Oh, okay.
All right. Do I use economics within my job?
Oh, of course you do. I watch you all the time.
Right? All the time. I use my degree in my job all the time.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't get that from this statistic that you're referencing, because it is the case that, like, it's not shown as an economics. Like, it's not specific to economics to do content creation. Okay.
Oh no.
So you understand that like it can be used within fields that are relevant. Just because it's not the main industry that you're referencing doesn't mean it's not relevant to the work that they're engaging in, or relevant towards what built them up to be able to make that in the first place. You'd have to explain specifically to me, right, why you think that college wouldn't make as much sense, given it is the case that people on average who get a college degree make over $1 million more in their lifetime. On average.
Oh. Is that still the current stats?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the current stat. So.
All right, hey dude, I've got to let you go. I've got an important call that's coming through. I appreciate the conversation. Hope to talk with you again.
For sure. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. As well as you can go on YouTube Super Chat. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
26. I had to think there for a second.
Okay. What's your birth year?
10/12/98.
Huh? Oh, you said
1998.
1998. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I gave my whole birthday, son. I'm just let you know.
No. I just I'm so used to hearing it without 98 at the end that I thought you were referencing a different number.
Oh no, you're good, bro.
Because I grew up in the 2000s, so I've only heard 2000s typically growing up used in that kind of way. If that makes sense. Other than like my parents, which is like the 60s, so it's like.
I got you.
Oh yeah. Or I guess my sisters, but like they didn't say like the 90s like that, I guess. But go ahead.
I got you. No, you're good. I'm trying to think. I don't know where to start, but for one, yeah, I did vote for Trump and stuff. I just personally think just the way don't get me wrong, everything that he does, am I going to sit here and say that I agree with every single thing? Probably not. I mean, you can say the same about your party. There's some stuff that you probably don't agree with, or like, no matter what, I don't think a certain person is going to make everyone happy. So I just want to say, I just thought he was the best situation for us, because back whenever I first voted for him, back in 2016, I feel like that everything was going well, economics going well, everything was going good. So I thought he could do the same thing. I just feel like that, yes, I think I do trust in him, and I think that he can do the same thing. So that's where I'm at right there. But I just had a question, kind of going off. It kind of got me a thought. The last guy was talking about like needs and wants and stuff, which I really didn't understand in a way, but I kind of saw where he was going, I think. But do you think the way the economic system works a little bit, do you think that we have too much greed in our country?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I think, to me personally, I think a lot of greed and a lot of people wants, kind of like where he was going off of, wants makes our economic system worse. Like, for instance, I don't know, I could be completely wrong, but how in the sense I've said it like this, it's like almost like minimum wage. So back whenever I first got my first job in high school, whenever I was like a freshman, I worked at Wendy's. I made like, I think it was like $7.25 an hour or something like that. Well, now minimum wage, everyone's like, man, I want at least 10, 15 bucks an hour. Well, to me, I feel like if you raise minimum wage, everything else has to go up, because my thing is, I don't think in a system like what we have in our government, I just think that just because we pay everyone more, don't get me wrong, I want everyone to flourish and have great money and be able to afford vacations for their kids and like do things for their families.
Let me just let you know something basic. $7.25 back then is worth a lot more than $7.25 now. So you have to adjust the minimum wage for inflation. And if you do not adjust it for inflation, well, then the minimum wage that exists is not going to be as good as what existed prior. So are you saying that the minimum wage being $7.25 in the past was too much?
No, I'm not saying it's too much.
No.
I just feel like...
Okay, well, then you'd be saying that the minimum wage being $7.25 now is too little because of inflation.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is almost like everything else, yes, the inflation happens, but I think the inflation happens and everything else around happens because people are making more money, and I think everyone else is like, oh, we gotta make our product more. Because, like, for instance, have you heard of, like, Cintas before?
No, I don't even know what you're referencing.
Cintas, it's a multi-billion-dollar business. So they do, like... They rent clothes and they do like linens and stuff like that, and like you go and service them, and like you like let's say
I've never heard of that. I don't know.
Yeah, so if you look them up, it's called Cintas Corporation. I work for them. So like I've seen it now myself. It's almost like we have yearly price increases. So I think in general in life, when things go up, it's like, yes, everyone demands like, hey, I want to get paid more, and that was during like COVID and everything like that. But like it almost makes you wonder. It's like, why couldn't everything just be the same back like in the 90s? Why can't everyone's pay stay the same? Why can't everything, like the price of gas, price of everything? And I understand with inflation, but it's almost like, to me,
think of it this way. Let me explain to you the utility of inflation, and maybe you'll understand why, from an economic perspective, we have inflation every year, because it's actually purposeful. The reason why we have inflation is to stimulate the economy, right? And to actually make it so that if you were to take out a loan, say a mortgage, that over time, that mortgage will become less expensive. Does that make sense? The debt that you have specifically on it over time will go down, technically, because it is the case that the valuation of it will become less actually valuable because of the set of inflation that exists. It also stimulates wage growth, right? Given the level of inflation that we're getting between, say, 1 to 2.5%.
Okay. I mean, I can understand that, but in a way, it's almost like you kind of wonder, like with the house increases, everything increasing, it kind of comes back.
So that's what I was addressing. I was saying, so with certain industries, right, that's where the problem lies. It's not across the board, because this trend doesn't exist across the board. If you just look at real median wages and real GDP, you can see an increase over time. But like the issue is when you account for productivity. Like when before wages were increasing with productivity, and then when we implemented trickle-down economics, they stopped increasing with productivity because there's not an incentive specifically to give it to the worker if you're not going to be taxed for it otherwise.
Yeah. Right? I mean, my thing is too, like with the whole like going into like tariff situation, it's like, I mean, it's kind of been proven with the whole tariff situation, like in other countries. I think it was the Canadian, I think it was when he was having a meeting with him or somebody else. Someone made a situation like, man, we made really good money with you guys. Well, it goes to show you, like, other countries has made great money with us because with the whole tariff situation, like, we just always been piggybacking other people. We want to be self-sufficient, and I think that with us doing the whole tariff situation and raising them, it's just forcing it like a even playing field, because over time we have been the country that's supposed to be flourishing. Everyone loves us, and like we got the money. but it's now like over time it's caught up to us in the sense of like we're not that country. We need to be the ones that like we can be for ourselves and like do things, and other countries need to pay in just as much as we have over time. And like, you know what I mean? We don't have money to give because like we're running at like, in a sense, to me, with everything going high. I mean, I've been.
Then why is Donald Trump doing this big beautiful bill that's going to add so much to the debt? How do you feel about Elon Musk saying that it's gonna that the tariffs are going to cause a recession, and that the big beautiful bill has so much pork filled in it that it's going against everything that he did at Doge?
Well, I mean, in a sense with that, I mean, I haven't personally, I can sit here and say, like, I haven't looked at it that much in a sense because I really don't have time to sit there and look at every single thing. But, like, if I would look into it more, yeah, like, that's exactly what I was going back to earlier. It's like they're not everything I agree with that he's maybe doing in a sense, but there's a lot more that he is doing or, like, he's fighting for like, us people in the country, like, with no tax on tips and, like, the whole thing about all that stuff and, like, no tax on overtime and everything. So I think he's doing great things for the working people. I just don't think in a situation to where like that stuff, like it almost has to play out before we can see what happens. Because I personally don't think with the last president, I mean, everything was going up naturally. Everything was going like, dude, I remember back, I was paying my electric bill was only $150 a month. Now it's up to like $280. And that was the same time that Joe Biden was in office. Groceries, me and my wife used to only pay like
$100. So prices went up. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause prices to go up?
I think in general, I think with everything that we did and how much money we're forcing to other countries, all the stuff that we stopped.
So
like
how much spending we're engaging in? Did you know that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending? 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And if you want to look specifically at the big beautiful bill, it will add multi-trillions to the debt, right? Even more than what the Biden-Harris administration did throughout their entire administration in non-COVID related debt spending. So that's already going to be within the first few months of Trump's administration here, right? That happening.
But like I thought, I mean, from statistics and everything that's online, everything is going down for us right now. Like in the sense of like almost like kind of like the old saying, like takes money to like make money. So it's almost like the way we're putting our money in certain areas is going to benefit us in the long term instead of like what's going on right now. Because I think the old money that we're spending was not benefiting us. Just donating, doing things, giving money off the random stuff, that was not benefiting us. I think the money that we're wanting to spend now is going to be for us and everything. And with like the new steel mills coming in, like in the United States, us being able to go off of steel and stuff. Actually, we service one of them. It's called Nucor, which is in West Virginia, and it's like one of the biggest multi-billion-dollar like steel mills that's going to be in the U.S. It's called product of the United States. So it's like one of those things. It's almost like when it comes down to it, I just think that the money being spent now, we just have to see how it plays. I mean, shoot, it might just come out to be nothing. But it's like it's hard to sit here and fight and say, oh, that's a bunch of bullcrap, but we don't know how it's going to play out. We saw how the Biden administration, their money played out with the crap. So I think with this, it's almost like you can't really speak too far ahead of it because you don't know if that's going to actually be benefiting us in the long run.
You don't
know.
Am
I making sense at all? I mean,
no,
I don't want
not really. Because, I mean, we know that Donald Trump's economic policy is worse for Americans. Just point blank.
I mean, how was that back in 2016? Everything was going. I mean, I remember gas was $1.89
in 2016. Yeah, 2016, Obama was president.
When he first got presidency in 16 and going on. Oh, sorry, was it 16? No,
he was in president in 17. That's when he was inaugurated. So you thought 16 was good. That means he inherited a good economy.
No, I'm not saying 16. I'm saying his first year. I got confused. 17.
Yeah, Cheryl, thank you so much for the 10 Australian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Shamu, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for Lovey Parker. I appreciate it.
So from his first year to his last year, I just know for a fact whenever he was in office, the way he was doing things, I remember when the gas was low, everything was low, the economy was well, we were getting self-sufficient, we were losing debt, we were doing great. So it's like almost to me, it's like that's why I voted for him because I didn't think the Biden administration did a great job. So that's why I didn't vote for them again or whoever ran in that party because out of all these years of presidency, the Democratic Party has had majority and it's never been great. Like we haven't had any good years with them.
Okay, so you said that like it wasn't good under the Biden-Harris administration. Can you name one policy the Biden-Harris administration engaged in that you thought was bad?
I think how they were just running the whole entire system, and I don't want to say whole system. I hate to say that word because I don't want to sit there and say everything was terrible. But like overall, I mean, from grocery prices, the way they handle their money, giving off to other countries, like I said before, and like other things they're kind of putting their foot into. And I think overall,
you said giving it to other countries. What other countries are you referencing?
Like the whole situation where all the money that Elon Musk found, just giving off to like what was it like? One was like Sesame Street.
They got like they found a lot of that was just not true. They've literally, if you only referenced itemized stuff, I think it's like 60 billion, and actually accounted for is like 30 billion. So like they got us $30 billion, 60 billion. What? That's nothing. Comparative to our federal. I'm sorry. Look at our federal budget. What is our federal budget? Multi-trillions of dollars. You're talking about you're talking about like less than a percentage point.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's money that we don't have. We're still in debt that much to where like we just don't have that much.
If you're going to talk about caring about the debt, then why did you vote for the guy that signed off on more debt-related spending? What I'm saying, I want you to listen to this. What I'm saying is that the 30 billion, hell, I agree. It's a lot of money. If we're talking about in terms of me and you, of course, I agree that it's a lot of money. I'm saying in comparison to what you're losing out on, because Donald Trump signed off on trillions more debt-related spending. So why are we not addressing that? What is 30 billion to multi-trillions more in debt-related spending? Please explain that to me. We're talking about not even a percentage point of the multi-trillions more that Donald Trump signed into law.
Well, I think in general, like I was saying, I mean, for what I've seen and understood, I think that with that situation, it's almost like I won't say investment, but it's almost like if you put out so much money in certain things, you're going to have investment back. So I think from what I've understood, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with everything he's doing, but like in a sense, I think in the long-term situation, it's almost like you're putting this much money out. Yes, that's terrible to do, but in the long term, we're going to gain a lot back in the future because the way we're putting our money in certain, like we're planting our money in areas that's going to make us money and make us more money in the future. So all that money that you're talking about,
again, you're saying that it's going to make us more money in the future, right? You have no good evidence at all that there's going to be more money made in the future specifically by Donald Trump's policy. I can actually give you evidence to indicate it's going to lead towards bad.
I'm not a human Google. I mean, I can't sit here and like say every single thing.
You can't even give me any policies that you're referencing that are going to cause it to be better. Jen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
With the tariff situation, I told you how I thought a lot of that was just other countries switching off of us, and I think that we're going to make more in the future because with tariffs.
Wait, who pays the tariff?
When other countries they're going to pay the tariffs.
That's not how it works. So tariffs are paid by the American business that's importing the product. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an increase in domestic production, right? So you don't understand what tariffs. So listen, you don't understand how tariffs are paid, how tariffs work, right? Yet you are assuming that they're going to be like specifically like coming from the other countries, dude. That is just totally wrong. Did you learn that from Trump himself?
No, it's both the way the imports and exports. That's with like us. Like if we have the tariffs with other countries,
wait. Exports would only be if they place retaliatory tariffs on us.
But that's what we're like with China and then like Canada and all them with their tariffs and like the amount of percentages with their tariffs and then ours was not even playing field. Like we were paying more out in a sense. Like we were having a lot more money spending on that end with other people. That's why they were making more money on us. Like the Canadian guy or whoever said that they were making great money with us. Well, yeah, because we were not doing enough.
Valkyrie thinks in my prescription. I don't know what you're saying.
I mean,
I'm really confused with what you just said.
Did you not watch his meeting with him saying that he was making a bunch of money off the U.S. because of the tariffs?
What Canadian guy?
Was it the prime minister or whatever? He was there with a big.
You think Justin Trudeau was saying he was making a lot of money off of America?
He practically said he was doing well with us. Their country was doing well with us because of the way the tariff situation, he didn't want to change it. And when we upped ours for them, then that said that was going to hurt them. But then they came back and we fixed everything.
What? Okay, so you said that we fixed what are you I'm really fucking confused what you're saying. What the hell are you saying?
We just need to change the topic, I guess, because I feel like I don't know what else.
Go back. I genuinely explain a little bit further.
Like I said, I'm not sitting here saying that I know every single little detail, but in a sense, I don't have Google right in front of me. Like, I mean, you're looking at probably some stuff, but like in a sense, but like that's the way. Like I feel like every country's looked at us like we used to be the flourishing country, but now we're just made fun of for everything we have, and we don't have all this money just to give out to other countries and all this spending that we have with the government. But I mean, more story is we got to take care of our own people first, and I feel like that we've been lacking on that over the years and years and years, lacking on our people. Like you were saying, like healthcare situation and like how people have like government funding and stuff like that. I feel like that a lot of it has been affected, and like how our people is not being taken care of first.
Okay. Our people aren't being taken care of first because of Republicans not supporting policies that will literally put Americans first in terms of very easy social programs, right, that benefit Americans' lives, things that Kamala Harris is advocating for. You know what's America first, right? A $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, that when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
But where's all that money coming from? Who's going to pay for that stuff? Almost like the whole everyone's free healthcare. Like, who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay the doctor? Who's going to pay that stuff? We don't have the money to pay that stuff.
So you're saying we don't have the money to pay for this? Yes, we do. Her policies, we're going to add less to the debt than Donald Trump's. So you're just making things up. What do you mean? So we don't have the money for child tax credits to help families out with their children, but we do have the money for massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. We do have money for huge government contracts with defense contractors around the world so that they can make significant amounts of money. That's what we have money for. We don't have we have money for weapons and bombs. We have money for airplanes, and we have money for jets, and we have money for the military. But we don't have money for you here at home when you need money specifically to put food on your child's table. What the fuck are you talking about? Genuinely, go outside. I'm serious. I'm saying this as someone who's chronically online. Go out, touch some fucking grass, realize that people are valuable, and that we need basic fucking things in our lives, basic necessities. And those things are significantly more valuable than, rich people getting significant tax breaks. You're giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't fucking need it, rather than giving tax breaks to working families who literally need to put food on their kids' table and pay for healthcare bills. Like, dude, what are you talking about?
I mean, I feel like for the military situation, they're the ones that's protecting us. I mean, at the same time,
are the militaries going to be able to protect us under a Democratic administration too? We spend gobs of fucking money on the military under a Democratic presidency as well. Please explain to me how Donald Trump being in office is somehow going to be protecting us. That is delusional. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, I guess I'm just not the guy to talk to because I mean the way I see it, I mean you just see it differently. You have different things. I mean when it comes to all the way around, but like in general, I mean I do agree that there's a lot of things that need to be fixed, but I think just it wasn't being fixed, and that's why I feel like back in 2017 it was going the right way. Then it's going this way with all the Democratic people that was in office. I just felt like it wasn't going the right way.
Okay, is it going the right way right now?
I mean, he's only been in for how long now? I mean, what is it now, man?
And you saw what just happened with Elon Musk, right? How Elon said that he's in the Epstein files, and that's why they haven't been dropped.
I mean, that whole situation, I haven't looked into all that. Like I said, I'm not no human Google. I mean, you can sit here and probably
just your head's in the sand.
My head in the sand, bro. I mean, I'm a working guy. I mean, I go out and work. I take care of my family and stuff. I mean, I'm not in I don't have time like you to where I could be on social media and look at every single little detail.
This isn't every single little detail. This is the biggest fucking news out there currently. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, like I said, I haven't sit here and had time to do.
You're on my live debating me right now for like the past 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
For one, I just had a question for you. I was just sitting there saying. I mean, it was just
you scrolled enough to be able to see me and to like engage with my live and to wait in my guest box and then to join up on my live. And Nana, thank you so much for the membership subscription twice. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I just got off work not long ago. I was just seeing what you was up to. I had a question about it.
The point that I'm making is that you just in scrolling could have seen this. It's not just because you have work, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying in scrolling, right, in your daily life, you would have probably seen this. I mean, maybe you didn't. I get that. But I'm not like judging you for not knowing it. I'm just saying like it's a reasonable thing to say that you would see that.
I was just scrolling through. I just legitimately just got on my phone and clicked it, and I just clicked yes. I just mostly had a question for you, but then it kind of got off track. I got like definitely lost some of my thought on that question I had for you.
Okay, for sure. I have a question for you. Would you vote for a candidate that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No.
No? Did you know that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I didn't think that was actually true, though.
Yep, he was held civilly liable.
I mean,
unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
I have to legit look at it. Like I legitimately don't know.
Look up Donald Trump liable essay. And this has been the case for multiple years at this point, so that you can't just use work as an excuse for this one.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. I mean, definitely, yeah. I have to look into different things, but like, overall, I just did not think that she would have done a great job. That's why there was only 2 places to vote. I mean, I could vote independent, but like there's only 2 places because no matter where your vote goes, voting independent just is a waste of a vote. So you have to go vote somewhere. And there's things that he's fighting for that I agree with, and there's things that she was going for and I didn't agree with. You know what I mean?
Okay. Hey, can you tell me one thing that she supported in terms of policy that you disagree with?
I definitely say pushing like the whole. That's a whole other topic. I was gonna say we can get in the whole abortion thing and different things, but like other moral things that I could say. But then once you get into that, it's just a whole other ordeal.
Okay, give me anything that's a motivating reason for you specifically supporting Donald Trump. Oh, he left. Okay. All right. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get up to 500,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, I don't know what to do with the background. The background just looks kind of weird. The other way, I just like, I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So I need to figure that out.
I'm 21, buddy. How old are you?
I am 23. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because unfortunately, I don't look like shit like you, and I hit the gym. And unfortunately, unlike you, I don't spend hours of my day arguing with people online over the stupidest shit. Get a job, buddy. Job application. Look at your eye bags, buddy. You look like shit.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. I got you.
Thank
Some
you, man.
sleep.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
I just
No
want to let
problem.
you know, I just want to let you know one thing. By the way, just informing you. You know, it is the case that people can have eye bags without it affecting their sleep. Like that's because they're genetic. Did
Well,
you know
judging
that?
how you just stuttered, I don't think that's very true.
Okay, well, I've had them since I was a child. All right, that's literally just
And
how
you
it
should probably
is.
get that checked out because you look very tired for the shit you do. And for the shit you do,
What do you
not
mean?
very that hard.
Okay.
You sit in a chair and you talk to people and you got eyes that look like that.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I had eyes that looked like this when I was a
You look
child
like
in
shit.
school.
That's what's the problem. You look like shit and you look like you're miserable.
I'm actually doing great, man.
And that's why you got...
Star, thank you for the membership subscription.
Rosa, you have that little thing with your little blonde fucking faggot there.
Okay, you are using a slur now. Get the fuck out of my live, you absolute. It's not letting me kick him. Thank you for the rainbow. Thank you for the rainbow superstar. I'm trying to kick him. The rainbow superstar didn't let me kick him, so I was trying to kick him immediately and he wouldn't let me. What a fucking weirdo, dude. What an absolute weirdo. He can't debate me on anything. He's scared. He's like, I voted for Donald Trump, a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, because it is the case that I have muscles. I have muscles. That's why I voted for Trump, dude. As if liberals don't. No liberal has muscles. Like, dude, Jesus Christ, dude. You know how many liberals out there exist that are bodybuilders? Like, geez, that is like actually one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. I have muscles, therefore I had to vote for Donald Trump. Ugh, muscles. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 27 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
The alpha male mentality is diabolical. Yeah, okay. Why do you support Trump?
You know, I don't necessarily know if I'd support all of his actions. I think I voted for him for similar reasons that a lot of people did, and it was maybe some empty promises for some things that haven't been upheld. And
so you don't support him anymore?
I'm on the fence. You know, I think you got to be introspective enough to look at the things going on around you and question if, you know, that's what you voted for. Or, you know, maybe, hey, there was a good intent to, you know, saying, oh, we need, you know, tighter borders. We need to improve the deficit, things like that. I think most people would agree with those things on paper. And, you know,
Okay.
I just don't think it's being handled correctly.
Okay, well then you specifically, how do you feel about Elon's position on Donald Trump? Is that making you kind of regret your support for Trump?
No, not necessarily. I think there's, it is very interesting that he had, kind of an insider's look at everything, and now he's coming out and saying all these things about, Trump being on the Epstein list, and it's certainly interesting. I don't know if it necessarily changes my opinion. I think Elon's always been kind of erratic by nature, so it's hard to tell what's really going on behind the scenes. Was he trying to benefit himself through all of this, and then maybe realized there wasn't as much benefit for him as maybe he had originally thought, and now he's just turning against the administration? I think it's certainly.
Yeah, but like that's not how would that get him, because he's not going to win over liberals.
You don't think that he'll?
No, what? No, we're not. No, what are you talking about, dude?
Like Elon's going to win liberal support by going against the administration, or Donald Trump was going to win liberal support by having Elon kind of on his team?
No, I was saying Elon. Elon's not going to get liberal support by leaving the Trump administration. He'll get acknowledgement of like, yeah, that's good that he doesn't believe that anymore, but he's not going to get like liberals buying Teslas again.
Yeah.
Shrill, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Of course. Aaron, thank you for the $5 as well.
Did you? So what?
Tim, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
The protests in LA that were going on. What was that, yesterday?
Yes, I have. And I've even seen. I've heard particularly about like law enforcement in LA, specifically like using tear gas, right, for undocumented immigrants and for specifically protesters. So like there was an ICE raid, at least from my understanding. So like yeah, I mean I'm definitely not like happy about those types of things. I am someone who believes that anyone who's in the country undocumented that hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be allowed to stay in the country. I don't believe in this mass deportation bullshit. I think it's insane. I think it's heavily destructive to families in this country. I think it's incredibly destructive to our culture, right? To be for mass deportation. I think it's incredibly dehumanizing and otherizing, right? Like I think that's ridiculous as well.
So, not that it's a direct parallel, but I think most people are aware that there were millions of deportations under the Obama administration.
Yes. Critique I have of the Democrats as well is that it is the case that I don't think that they like hold the mass amnesty position that I agree with, right? So I definitely have critiques of Democrats as well. I'm not going to be sitting here like I 100% agree with the Democratic position, but the Democratic position is objectively speaking, given our values, better, right? For immigration, right? Them advocating for it to be significantly faster and safer, right? Would absolutely make conditions better, right? I don't think that like nonviolent undocumented immigrants are at such a risk of being deported under that context, under like say like a Harris administration. I don't think that was going to be the case. So there are plenty of things, but absolutely, I do disagree with the Democratic position on this as well. Appreciate that mustache, and I think it could be better.
You get a lot of the people, I think a lot of people naturally were, if you're like in your early 20s right now, you might have been too young, or, you were in like grade school during the Obama administration. So it's like, how aware were you of maybe, what was happening, say, in our country 10, 15 years ago? And I think to a lot of people's point where they say, this is Republican activity, like, oh, the Republicans are, they stand behind mass deportations and this. And, I think it's a sticky situation because it's like, it's really our whole government is in support of this. It's not necessarily a liberal versus, Republican or conservative versus left versus right type of issue. I think that it's broader than that. And, plenty of Democratic presidents have taken a hard stance on border control. And, I do question, why is it blowing up in the media now compared to 10, 15 years ago? Is that just the advancement of social media? Why are people, what is different about the deportations today than maybe past situations where we've had mass deportations? And
mass deportations were bad in the past as well. There has been plenty of things through mass deportation that have been bad in the past, but one thing that is specifically being advocated for today is the continuing of due process, because Donald Trump was violating a Supreme Court order.
Yeah. Donald Trump is violating a Supreme Court order currently?
Yeah, it was. Abrego Garcia is coming back.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's like the unfortunate side of it is I think like anything, if it's honestly, it's fucked up to say in a situation like this, but like if you carry out something at a large scale in any facet of business or life, there's always a margin of error, which is kind of a insensitive way to put, what has happened to people who have been detained that do have citizenship or do have the right to be here. And I think, I voted for Trump. My parents were in the military, and my dad and I were even talking about it. We're like, hey, like if you're a citizen and you get detained, that is so anti-American. I don't care who you voted for. It's messed up. But personally, I do agree with like, controlling the borders. We can't have, a massive population of undocumented people in the country, because then I think it creates roadblocks with having
give them documents then.
I mean, I don't think it's as simple as
what does mass deportation solve?
What does mass deportation solve?
Yeah.
I think that it sets a precedent that you can't just come in. Like precedent is a huge thing in situations like this, and I think at a certain point as a country, at some point you have to put your foot down and say we can't just have people blindly coming into the country. You can't.
Wait. The levels in which people are coming to the country aren't like unbearably high. Even under the Biden-Harris administration, weren't unbearably high. Right? If it is the case that we have a legal process that is quick and fast, you understand that we can process that many people into the country. We have the ability to, right? We're just not putting the resources into doing so.
I think, I do think that we do put the resources into having it, but I think like, you take Poland, for example. Poland is one of the safer countries on earth. People respect them for how clean their streets are, how protective of their culture they've been. And I think, you do look at countries like that, and I think that there are certain case studies you can look at of countries that are stricter about
You're going to go for like the far right? Like, are you saying like the influences of far right policy in Poland specifically of being anti-immigrant, right? You're saying that specifically is good? You're trying to associate like it being like clean in the country with there not being immigrants.
Because they focus on themselves.
You see what I mean? You see what he just did there? You see what he just did there? You're associating immigration with not being clean.
I'm associating a country being focused on themselves more than they are saying, hey, we're a refuge state for the whole entire world.
Why can't immigration be a process of worrying about ourselves? Because actually that's how I see it. As immigration not only is beneficial to the immigrants who come here, but it's also beneficial to us as a society overall, because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, and because we've been below fertility rates for the past 50 years, it is the case that literally we are going to have not as many younger people who are able to pay for the people who are older on Medicare, Social Security, right, and things like that we think should be able to be provided for people. So if we want to continue to be able to pay for like those types of programs, immigration is an important aspect of putting America first. Right? That's exactly what you should be saying. But you don't care about that. You don't care about America first.
Yes.
Now listen here. I want you to listen to this. You don't care about America first when it comes to giving people healthcare access, childcare access, housing affordability. You don't care about it when it means saving children's lives in this country on basic, common sense gun control legislation, right? You don't care about being America first, right? When it comes to literally tax cuts for middle class Americans. When Donald Trump explicitly increases taxes for the bottom 80% of the country, disproportionately the lower income you go, specifically decreasing taxes for rich people while increasing taxes on lower and middle income people, specifically advocating for tariffs and replacing progressive income tax, which is also shifting the burden of taxation to lower and middle income individuals. Everything that Donald Trump's doing is to help corporations, rich buddies, and people like him. He's the rich first. He's not America first. The actual America first policy specifically, right, is putting Americans first who need healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, right? That's what we need. That's putting Americans first, and that means everyone in this country. That's not hyper-specific to any specific group of what you see an American to be as. That's everyone in this country, right? Everyone.
No, and I believe me, I totally hear you. I think that a lot of the policies that Trump is putting in place now, especially with the one big beautiful bill, it doesn't take a lot of research to go online and look at it. And it's like, hey, why are we giving any tax cuts to anyone that is making, in excess of 500 grand a year.
Yeah, and then cutting Medicaid and cutting food stamps. Are you serious? You're cutting food on children's table. You are cutting healthcare for people that literally cannot afford it, to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, and to add trillions of dollars to the debt. That is not a policy that puts Americans first. That's a policy that sells out to the rich. That's a policy that sells out America. Okay? That is not America first by any fucking means. So I don't mean to be so rude or anything, but I'm genuinely passionate about that, because I just don't understand how people believe that Donald Trump is America first or cares about Americans, when explicitly over and over and over again you see that he's conning you. You see that he's supporting policies that are antithetical to the interests of working class Americans. He doesn't care about any of us. He doesn't care about us all. He cares about himself,
and he
cares about his
working
power.
class Americans, and I don't know why this just popped in my head. Let's say that, you have immigration, going back to that point, illegal immigrants. They come here, they work low-wage jobs that, let's be real, a lot of Americans that grew up in the suburbs of Orlando or, somewhere in California, let's be honest, a lot of people don't want low-paying manual labor type of jobs. And, illegal immigration is a source of a workforce for these types of jobs, but I don't think that we should pride ourselves on saying,
do you have any good evidence?
These people will come here and work these shit jobs for no money.
This is a ridiculous statement. Give me any good evidence that legal immigration reduces wages.
That illegal immigration reduces wages?
That legal, L-E-G-A-L.
Oh, no, it doesn't. 0%.
It doesn't.
No.
Okay, so then so mass amnesty wouldn't reduce wages. Immigration as a whole doesn't reduce wages. The only reason you could say undocumented immigration reduces wages is because you create a culture of mass deportation that forces undocumented immigrants into a position of either they're going to be deported, right, or it is the case they're going to be exploited. Okay, and they choose exploitation over being deported, right? That's the specific policy that you support, that puts a culture, right, of people, right, into a lower class in society, right, explicitly because they can't go and tell authorities that they're being exploited.
Yeah, no, I agree.
If you gave mass amnesty, that wouldn't happen. You'd be able to get rid of that exploitation.
So when you say mass amnesty, are you talking about at a broad level? Just, if you're in this country, you came here illegally, just be honest. And, to go out and say, everyone that's here, we're going to give you all path to citizenship. Boom, we do that. Pop, done. Tomorrow.
Yes.
Done.
Anyone who hasn't committed
sure that we don't put ourselves in this situation
I want to be
again.
clear. Anyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime. And the reason why we specifically do that is because we want to incentivize people to engage with the legal process. Right? Incentivizing people to engage with the legal process means we have documentation for people. It means that they won't be exploited.
No, that's fair. And I think that really the genesis of kind of what I was saying and where my stance on illegal immigration comes from is, even if we took care of every, foreign national that has come to our country over the past 10 years, say, that isn't documented, let's say we gave them all a path to citizenship. How do we ensure as a country that we don't continue to put ourselves in these same situations where you're getting these pools of people that are coming into our country who are probably some of the hardest working people in their countries and the people who could make a difference in their country, and they're going to come here for a better life, and then in turn, we're going to take care of them. Taxpayer dollars are going to take care of them. When, realistically, we've got people out here in our own country who were born here who can't even afford a house, can barely afford groceries. And I think it kind of comes down.
It does, giving people access to social services who are coming here, who are immigrating to the country, right, doesn't take away from Americans who need it now, because it is the case that we can provide to both.
Take money.
Yes, and I explained earlier how immigration actually is beneficial for us being able to pay for social services, because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning they work to a higher degree than natural-born U.S. citizens, right, because they're younger on average than natural-born U.S. citizens, right? So it is the case that and various other characteristics, dependent upon culture, other sorts of things, right, that are very relevant specifically to them, having a higher labor force participation rate, which then leads to them being more likely to work, which means that we're going to have more people paying into the system. So they're paying into the system more than natural-born U.S. citizens. Chan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of it...
I actually will. I will do that. Patty, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll let you get the next guest on here, man. I appreciate the conversation.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Atmar, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're awesome, brother. Keep spreading kindness and awareness, ignoring the haters. Also, yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It absolutely is genetic. Yeah, like literally. I don't know why people come after the like IVACs like that. It's actually like I've never understood that. Like, to be totally honest. But, it's whatever. I've always got that. Like, literally my whole life. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Yo.
What's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why so?
Well, I don't really care about that. I just want to say, Kai Trump, come to my senior prom.
Yo, Sid, thank you for the $100 on YouTube super chat for Hi Chat. And Parker, happy Saturday. Good to see you as always. Yo, can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Sid in the comments. Always good to see you, Sid. Always good to see you. I hope you're having a good day so far, Sid. I hope you're having a good day. It's your first full day off, huh? Right? Because yesterday you finished. That's good. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for the legend crown. Thank you, Alta, for. Thank you. All right, let's get some debates up here. Give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go into the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, interesting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Dean says he's hopping on shortly. We're going to lose a lot of viewers here very shortly. That's what I'm going to say. We're going to lose a lot of viewers here very shortly. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Do give it a second, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Someone said sorry about to lose me. That's funny. All right, let's go to the next person. Here, let me just try to get rid of all the people there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
After all this is over, are you gonna get a real job?
Do you think this is not a real job?
Not really.
What makes you think that? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Thank you for the dragon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate it. You there? Are you just going to run away after you say that? Okay, they ran away. They seriously just ran away. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. He said when all of this is over. That's funny. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everybody. We're seriously just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail, and the flag of
You forgot the lyrics?
and on in the darkness red glare, and the banner gave true to the night, and the flag was still there. I don't have the lyrics up right now, but subscribe to Natty Marsh on you.
What the fuck, dude? Oh my gosh. Forgetting the lyrics halfway through is so funny, dude. That's actually really funny. Alright. Yeah, it's a pal to you?
53.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I do support him now
You support him now? Why do you support him now?
because he's gonna get P Diddy out.
They have got to be trolling. They've got to be trolling. They've got to be trolling. No. No. What is going on today, bro? Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, that is a just diabolical statement. That is a diabolical statement. Oh my gosh. I think they were trolling. I think they were trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, Kamala.
It's Kamala, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You suck.
How old are you? Okay. They just left. They said sup and then left. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, everyone. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Also, you could watch my videos on YouTube, you know. Yeah, that's always a great thing to do. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18, hello.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
What month, by the way, did you get born?
August.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I just like his stance on abortion. I've seen like a couple of videos on how that happens, and I just find it like really icky when I see that stuff. Also, I like his immigration stance.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think it's wrong to kill a zygote?
A zygote?
Yeah, a single cell organism at conception. Does that look icky to
Yeah,
you?
to be honest with you, I don't know what a zygote is, bro.
A single cell at conception.
No.
It's not wrong to kill it?
A single cell?
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Okay. So at what point is it valuable?
When it's developed until it can feel pain, I guess.
So subjective experience, because you wouldn't be able to have an experience of pain until you have a subjective experience.
So it doesn't feel pain at all?
Not an experience of pain until there's a subjective experience.
But it gets hurt.
There being pain towards a body is there being pain receptors that go off is not the same thing as there being an experience of pain. Does that make sense?
I mean, dude, you just see like when they pull the baby out, it looks like a proper baby, and it's so weird to see that. You wouldn't agree?
At what stage? Most
guess,
abortions do not happen when it looks like a baby.
I mean, even in some stages, they take some pills, and then the baby comes out. It still looks like a little child, man. It still looks like a little kid.
No, it doesn't. You're watching what? What are you watching? PragerU?
No, I just looked up what's an abortion look like on YouTube.
Yeah,
I saw
and at the time by the way, when you're doing the abortion pill, at that time, I promise you, it does not fucking look like it. It looks like a dolphin fetus.
Right, well, I guess you got me there, but I still voted for him for other reasons. For immigration, I feel like that's one important thing, and I like how he handled.
What about immigration?
What about? Because I don't want people come here illegally. No, I don't want illegal people here, and I don't want people. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want people in the country who are undocumented. Why? Do you want them to be documented?
I want us to control immigration through maybe H-1B things that are more like that helps the countries a little more that we could benefit from.
Okay. Oh, so economic benefits. You know that there are economic benefits from immigration as a whole.
How come?
How come? We have data indicating that it's effective in increasing the GDP. And they have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens.
What about safety, though? Because we're not talking about H-1B, I talk about people from
H-1Bs are for H-1Bs are for specialty occupations. Not everyone qualifies for an H-1B.
Yeah, people like that usually are from more developed countries that come to America because we got a lot of innovation in industries, right? So they probably can act a little more according to what we do and assimilate and integrate. But we talk about immigrants from like third world countries and those kinds of things. They usually won't like uphold our laws and might be more susceptible to doing illegal things.
Okay, so you think that undocumented immigrants are more likely to cause us to do illegal things? What? You know that undocumented? Wait, I just want to know. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States. Secondly, right, you voted for a convicted criminal. Didn't you reproduce there to be more likely, like, it reproduced conditions for it to be more likely that people are going to, like, do that, given that you voted for a criminal? Like, commit crimes, given that you voted, you put a criminal into the position of presidency?
So I just wanted to vote based on this policy. That's kind of all I wanted, right? But you said something. You said something about immigrants are more likely to do what?
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States. Like, you're making up this idea that they commit more crime. Diane, thank you for the $10, and Cian, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Well, which kind of immigrants are you talking about? Which countries?
I'm saying undocumented immigrants as a whole.
As a whole?
On average.
How do you know that they're not even documented? How can we like tell?
Go to pnas.org. It's comparing undocumented immigrants versus documented immigrants.
But how do they know?
How about you look at the study?
So you don't know how they know?
So it's based upon arrests. Mary, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for you doing amazing work. Parker, keep it up. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Get some W's from Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's from Mary for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
How can it be based on arrest when it's about who commits less crime, right?
Yeah,
usually the undocumented immigrants are not the ones getting caught because they're undocumented, right?
So then you would have to prove that it's just because you'd have to prove that there's multiple times lesser degree in which they are likely to commit crime is specifically just related to that particular variable, which you haven't done.
Well,
it's unlikely that it accounts for all of that.
So you don't agree that people who come from less developed countries are more likely to do crime? Just based.
People are saying, look at your PFP. I can't see the PFP. It doesn't let me click on it, so I'm just gonna trust the chat and kick them off. I can't see PFPs, like at all, practically. Unless I pulled up my phone. And even when I pull up my phone, like when I click on it, it doesn't let me. Oh, Maudie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. I must not have seen it. No, it doesn't come up. Oh, wait, I see it. Oh my gosh, I just saw that. Holy shit. I didn't see that from earlier. I think it's because I went into my Venmo app and I didn't see it earlier. I got you. Sorry, I literally just I just didn't see that. And I also haven't even looked at my PayPal. Jeez, I'm so far behind right now. Let me wait, where is it? Where did it just go? I just lost it. Hold up 1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta find it. Give me a second. And then I'm gonna get someone else up here as well to debate. Only send a guest request if you do vote. If you did vote for Donald Trump, we are just looking for some debates. Keep doing your deal. Oh, thank you so much, Maudie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's cool to see you always sending the 420. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I literally I don't know why my Venmo did that. Like it didn't even show the notification. It was just in the app. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Piers was so horrible. Conway, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Conway. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
18.
Oh, I don't believe you anyway. Someone asked, how long does Parker go live? I go live typically 5-6 hours every single day. Every single day. You can check my VODs. I have live streams in my VODs, and you can see a bunch of them that are like 4 or 5 hours. That's typically like what I do every single day. You can always look back and watch them as well. I typically try to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
June 10th, 2004.
And you said you're 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
So basically, I think, well, first of all, I don't support Trump as like a person, honestly.
I meant like by support, like if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
I mean, honestly, yes, because Kamala.
Chat, he'll be 21 in 3 days, just letting everyone know in chat. Go ahead. Kamala.
So, Kamala, right?
Mm-hmm. Or you could just say Harris as well.
Yeah, Harris. And I actually live in Minnesota, so Governor Walz. I've basically seen Minnesota turn into like Somali haven, and I can't even go to school without like.
I'm gonna kick you. I'm actually familiar with like this set of conditions. If you say that, I'm just gonna kick you. Like you're just a fucking disgusting fuck. Get off my live. Fuck you. Horrible person. Get off. I know exactly what that rhetoric is. Get off. I know exactly what. That's just crazy. I don't get it. It's just a bunch of bigotry towards people from Somalia in Minnesota because of certain immigrants that come from Somalia. And there's just a lot of bigotry, right, in Minnesota, right, from Minnesotans that I've heard of that. But yeah.
No.
Get off the live. Yeah, like anyone who's like from Minnesota who's like a liberal is actually like knows about like how people are in Minnesota who do that and can point it out. And I've talked to people from Minnesota and stuff, so like I can pick out on it. It's just really bad. It's just a totally unhinged view. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I can't do this, man. Never mind.
That's rough. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We haven't got that many debates today, everyone. It's kind of been a little weak on the debates today. Luke, did you vote for Donald Trump? Luke, hello? Okay, all right. What is going on? Why is it not adding people? If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps push it out to more people, as always. I wish we could get some more debates, everyone. This is kind of getting unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucking nigger.
I hate the Jews. I hate anyone who works with the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Fuck the...
What the fuck? Why is it not letting me kick them right away? I said something went wrong when I first tried to kick them. Fucking weirdos. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, what's going on today, chat? Like, I genuinely... Is it just because I'm earlier in the day and it's like people aren't off work yet? That might actually be it, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hold up. Yeah, I did.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
September.
You fucked up. It's getting brutal, chat. It's getting brutal. Sid, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for verified on Insta. That's actually just, I literally just paid for it because I was trying to do something else with it for the account. But I think it's important to have anyway. Everyone already has it, and I just didn't have it. Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Icy, thank you so much for the $100 for continued support for Parker the Best. Can we get some W's for Icy in the comment section? It's so good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. Good to see you, Icy. How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Can we get some W's for Icy in the comment section right now? W's for Icy. Good to see you as always. Good to see you as always, Icy. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 40.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Thank you for the greeting.
I'm actually a Canadian. I just want to make a quick comment.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. So please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, sorry, I just realized you were just looking for Trump supporters. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone on TikTok, make sure to tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1,000. I think we're a bit away from 1,000, but let's try our hardest, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And why so?
I support Trump because I believe the left is very anti-Semitic.
Okay. What makes you think that? Like all liberals are anti-Semitic? Like you think Kamala Harris is anti-Semitic?
I don't think all liberals are anti-Semitic. I think that's
Okay.
a little bit of a straw man.
Okay.
I think
well, then couldn't you say Trump supporters are racist? Because there's a lot of racist Trump supporters.
when I say the left is anti-Semitic, I mean that the left has a problem with calling out anti-Semitism, and a good portion of the left is straight up anti-Semitic.
Isn't a good portion of the right anti-Semitic and also have a bad time with calling out anti-Semitism?
Recently, there were 2 high-profile anti-Semitic incidents, and They were not caused by right wingers.
Okay, wait. So, but you know that most violence in America is caused by right wingers, especially like alt righters. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, like in terms of like addressing anti-Semitism, liberals typically like address anti-Semitism. At least from
No, I
my
don't think so.
understanding. I
I mean, there are plenty of
examples.
examples.
What examples are you specifically referencing in terms of liberals not addressing anti-Semitism?
So there's media figures who have engaged in incredibly anti-Semitic and inciting rhetoric.
Like who?
And they are Hassan Piker is a great example.
What anti-Semitism has Hassan engaged in?
Hassan Piker made a video that implied that the shooting in DC was a false flag. He also compared one of the victims to someone in ISIS.
What? Can you give me a clip for this?
Yeah, sure. How do I just post the video in the comments?
Yeah, just tell me the title and I'll go look it up.
Oh, it's what they didn't tell you. What people miss about the DC Israeli embassy shooting.
All right. Yeah, I'll have to go and watch like that video, see if I can see anything
I
specifically.
mean,
within that.
I can give you a timestamp if you want to
Yeah,
check
go
real
ahead.
quick. So you want for the false flag or you want for the ISIS claim?
You can give me either or. I don't think is the first one necessarily entailing anti-Semitism?
Well, when you imply shooting against Jews is a false flag and it's very selective, I would say that's very anti-Semitic, yeah.
Wait. Did he specifically say because they're Jewish?
Parker, aren't you a left-winger who acknowledges that you don't have to explicitly say because someone is of a race that it's, there are subtle ways to be racist?
I'm confused how literally just him like being skeptical about whether or not something occurred is evidence of being him anti-Semitism in that certain scenario. Like I'm
Because
just skeptical of that.
anti-Semitic, if you're selectively skeptical of anti-Semitic stuff,
Wait,
that would be
what do you mean of anti-Semitic? What are you talking about?
The DC shooting was an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Okay, so he's skeptical of whether or not it was anti-Semitic. Is that what his
He's
perspective was,
skeptical
or
of
what
that
was
as
his perspective?
well, but he said it was. He said that both. He said that it looked like a false flag repeatedly over and over again, and then said, "Oh, but it's not." But obviously, we know what that means.
Wait, try that again. Restate that.
He heavily implied that it was a false flag with plausible deniability, which I think we both know.
A false.
Does not
When you say false flag, you mean like that he thinks it wasn't anti-Semitism. That's it.
No, I mean that the incident was a false flag. He also states.
What do you mean when you
that it
say that
wasn't
the incident is a false flag? Can you just clarify?
Yeah, like it was staged.
It was staged by like Israel or something?
Yeah.
That's not necessarily anti-Semitic. That's him being like.
You don't
that's
think
him
it's
being
anti-Semitic?
No, it's not to be anti-Zionist, to anti the state of Israel, right? And to be like that the state of Israel is like
anti-Zionist to deny Jewish hate crimes. That's anti-Zionism.
Wait. So So you're saying that he's the reason why you're saying it's anti-Semitic is because he's denying a Jewish hate crime. So then, okay.
Well, there's a lot of other rhetoric he engages in. That
Wait,
is
hold
very
up. I just want to clarify. What was the timestamp that you're specifically referencing, by the way?
The false flag, there are multiple. If you want the ISIS claim, that is 2112.
Okay.
Would you say that's
The murder of the Red Cross workers, celebrated the murder of Hossam. Like, of course he did. He works for the fucking Israeli embassy. He is the dude that died. Is literally this is the dude that died was demonstrating the classic case of the zealotry of a convert, zealotry of the revert. Basically, if roles were reversed, he would be treated, if this wasn't about Israel and if Judaism was not applied as like a defensive shield here, you would look at him like Johnny Jihad. You know what I mean? Like the classic like Salafist white guy who reverts to Islam and then goes and joins ISIS. Okay, that's because that's what he did. That's like, that was his. Be careful with using the post facto uncovered post of the victims in any way, even if you.
Okay, so you're saying him make so a guy. So he's saying a person working at an Israeli embassy. He's saying that people would.
Well,
make
the guy wasn't
Hold up,
targeted
hold up.
because he was working at an Israeli embassy. He was targeted at a Jewish museum. It was an event at a Jewish museum, so his job is not relevant.
Sure. So I mean, I don't necessarily agree with like the phraseology, but I think that he's specifically trying to compare how people would look at the set of scenario. Like I think that he's in this scenario probably trying to
Constantly
say. By the way,
denies.
I just want to clarify. I'm not like someone who defends Hassan in every single scenario. I definitely think I have things I disagree with Hassan's done and said and explicitly. But I do think here explicitly in this example that we've provided, I think that he's just trying to say that other people, right, would view him this way. Right, if it was the case that those certain sets of conditions were true, say for another country, right, or for another group or a community that people would associate with like Islam. What's up?
Do you think in the context of a video where he repeatedly implies that it's a fault? Obviously, you can't watch the video.
I just want to clarify. Him saying specifically that if this was associated with Islam, right, that and it was the case that like people in America were looking at this, that they would have this particular perspective. How is it him anti-Semitic to acknowledge that people would have this perspective if it was related to Muslims?
Do you think it would be racist if someone said what happened to George Floyd wasn't related to his race?
Yes, I do think that's racist because it's very clear. It's
Jews?
very clear and obvious, right?
So why is it different for Jews?
Well, if this is true, that it's specifically because of the fact that he's Jewish, then I wouldn't deny that. I'm actually just not as familiar. Do you have good evidence to indicate it's because he was Jewish? I haven't specifically looked at the scenario enough to be able to identify that.
The shooter targeted an event at a Jewish museum. So
so if they targeted like Jewish people specifically because they're Jewish, I will acknowledge that as a Jewish hate crime, and I wouldn't dispute that. And I think that denying that as a hold up, I just want to clarify. And I think that denying that as a Jewish hate crime would be a bad thing to do. But like the point that I was making specifically with Hassan is that he was trying to get people to view it from a different perspective, right?
In this video, his chat is literally like doing heart emojis when they read the shooter's manifesto. This is not. You can watch the whole
Zima, thank you so much for the
$2.
Here's my next question. What does Hassan, even if you think he's being anti-Semitic here, have to do with anything about like you supporting Donald Trump? Like this is just like such a ridiculous concept.
Hassan is accepted.
Are you acting like the New York? Hey, can I please finish my statement?
I thought you asked me a question.
I was finishing the statement.
Okay, finish your statement.
Go ahead. Just go. Go ahead.
Okay. Hassan Piker was literally invited and was at the DNC. Hassan Piker has articles from the New York Times saying this guy could be the left or Rogan. There's other media. He was on Pod Save America. He's on other mainstream media
He's a big left-wing figure. I don't know why that at all.
Exactly.
This is like me pointing. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you want me to point towards big right-wing figures like fucking Andrew Tate? And be like the entire right wing is this way because of Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes. Do you want me to point at Nick Fuentes?
Nick Fuentes is banned off of social media.
Wait. I'm sorry. Has Hassan not got banned off Twitch?
He got banned for one day on his day off.
He got banned on multiple days. Be real. Yeah, and that's
how many.
Wait, I just want to be clear.
Nick Fuentes.
I just want to be clear, right? The fact that we're even making a comparison between Nick Fuentes and Hassan is insane. Fucking insane. You don't even know what the difference of what we're referencing here. Like that's a fucking insane position. Secondly, right, Hassan being invited to the DNC is not evidence that like you can then paint the entirety of the Democratic Party that way. I'm just saying it is not genuine for you to paint the entire Democratic Party as anti-Semitic because you think that Hassan engaged in anti-Semitism. Like that at all just does not follow. Is that clear? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but you're strawmanning me. I didn't say every Democrat was anti-Semitic. I said the Democrats have a problem with calling out anti-Semitism. That's what I said. So the fact that an anti-Semitic person could be at the DNC, could be all over mainstream media.
You don't think there were racist, misogynistic, and
Nick
anti-Semitic
Fuentes
people
is
that were at the
private
RNC?
right. I don't think people as big as Hassan Piker and
Okay.
as beloved by mainstream media are at the RNC.
Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk did not make a thing about how this was not an anti-Semitic
Wait,
hate crime. He did not
You're
justify
acting like
anything.
why are you acting like the only form of bigotry is anti-Semitism? As if Charlie Kirk doesn't exhibit. Hold up. As if it is the case that Charlie Kirk doesn't exhibit other forms of bigotry. Like what? Why is it that you only care about anti-Semitism? Because I think that if we're intersectional, we should care about anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. That's the best way to analyze this.
I don't like being threatened as a Jewish person, and you are not acknowledging my experience. You don't care.
What? Did I not just do that? I said we should acknowledge anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. And you're saying
trying to pivot to other types of bigotry.
This is fucking insane. You're trying to act like you're trying to act like not acknowledging other forms of bigotry is okay because it is the case that you acknowledge anti-Semitism. That's insane. You should acknowledge anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. Is that like I'm not denying anything about anti-Semitism here. I'm specifically saying we should acknowledge anti-Semitism and acknowledge other forms of bigotry. And if you don't address that specifically when referencing Charlie Kirk, then you're going to have an incomplete analysis here. Do you want to unmute and respond?
You're not acknowledging I'm trying to show you an example of anti-Semitism. Hassan does so many things in this video where if it was a hate crime against George Floyd, you would be like, oh, that's horrible. You can't do that. But because it's against Jews, you seem to have a problem.
He's not fucking listening to me. I explicitly told you. I just didn't hear about this particular case. And if it is the case that they were specifically targeted because they're Jewish, then it is the case that it should be condemned and acknowledged, and that anyone disputing that would be fucked up. That's what I said. But you didn't listen to a single fucking thing that I said because you want to just assume everyone, no matter what the fuck it is, who's on the liberal side is just going to be in support of everything. Listen to what I'm saying. I explicitly addressed this.
You addressed it in a vague sense, but you're not condemning it. That's the problem.
I condemn. I got you. I condemn anti-Semitism. Now, can you condemn all forms of bigotry, including racism and misogyny? Can you unmute your mic and condemn racism and misogyny right now?
Of course I condemn racism and misogyny.
Okay, well then why do you support a candidate such as... Wait. So then I have a question. Why is, right, specifically Hassan, under your view, engaging in anti-Semitism, right, at all comparable to Donald Trump himself being a racist, misogynistic, grapist, piece of shit that literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns a place to inspect them without their consent, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right? And you just overlook all of those things. Specifically because Hassan, under your views, engaged in anti-Semitism? What is this comparison?
It's not just Hassan. I have a lot of other examples.
Go ahead.
But sure. So the New York Times has downplayed the anti-Semitism of Hassan Nasrallah.
Oh my God, he's obsessed with Hassan. You're so obsessed with Hassan. It's unbelievable.
That's not the same Hassan. That's not Hassan Piker. Hassan Nasrallah is the leader of Hezbollah.
Sorry, I thought you were trying to refer to Hassan again. I apologize.
I'm not trying to go back to Hassan. It's okay. Okay. Maybe let's slow this down. Keep this a little chiller. Let's have both
Jen,
got a
thank you so
little
much for the $5. Well, because you're not listening to me. You're not engaging with what I have to say.
But you're not listening to me.
I
either.
did. I explicitly listened to you and I responded exactly to what you said in a genuine way. And you were just not responding to that.
It's not
Nick,
genuine
thank you for the $5.
to condemn
Thank
it
you.
if it's not genuine to condemn it if it is anti-Semitic. Anyone can say that about anything. That's not genuine. But we can move on to Hassan.
How is it
Nasrallah.
not genuine for me to say that I just haven't looked at the case and I don't know, and that if these sets of conditions are true, then I would consider it anti-Semitic, of course. And I would consider that bad.
You defended the idea of calling it a false flag by Israel, saying that's not necessarily anti-Semitic. You defended.
Yeah. You explicitly thinking that the Israel state government is explicitly staging things isn't necessarily anti-Semitism, right? It is explicitly.
You don't think there's a narrative?
Listen, is explicitly what it's provided to that could then be an aspect of anti-Semitism. But just in of itself, saying that saying a conspiracy about the state of Israel, right, is not necessarily going to be considered anti-Semitic, right? That there are plenty of anti-Zionist positions, right, that are absolutely not anti-Semitic. But can someone in anti-Zionist be anti-Semitic? Absolutely. And should that be called out? Absolutely. I think that we should be
in downplaying a Jewish hate crime the second it comes out.
You're a disingenuous
obviously
piece of shit. I just explicitly told you I'm not familiar with it, and it is the case if these things are true, then it is the case that I would consider it anti-Semitic.
I'm
and
not
fucked up.
talking about you.
And then I also addressed that any anti-Semitism that's existing on the left or in liberal spaces should absolutely be addressed and acknowledged, right, and should never be not looked at. So I don't know why at all you're not acknowledging what I'm saying.
Because you only condemn things in the abstract. But let's move on to Hassan Nasrallah.
What do you mean? I'll only condemn. I'm not because I'm not understanding of any specifics that you're referencing.
Okay, I will show you. I will show you a New York Times article that says Hassan Nasrallah wanted a state for equal rights for Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and Hassan Nasrallah has denied the Holocaust. Hassan Nasrallah calls Jews
denying the Holocaust is fucked up. Denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. Denying the Holocaust has no acceptance within any movement that I want to run. If someone denies the Holocaust, I will not be in a movement with them.
An interesting thing about Hassan Piker is he supports Hassan Nasrallah.
So given that Hassan supports someone, I would not engage with Hassan, right? Genuinely, I think that is a red line, right? If someone denies the Holocaust, you do not support them. If you associate with someone who's denying the Holocaust, I'm gonna not associate with that person. So if that's true, I would absolutely consider that fucked up.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Parker. There's other examples as well. There's a lot of sympathy on the left for these types of figures, though. Would you deny that there's not at least a sizable minority on the left that is sympathetic to?
I'm sorry, are you disagreeing with the left because of the positions they hold, or are you disagreeing with the left because of the fact that you think that the left is full of anti-Semitism?
They support Hezbollah, a lot of them.
I'm gonna go fucking insane. Are you just like specifically only on Twitch? Do you just only go on Twitch and look at like the most chronically online leftists?
It's not only on Twitch. I cited the New York Times.
No, he goes to Twitch and he looks at the most chronically online leftists and he's like, this is representative of the entire party.
I cited the New York Times talking about Hassan Nasrallah. You didn't listen to me. The New York Times did that. Is that Twitch?
Wait, I know you're specifically pointing towards people's positions who are on Hassan, right?
No, Hassan Nasrallah is not Hassan
Piker. $5,
Piker.
thank you.
Hassan Nasrallah is not Hassan Piker.
I never said that he was. I was very clear that I don't believe that, right? I am explicitly saying you're taking positions as if the positions were held by people who are on Twitch, who are like far leftists on Twitch, right? I was just giving you an example.
Is the New York Times Twitch? Is the New York Times Twitch?
You understand that, so you said what did the New York Times do again? Clarify.
They posted an article downplaying Hassan Nasrallah, not the streamer, the Hezbollah leader.
I understand. Okay, can you give me the article?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone tap the screen, share the live. It's like, I want to have a conversation about actually something like related to like the topic. That'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. That'd be great. I'd love that, man. He's like, I'm not going to support left-wing policy because I don't like left-wing people. That's fucking so annoying to debate people who do this. It's actually like the most frustrating thing possible. You're not critiquing the position at all. You're not critiquing any of the policies. You're critiquing some people with ideological opinions within the movement. That's all you're critiquing. And you can have critiques of people within a movement. I get it. But we're talking explicitly about like the policies and the motivations you have for particularly supporting certain policies or certain candidates.
Parker, I got the name. It's protesters mourn Nasrallah's death around the world. When a movement has a cultural element that is targeting.
Wait, hold up. Protesters what?
And hate crimes against Jews are exploding.
Wait, can you please answer? Protesters what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hassan Nasrallah. Protesters mourn Nasrallah's death around the world.
Death around the world. And what do they say within it? Around the
They paint Hassan Nasrallah as someone who wants equal rights for Jews and Muslims and Christians in Israel, when he literally is one of the most anti-Semitic figures of the modern era.
See, I can't even click on New York Times because I don't even have access to it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that.
Well, I just can't read it then.
Would you take my word for it? I mean, I showed you.
To be honest, I think you're a disingenuous piece of shit, and I don't like you, so I probably wouldn't.
Why am I a disingenuous piece of shit?
Because of how you've argued against me on the live today.
You haven't listened to anything I've said
I
at all.
absolutely have. I totally did. I literally every single time I did. Matt might be in the live. He might be able to tell me. Matt, the title is "Protesters Mourn Nasrallah's Death Around the World."
You don't think it's important to vote based on culture as well? You don't think it's important that Jewish hate crimes are on the rise like crazy?
I do think that's an important thing to address, and I think that's
You
an
think that's
incredibly
something-
important thing to address.
You think that's something reasonable to vote
I
based
don't.
on?
Sorry, I don't think that's something you can attribute to either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris explicitly.
It's left-wing incidents that are on the rise.
Okay. So can you give me a source? And what's the percentage comparative to right wing? Because if you care more about like the overall percentage in terms of its harm towards a particular community, well then you would relate to the one that in which is higher, right? So if right wing extremist hate crimes are higher, especially targeted towards Jewish people in America, wouldn't that then be like a bigger issue to you?
So I'm literally, we're coming off two left-wing anti-Semitic hate crimes. I understand your point there, but I think it's a little disingenuous to not acknowledge like that there's a severe problem here on the left.
I never said it wasn't a problem that existed on the left. I'm sorry. Are you listening to me?
No,
I've said
you
this
didn't
multiple
say
times
it
now.
wasn't a problem, but you didn't say it was a problem either.
It is a problem. I've
you-
acknowledged this
so
now
you-
multiple times in this live.
You haven't acknowledged that a single time. You said if there was anti-Semitism, it would be a problem. You didn't say
I was when we
the
were
left
talking about
has an
explicit.
anti-Semitism
We were
problem.
when we were talking about explicit examples specifically with the son.
Yeah, that's most of what we talked about, though.
Yeah. So again, when I addressed that forms of bigotry exist on both sides, right, in terms of anti-Semitism, I asked you explicitly, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I
What
mean,
is
the
what
FBI
is what is
stuff.
different about
The ADL tracks this stuff as well. I can find.
What's up? Do you agree that like the right wing has a problem with anti-Semitism?
Yeah, I think the right is very bad with anti-Semitism. I just think the left is a lot worse.
You think the left is worse with anti-Semitism? Are you serious?
Yeah. Who did the fucking Molotov cocktail?
Do you know who
at
Groypers are? Do you know who Groypers are?
Yeah, they're horrible people.
Yeah, isn't that a huge portion of people on the right? Like people who believe shit like that?
The New York Times is a very mainstream outlet. Okay, this is not a fringe of the left.
So I am reading the New York Times article right now. So they're just describing specifically like how people respond.
Right, but in there they say what he wanted, and that's not what he wanted.
Where did they say that what he wanted?
It's something like a state for.
Does it even say?
It says a state.
He said the Zionist entity and maintained that there should be one Palestine with equality for Muslims, Jews, and Christians.
Right, but this guy doesn't believe that. This guy's a Holocaust denier.
Could you give me that source real quick?
That Hassan Nasrallah? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Just so I can clarify that.
While
And also, do you have any empirics that indicate that anti-Semitism is greater on the left than the right?
Hold on. Do you think if the New York Times did this and he was what I said he was, do you think that would be a
That's not
problem?
enough. No, that's not empirics. That's just one news article. But it
Well, I
is
mean,
it
you
is
think
something
also
that I would address and acknowledge as a
someone
problem
who
with.
praised Hitler.
Yeah, if you
Um,
wait, again, you got to listen to what I'm saying, right? Again, given that the New York Times did that, right, I would say that they are fucked up. I have no affiliation with the New York Times.
Okay, but how many individual things can be fucked up before it's a systemic problem?
You gave me like 2 individual circumstances.
This is a debate. I can't like. What do you expect? I'm supposed to like scholarly like get you 800 things that are
Didn't I
anti-Semitic?
already agree that there is anti-Semitism that exists on both sides?
Yeah, but that's not.
The only thing I was skeptical of is that
sad.
the left is anti-Semitism at a more prevalent rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, what's the evidence of that?
There are ADL and FBI statistics. The ADL does not only track hate crimes; they also track other anti-Semitic incidents. Because obviously, to be a hate crime, it has to be a crime.
Okay. By the way, I'm still waiting for that source on the.
I know. I'm sorry. I should just focus on getting you the source. I should.
Yeah, you
stop.
probably should. Michael, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? And W for Michael for the $40. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Michael. Thank you so much.
So, my source for this is that I'm looking at right now is from the American Jewish Committee, but they cite to a speech from 2010. So you might want to look for the primary. You can look for.
Okay, well, then you should give me the title of whatever you're referencing.
My thing that I'm referencing is in Hezbollah incites anti-Semitism. That's what the article's called.
That's what the title's called?
Yeah.
Give the title again.
Hezbollah incites anti-Semitism.
All right. AJC?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where does it say this?
Just Control F in 2010.
Publicly deny. Okay, so in a speech in 2010, he publicly denied the Holocaust. Okay, so where does it doesn't give a link? What speech?
I mean, these speeches are not the easiest thing to find because of censorship.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and find it for me, and then I'd love to see it.
Okay. I feel like, I mean, he said other things as well. He's called,
Wait, before you do, can you provide me the source that they claim, that you claimed? You claimed that there's a source of this, and it is just literally a site claiming it again.
They cite to a speech given on Almanar
There
TV.
is no site. There is no site. I can't click on any link.
They're not linking it. They cite to it.
All they say is that there was a speech aired on a TV in 2010. That's it.
Do you know how difficult it is to link in an article like this a terrorist speech? Like, you don't usually link that stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to ask for like a proper source to be able to identify. Matt says he has the video and the quote, and he says he's not really. Matt's in the request. Okay. Let's have Matt respond to this, and then I'm just going to kick this guess.
I mean, I can leave now if you want to kick me. That's
Oh,
fine.
Matt's going to respond to you real quick.
Hey.
Well,
okay,
if he gets
so
a response.
Okay. All right. I was going to read it to you. So is it bad? I mean, technically, kind of, but it's not like out and out Holocaust denial. I would not have said it, but like here's the quote. So I'll just read it to you.
Wait, before you read the quote, do you think it's still unacceptable, or do you think it's acceptable?
I think it's unacceptable. I think it's unacceptable for anybody. I don't care who they are to say anything that even hintly remotely like cause the the Holocaust that may or may not be accurate. I think that applies to everybody. I have a universal principle.
Right.
Okay. But my point is that it's not out and out, because Holocaust denial is a statement where you say it never happened.
No,
6
Holocaust
million
denial
Jews
isn't usually used that way.
that 6 million Jews did not die. That now, are there different variations of it? Sure. Right. There are different variations. Now, from what I'm reading here, is it bad? Sure, but it doesn't go to the level I think what you're painting it as.
Here, just tell me what it is, and then like I'll be able to clarify my position.
Even our enemies, the Zionist or the World Zionist movement, I do not want to have a debate right now about the Holocaust, but they talk about the Holocaust, and they have written books, they have done research, and made films. Even some Arab TV channels show programs about this. They insert this issue into every movie, even when it has nothing to do with this. A political movie, a movie about, and then it goes ... In any foreign entertainment and recreation movie, they insert the Holocaust. They have built a whole museums in several capitals around the world. Wherever you go, there's a Holocaust museum. Regardless of whether this was real or not, accurate or not, whatever its full proportions were, I don't want to get into this. That's the quote.
Yeah, that isn't. I mean, I don't know if it sounds like he's denying the Holocaust, but he's claiming that it's being used as like a shield. I still think that there should be Holocaust museums everywhere. I think there should be genocide museums everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be saying that. Like,
Okay,
this is
he
not a
denied
bad
the
quote.
proportions
Like,
at
I
the
don't.
end. He said the proportionality.
So I just want to let you know, you fucking lied, right? You just totally
No,
lied.
he denied the proportions at the end.
No, he didn't. He
Where?
said,
Where did he
said,
deny?
he said, regardless of whether this Holocaust was real or not, accurate or not, and what its proportions were, he said, regardless whether or not. He's not saying I think it is. He's saying
That's
whether
how
it
Nick
is.
Fuentes talks. Nick Fuentes talks like.
Yeah, I don't like him referring to it in that way.
I don't either,
I do.
but-
So
but
actually,
there's
you know
a-
what? I am okay with saying it's a form of Holocaust denial. But when you say that he like denied the Holocaust in the way that you were prescribing it, I think it was a little bit different in terms of what we would think of that. But yeah, obviously, I don't like this. I think this is bad.
Yeah, I think we all agree that
I
this
think
is a
to
bad thing to
undermine
say.
it in any way is definitely bad. So I think that we can definitely condemn that, and I think that the New York Times should have included that within the context of its article.
One last thing, I know you want me to, I just want to clarify something real quick. When most people talk about Holocaust denial, especially in an academic context, it's like a range of things. It's not literally just the Holocaust didn't happen.
Sure, which is why I said it's a yes, but a lot of people, when they say Holocaust denial, they mean a very specific thing.
That's
If
not
you
what I meant.
broaden it so much, then everything becomes Holocaust denial. That's my point, is that you can't say that any questioning of the state of Israel or of certain historical facts
I don't
makes
think
it
anyone
Holocaust
says
denial.
questioning Israel is
That's the
Holocaust
problem. No, I'm simply saying that in a lot of spaces, especially on the right, anytime you bring up it at all, you're immediately painted as a Holocaust denial. I think this guy, whoever the fuck he is, right, I think he's probably a bad dude. I don't like him, right? I'm not saying that he's not a Holocaust denier. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't broaden the definition to where it becomes so useless.
I don't think
because
this is an
because then
example
you
of
can
that, but
paint
I agree with
everybody
that
as
for
that.
sure. I don't
right?
think
There are certain people who are actually denying the Holocaust, and we should call that out. And simply, like I said, what he said was bad. It was just bad, right? What's the point of bringing him up because the New York Times didn't bring it up? They don't bring up
This
a
guy
lot
has
of
a
things
history
about
of anti-Semitism. It's not one comment. There's if you want to look into it.
True. Let me give you an example. If someone said that on my live, I would kick them from the live. Okay?
Yes.
That's not accepted in my spaces. So if you want to have a debate with me on explicitly why you support Donald Trump, we can do that. You're not doing that right now. Because I totally agree.
Do you think it's unreasonable when I hear left-wing people and left-wing news sites being
am I
okay
a
with
left-wing person?
I don't think every left-wing person does. I don't think you're all the same.
Okay, so can you engage with me for my positions?
Well, you asked why I voted for Donald Trump.
I
voted for
understand.
Donald Trump.
I understand. So let's engage with our positions between each other. Is that possible? Or am I not going to able to have that conversation with you, and I should just go kick you and go on to the next person?
I will. Can I say one thing real quick, and then I'll leave and be out of your head?
Get off my live.
By the way, I just want to say one thing, and then I'll go, Parker. I just want to say for everybody in the chat that I want to make my position very clear, okay? I think what this guy said is a form of Holocaust denial. I do believe that all forms of it is bad, right? But from what I was listening, I came in a little bit late. It sounded like he was trying to portray the Times as saying that he didn't bring it up, therefore they're like somehow like complicit in like this type of thing, and that's simply not true. They were framing it in a way that was to make a point about people in the region being upset,
Yeah.
about that. Now, but like any form of Holocaust denial, I don't care who it comes from, is bad, which is why we should call it out. But that's not what the Times was actually like trying to say. They were trying to bring up the fact is that a lot of people like this guy, which is why they brought it up. Now, you can call out, yeah, he was probably a bad dude, but that's not the point of the article, which is okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main point. Okay. All right. Thanks for having me up.
Appreciate you as always, man.
Yep. Bye, dude.
Yo, what's up, Howdy? Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. Let's try to get on to the next person real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, how you doing? I am 20.
Did you vote for
20
Donald
years
Trump?
old. I sure did, but I regret it.
Okay. All right. Base. We are just looking for people who do still support Donald Trump. I'm glad that you regret it. I'm glad that you regret it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? See, I don't get with the position of like what he was doing on the live. I really don't understand it, and like I empathize with people who are trying to understand his point in the comment section, but he genuinely wasn't trying to have a dialogue that was any further than just saying that, or like saying like that there was an issue on the left. He was not willing to address it on the right. He was not willing to address broader implications of Donald Trump supporting bigoted ideologies, right? He only brought up anti-Semitism, right? And was only willing to talk about anti-Semitism, which I think is incredibly disingenuous.
Oh, thank
Yo, what's up,
God. Don't worry about it. I'm 32, but I already voted for Trump, and yes, I still support Trump.
Okay. Right.
Buddy,
Why so?
I'm gonna tell you like it is. Number one, don't mute people when they're trying to pull a point, because he. Okay, did you mute me? Because I just got blocked again, and now I'm back.
Yes, you got muted.
So yeah, that's number one. Number two, I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm happy I'm still voted for Trump, because why would I vote for a candidate that put their own campaign negative millions of dollars? No. Just let me know that. Would you vote for a candidate that their own campaign went into negative? Now, do you think I should trust that same person with the economy? Do you think I should still keep giving billions of dollars to Ukraine? I just want to make sure, because you gotta understand, and nothing to.
One, that's just not true. Kamala Harris didn't go into the negative. Even if she did, yes, I would still trust her more with the economy, because Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. We're talking trillions of dollars more comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. $8.4 trillion overall related to the Trump administration. Non-COVID related, $4.8 trillion. For the Biden-Harris administration, it was $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related. The big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump's advocating for right now would add more debt than the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration non-COVID related debt spending in their first administration. So this idea here that you have of they're so bad at the economy, they don't know how to manage their money, they're going into a deficit. You're causing more of a deficit for the federal government by voting for Donald Trump.
All right, am I back on now? Oh, thank God. Okay, so back to what you were saying. Yeah, sure, he could definitely put that big, beautiful bill in. But remember, understand, we weren't making anything from the tariffs that we already implemented. I'm glad that we're implementing tariffs. Does it matter that, is it true that it does raise the prices here? Of course. But they are paying their fair share, and the national debt, which no one talks about, is going down.
That's
because
not true.
of it.
You just lied.
That's true.
So actually the big,
It's
beautiful
going down. There's a tracker.
By
You
the
can
way,
even see it
by the way,
if you're terminally online.
Oh, really? Go tell me where the tracker is showing that it's decreasing. It's
National
increasing
debt.
every day.
National debt. It's on the very bottom. You can see that it even says how much he saved.
Okay, so we'll look up U.S. national debt.
Yes.
And you're going to tell me the debt calculator is going to be going down?
From all the tariffs that we're going to be saving, absolutely.
Then why?
And then here's another thing. Now here's another thing with immigration. The immigration.
One second. I just need to do this for the chat real quick. Give me 1 second, real quick. 1 second. Where's window capture? Window capture. There we go. Perfect. Oh wait, it doesn't do that. For some reason, it's not working. Let me try a different one. Okay. Hold up. Why is it not popping up? That's so weird. 1 second. Let me open up a screen capture. And we'll tie it specifically to that one. Boom. There we go. You see this? Hey. Can you fucking explain this for 1 damn second? Can you explain to me what the fuck this is? Is this number going up or is it going down? Explain to me right fucking now, buddy. Is this number going up or down? Because right to me, I'm telling you right now, it looks like it's fucking going up. It's going up right now. I can see the number going right up. It's going up. It's still going up. It's still wait, let me look back here again. It's still going up, I tell you. Okay. Like this is what I mean, dude. This is what I mean, bro. Like are you kidding me?
I mean, first off, how long has he been in there for? What, 4 months? And you expect it to be turned over? Think about it, because it's the same thing with Trump. I mean, not with Trump, with Biden. Why would Biden allow that thing? Because when he took off, it was only like 15 billion, or trillion, whatever, 15 trillion. Now we're at 34 trillion, and that's all Trump's fault?
Okay, by the way, we can look at
No, I just want to know, is that all Trump's fault?
No, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates 8.4 trillion overall was signed into law by Donald Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Plus, his big beautiful bill will add more debt-related spending than the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration not COVID-related debt spending. So try again.
No, I'm just telling you like it is.
You're not.
Like I said,
respond to my point. Wait, do you trust them with the economy after they just put us in so much debt?
I'd rather trust Trump because what? I mean, you're gonna tell me that a campaign went into negative? A campaign?
Do you think that?
Think about that.
Wait, by the way, yes, campaigns can go negative, and I have a question. Do you think? So do you think that's representative of them being worse for the economy, just because it is the case that they ran a deficit on their campaign?
Absolutely. They can definitely. You're not gonna tell me that this person? I'm gonna trust the person that can't run their own campaign, let alone can't even see what the American people really wanted. They wanted shows in Megan Thee Stallion. Come on, man. Is that how I'm gonna vote for Kamala Harris or however you want to pronounce her name? I'm being straight with you.
Can you name one of Kamala Harris's policies?
If I had to be very honest with you, I'd rather not.
Do you know a single one?
If the ones that she wanted to present, there was not one that she even gave out.
Really?
I mean, every time people want to talk about the economy.
Okay, so what about the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life? $3,600 through them 5 years old, $3,000 through them 18. The $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes,
Which was never going to get passed.
What about the
Those are just words.
So now these are policies.
Those are just words. Those are, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be passed. Even if she says those things to be voted, but that doesn't mean it's being passed.
Hey, can you name a Trump policy?
Yes, I can actually.
Go ahead.
Your big beautiful bill, since you want to keep mentioning it.
Not passed yet, so it's just words.
There it is. So hey, there you go.
Wait, by the way, can you name a policy of Trump's that I didn't mention?
You know, it's good. You know, you're right. I'll give you that.
Look at this guy.
Hey, I'll give you that.
You had to.
Well, of course. So can I tell you something? So can you tell me something about immigration? So you think immigration's bad? Since you're saying that it's a bad thing, it's bad for the economy.
No, I think immigration is good.
Now, may I ask why is modern slavery good?
What? Legal immigration is not modern slavery.
Trust me, when you're bringing illegal immigrants and they're coming in and working for less money than they're being paid for, that's considered modern slavery.
Yeah, because you promote
That's considered modern slavery.
Because you promote that culture by
promote that culture. That's
can I please explain, or can you be quiet and listen for a second? Is that possible? Okay. So so in terms of this, you actually promote that culture specifically by being in support of mass deportation, because undocumented immigrants in the country would prefer being exploited, right, than being deported. So it is the case that that culture will continue to exist because undocumented immigrants will exist and then will accept those particular conditions, given it is the case that they prefer exploitation to deportation. And then my view is that there should be a pathway to citizenship for any undocumented immigrant that's not committed a violent crime or bad crime. So
I agree with that.
So in that circumstance, that's mass amnesty, not mass deportation. And in that circumstance, that would get rid of the exploitation that you're referencing.
Right, but so why are we allowing people to come in and getting undocumented and still taking people's resources? Because that's the thing that's killing us.
Undocumented immigrants are not taking. Wait, so are
that's not true.
are undocumented immigrants being exploited, or are they taking your resources?
They are. It's a little bit of both. They're coming. They do come in. They do take resources.
You're such a liar. It's unbelievable.
Well, tell me the truth then. Let's see if you know if you're telling me the truth so much.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants benefit the economy. They add significantly more to the economy than they take from it. Right? They don't apply for like any federal programs. Right, and they pay $100 billion per year in taxes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And what else? I mean, that billion goes to all the WIC food stamps and everything that is given around to not even just American citizens, but them too. So it's no different.
They don't apply for food stamps or any of that.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, do you think they qualify?
I have seen illegal documented immigrants with food stamps and EBT. Don't start with that.
Can I ask you a question? How do you think undocumented immigrants, right, are? How do you think they're qualifying?
They are given that, and in fact, a lot of them just use their visa that they're provided. You'd be it's all they need.
So then they're legal immigrants.
They are still some are very legal.
Oh, for foot's sake! Thank you so much for the $2. So they're legal, but then they're also not legal.
That again, do you not understand what a work permit is?
That's legal.
That doesn't make you legal. That just makes you a working citizen. That doesn't mean
that is under legal status.
I wouldn't go that far, bud. Because I've seen those same people.
A work permit is under legal status. If you have a work permit, you're under legal status.
Those same people that you're talking about are still getting deported now. So I don't see how you're saying that's legal status.
Because Donald Trump is revoking their legal status.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They were never legal to begin with.
They were legal because the work permit gives them the legal ability to.
They really were never legal to begin with.
I just want to let you know you're referencing a document. So they're documented.
They are not documented. A lot of cases.
Yes, it is. A work permit, is that a document?
Well, you tell me. Is it?
You're stupid as fuck.
I know.
Real, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. It's on TikTok. You gotta be trolling, dude.
In a lot of ways, I'm not, but a lot of ways, I am.
Okay, I know you're trolling.
I have, honestly. Why do you think I'm playing stupid?
I know. I was really hoping you were trolling. Cause like that's like a ridiculous statement. That restores my faith in humanity that you were trolling. To be honest, because I just like that was brutal. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everyone. You know, I was right. Dean went live and we lost people, chat. We're about 2 hours in the live, everyone, so we're about 2 hours in the live, so we still got a while left. Like I'm gonna be on live after Dean is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, this is wild. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Do you support him still?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. I think he was a better candidate. Yep.
Okay.
Do I support everything that he does? No.
Okay. So what makes you think you support him more?
What do you mean? Be a little bit more specific. Do I support him more post-election and being inaugurated?
No, I'm just asking him, why do you support him more than Kamala Harris?
In general? That's a good question. I think, in the past, I don't know, from 2016 to now, one thing that Donald Trump you can really credit for is you just see how manufactured and coordinated, politics can be. So I view him as a outsider of that establishment. Okay. And if you look at Kamala Harris during that election cycle,
what was your age again?
I'm 27.
And what's your birth year?
97.
What month?
What does that matter? That's personal information. I just don't want to give that out.
Just telling me the month?
Yeah, why do you need that? What does that have to do with this conversation?
How about this? Is the month in the second half of the year or the first half of the year?
Second half.
Okay. Just clarifying. Just to make sure that your age was correct. You gave me the right number. People what's it called? Say their age wrong all the time, so I have to kick them. I was just clarifying.
Yeah, no, I'm not a minor or anything.
Okay. All right. So then what were you saying?
Just to me, it seems like he was a political outsider, and that's what I wanted. I mean, if you look at the GOP right now, it's obvious that somebody stopped Elon Musk because he originally said $2 trillion, but it became very clear after he started that if you're going to get to $2 trillion, you have to cut agency after agency, and that puts a lot of strain on the economy and trying to manage that. So somebody stopped him from going further, and that's why he only got to $160 billion.
That's not even itemized or accounted for. Only around $60 billion is itemized.
Okay, well, let's agree to disagree. But so say it's
That's
160.
just a fact. Only $60 billion is itemized.
Okay, so if it was $60 billion, but he said he could go to $2 trillion. So, what stopped him from going further? It was very clear that he was going full force at one point, and then after USAID and kind of the media, going after him and all of that, he stopped. And it's not like he was willing to stop. He wanted to continue going forward. So,
Are you pro Elon Musk?
Yeah, I do like Elon Musk a lot. I think it's one of our greatest assets in the country. Do you agree?
So no. So to clarify, and it probably isn't for the same reasons that you've been hearing recently. If you've heard anything about what's happened, have you seen what he released on X?
Be more specific.
How? Oh, okay. So he posted on Twitter that the reason why the Epstein files haven't been released is because Donald Trump is on the Epstein files. He also said Donald Trump's tariffs will cause a recession by the end of next year, by the end of this year, I mean. And then he also said that the big beautiful bill is a pork-filled bill and goes against everything that he fought for, specifically at Doge.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is a lot of validity to a lot of that. I mean, but the one thing about the Epstein files, he's probably on there with the flight logs and stuff like that. But
but Elon was bringing it up as like something as like, oh, this is a big issue with Trump, right? So then it has to be more than just something we already know.
Well, if that were the case, why didn't they bury Donald Trump already?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like they had everything. There's not been new evidence that's come out since Joe Biden left office. I mean, it's very clear that they were willing to go after him for anything and everything. And if they had the, silver bullet, if he was a vampire, why wouldn't they use it?
Democrats, you're saying why Democrats, they have this information. Why wouldn't they give this information up if it is the case that they had it? Okay, so now you're saying Elon Musk is wrong. So why is Elon defaming? Here's the question: why is Elon defaming Trump?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's pretty shitty situation. He put so much into, he's right on the fact that without him, Democrats probably would have won the House.
Okay, so you have seen this information before.
Well, it came out 2 or 3 days ago, but I haven't seen what he's seen. No. But my point is that, for him to have put all of that forward and then to get stabbed in the back, essentially, after all of that, I would be pretty pissed too. And, given his platform, he's got that fuck you money. He can go and, he can go say those kind of things, even if it's not true. And what did it do? That's essentially pulling a pin on a grenade. So, I mean, yeah, if you're pissed off at somebody, you let things fly.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
No, but you had something else before. It was like Kamala versus Trump. I want to know why.
Actually,
why?
there's plenty more I can go over with you. Maybe we can get something out of this, all with a different topic. You said, what were your motivating reasons for supporting Donald Trump?
Like I said, I think he's a political outsider. But the main point that I was trying to say before is that, it seems to be that the Congress, whether it's Republican or Democrat, is the problem, because you see how fast Elon Musk can move in whatever direction, and he can call out what the plans are for making, an execution on a plan. And it seems like Congress just doesn't move at the same speed, or they're not motivated to. Do you agree with that?
Seems like Congress is just not motivated to move quick enough. Sure. But that means we need to put more pressure. That means we need to be more involved in politics. That means we need to put more pressure on our politicians. And it also means that we need to actually uphold principles and values. And the thing is, and the issue I really have, is that Republicans are not doing that at all. You don't hold standards to your politicians, right? Like, there was no standards held to Donald Trump. The fact that he was even able to get out of the primaries is evidence that standards are not held to them. Joe Biden had a dropout for cognitive decline, right? Donald Trump has that level of cognitive decline, pretty close to it. And then there's a million other characteristics that are horrible about him. If Joe Biden were a Republican, he would have never dropped out.
It might be true. Joe Biden was a career politician. He had some good in him. I really liked what he did at I think it was the convention in 2020 when Hillary Clinton was running. He gave a phenomenal speech. That was probably one of his best speeches. And people, Republican, Democrat alike, still like that. But politics is different now. The whole spectrum is, I think the middle 80% is looking for a new home. The Democratic Party, their platform doesn't support that.
So you say middle 80%. That's the Elon Musk's thing. This idea is just ridiculous, right? There is no middle 80% that's united. There just isn't. There's no sect of the country that's 80% that's united unless you talk about hyper-specific things.
I think people generally, want equality, rights, their government to
But then they differ on what they see as equality. You see what I mean? Like, that's the nature of politics, is that it's a bunch of different coalitions of people that support different things coming together for a common good between them. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you might not agree on everything, but it's a common good between you and other people.
Yeah. I might disagree with your politics, but I still want, same results, a better country, better outcome for my life.
And what I'm telling you is, because I have that shared common goal with you, that you want a better life and you want to do good for America. What I'm telling you is that the best way to actually do that is not to support people like Donald Trump. I would say, actually, supporting people like Donald Trump is incredibly harmful towards that. And the reason why is because people like Donald Trump, right, they don't actually care to benefit working class Americans. They don't care to benefit people in need. Their policies disproportionately negatively impact them to benefit the rich and wealthy. He cares more about his rich friends and his rich buddies because he's so disassociated from the rest of society. Because of the class dynamic, right, and the level of income inequality that exists in America is created such a class dynamic that separates, right, the rich and the wealthy and the powerful so much so from the rest of society. And that type of separation, especially when it is the case that the rich have so much power over our political influences in society, right, makes society worse because it gives them more power and they use that power at the detriment of everyone else. And really what it needs to be is that we work together, is that, like, people who are rich and well off, they realize their position, and in realizing their position, utilize their position to help everyone else out. That's inevitably what it should be, and that's not what it is, because we have a culture of greed, right, which is the reason why we have Donald Trump in the office he is today, is a culture of greed. But the culture of greed isn't actually rational, because you might have a culture of trying to get everything you want, but in trying to get everything you want through voting for Donald Trump, you don't get it. You get conned. You got lied to because he told you everything that you wanted to hear. No matter what it was. He said everything. He said things even if they contradicted each other, because his movement was not about critical thought and rationally thinking about whether or not the perspectives align with another. It was specifically just about, right? Getting as many people on board as he possibly can so that he can win and get into a position of power. He doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't give a shit even about those ideological opinions he said he does. He's doing that just for power.
That's an interesting perspective. I can see some validity in that, and I agree with you on the point beforehand. But can't you also say the same of most incumbent congressmen and senators now?
Yes.
In the New York Post.
Yes, and you want to know what? You want to know what? That's the same old style politician that's existed that Donald Trump embodies, right, and resembles more than they do themselves. He came in and he ran on politics being, I'm so different from everyone else. I am not the typical politician. But he's everything the typical politician was, and even worse. That's what he is. So he portrays himself that way, but he's truly just a con man. He's doing everything everyone else is, even to a greater extent, so he can help out him and his rich buddies. That's just corruption to the highest degree.
Well, I think more so that the problem is with Congress and the Senate. If we had people, if there was term limits and we got people that were less of that elitist ruling class that you described, I think things would work a lot better. I think in this second term, you see a lot more of how the president's limited.
I agree with those things. I think we need a multi-party democracy. I think two parties not working. There are plenty of other things that we can agree on and we can put on top of this. But in order to be able to actually ensure that those things happen, we need people who are actually held accountable in Congress. And that means the right has to hold people accountable. I know you'd like to view it as quote-unquote cancel culture and whatnot. But when it comes to people that have done such disastrous things, such as Donald Trump, what do you really want them at the beginning of in the front of your movement?
I wish there was a better candidate.
I understand. I understand. But the reason why they got into that position of power in the first place is an issue in the very first place.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you, and I appreciate the time on your platform.
Appreciate you coming up.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. For the 1,300 people on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I really would appreciate it. Really would appreciate it. We lost a lot of good people. In today's stream. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not from US. I just wanted to
I appreciate
know.
you. Hey, I appreciate you so much. I am just looking for some debates. I appreciate you so much, though. I am simply just looking for some debates from people who do vote in the United States and do support Donald Trump. But I appreciate you so much. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because Cookie mugs the shit out of you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Is that even funny? I think some people do think it's funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you. You're the GOAT. Keep going. You're changing the world.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. I hope this is a different one because I want to just make sure because I'm just like, why is this person sitting in my comment section with the name The Right Corner? Is this actually The Right Corner? Because I wouldn't have him on the live. I'm not going to debate him. I'm like, why are you sitting in my box all day? He didn't even load up, Sim. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
19.
I did this year, yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Just to give you some context, I guess. So my uncle, like back in the day, died in Afghanistan, and I saw Biden Harris administration obviously pulled out of that, and I was pretty pissed because I'm like, if my uncle died, I'm like, is this all for nothing? And I didn't like the way we pulled out. So ultimately, I turned right. My family's all left.
Can I give
So
you a
I just
different
wanted to get
perspective
your
on the matter?
opinion. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So Donald Trump actually set up that agreement with the Taliban to leave Afghanistan, and Biden actually just followed through with it. Donald Trump gave 5,000 people from the Taliban back to the Taliban, and some of those people were involved in the attack. Right, that led to like those service members dying. I ain't gonna lie. Thank you so much for the
Okay,
membership
for sure.
subscription. So like, that seems like it was just Trump's fault then.
I guess it's a fair statement. Yeah, I guess I should have educated myself more on that before I voted. As well as like when I was watching the campaigns, I was definitely watching a lot of the like Fox News and CNN, and I was seeing a lot of the things, but I never really heard any policy from Kamala compared to when I heard policy from Trump at a lot of the campaigns when I was watching it.
I think that's
So that
maybe
also
based on
kind of
like what
stirred
you're
my.
watching. Like, I would say just don't watch Fox and CNN. Those just don't watch them. Like, I would say best places you can go to: AP News, Reuters, PBS, NPR. Those are places you can go to, and then you can, from that basis, then look at the rest of the internet and see what everyone's thinking, and then respond to it and critically think about it. But I don't think just like looking at what CNN or Fox are saying is going to be the right way. But did you watch the debates?
Yeah, I watched a couple of them. Not too much though, because again, I'm still very much in college, so I'm still
Oh no,
very
no, no, no!
busy.
I don't mean my debates. I meant like the presidential
Oh,
debate.
oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, so in the presidential debate, she went over policies. And if you watch some of mine, if you did watch a few of mine, even prior to the election, I brought up policies all the time. So, I mean, maybe you didn't hear them as much because you were listening to them less or something like that, but she definitely did have policy.
All right, for sure. Definitely gonna educate myself more. I mean, definitely listening to you and then Dean, and like again, I did listen to a lot of Joe Rogan too, but that was due to like just kind of like him always bringing out celebrities. I've always watched him in his podcasts, and I also found it like I know like Kamala like her schedule is super packed, so I know she didn't go on for those reasons. But yeah, just not seeing her on there. Like I felt if I saw her on there or like there's more projection from the campaign, I would have maybe been steered left. I can't obviously take my vote back. Um, Definitely hoping for a different candidate other than Trump because I do not support a lot of his I guess actions morally too. Like he isn't morally a good person for sure. But
Mm-hmm.
I thought like good stuff was gonna happen. Obviously, like stuff has happened, good or bad, you could say probably more bad, but I don't know. With the Biden administration, I feel as though like just everything like around me was like kind of going wrong at that time. And I was like, maybe if I vote different, it'll change. I voted for Biden the first administration, or no, I didn't vote for Biden, but my family voted for Biden the first administration, and I just didn't see as much come out of that as I wanted. But I'm definitely hoping for better candidates in the future. So thanks for the debate.
Sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, July 30th, 2006.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
No, but before you kick me, I was wondering if...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you, though. Thank you. All right. So this next person up here, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. All right, it's not accepting people. Let me try the next person. Only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Howdy?
I'm the girl that said I'm not from the US. Please don't kick me. Please don't kick me.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for debates. Please, everyone, please only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. There's a lot of people that want to come up here and ask me questions. And that if I accept people who just are asking me questions, the entire time I'm adding up people, it's just gonna be like that. What's up, Mermaid? How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You a feminine bitch.
How old are you? Dude, what? What's the point of doing that, bro? Let's go on to the next individual. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You hear me? I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I think I just was looking at his stuff, and I mean, there was a lot of crime going on in my city, and I don't know. I didn't hear any plans that Kamala had to change anything.
Okay. Well, explicitly, Kamala Harris did have things to fix things. For example, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18 when implemented in 2021. It reduced childhood poverty by 45%. There was also the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to incentivize suppliers to build houses in places where people want to live to better off the housing crisis, and build significantly more houses. She wanted to build like 3 million new houses. The largest investments in renewable energy, like explicitly through the Inflation Reduction Act, right, were amazing. And she would extend those, which especially like builds up manufacturing in the United States. And it is the case that it makes us less dependent on foreign energy. And transitions us to like modern energy and what the future is going to look like. Because inevitably speaking, there's going to be at a cost curve where the technology becomes so good for renewable energy, where it's more efficient to use than any other form of renewable energy. Plus, there's plenty of what are called negative externalities that come from the certain energy we use right now through fossil fuels, like burning of them and stuff like that, which leads to like air pollution, which kills millions of people around the world per year.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that is true. I don't know. I just didn't do much like research that I should have, and I mean it's kind of annoying now to me. But like, what about like abortion? Like, when it's past the first trimester, isn't it more than just the zygote?
Yeah. So like what we're really trying to identify is what is the differentiating factor of when it's valuable and when it's not. If we clearly know that like zygotes and embryos aren't valuable, well, then it's going to be clear to me that we're going to have to identify some trait between the point in which it's an embryo and the point in which it's birthed, and insofar as that we would consider it valuable. And to me, that trait very clearly is sentience, or first-person subjective experience. So, that doesn't happen until 20 to 24 weeks. Prior to that point, I don't really see like an identifiable factor that you would consider morally valuable.
Well, okay. I guess. Yeah. I just feel pretty stupid voting for him now.
No,
all these past months.
You're good. I appreciate you. That's good to like critically think about that and to like think back on like the actions like that. I think that's incredibly like noble, and me alongside other people definitely like are happy that you're doing that. So appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good
Thank
day.
you. Of course, you as well. Emily, thank you so much for the $35 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Emily. Can we get some W's for Emily in the comment section for the $35? Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it, Emily. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Bradley, thank you so much for the $2. Maybe sometime we'll soon. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Leah, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. All right, I think I have caught up. And then Chloe, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I want a job in government and I'm a white man. And I've seen
You sound like you're 12, dude. What's your birth year?
81006.
Okay. So you're about to turn 19?
Yeah. I have a gay voice, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, you're getting kicked for that. That's crazy. What? What? What would that have to do with you sounding young? Like, genuinely, like, what? Bro, it's Pride Month. It's literally Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, by the way, everyone. D-Nice, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you, D-Nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
I was born in August 8th, 2006.
So, like, the same birthday as, like, the last person?
No, this is actually my birthday.
Okay. All right. So why do you support Trump?
Before I continue on, I don't endorse him anymore, but
Oh,
I
so you
supported
don't
him.
support him anymore?
No, I do. I did support him during the elections, mainly because of poverty in my area, and I was. You could also say I was watching biased news source where they would praise Trump and they would say, "Oh, Trump is gonna end all wars. He's gonna, bring a lot of jobs." And the past couple of months, I've seen that he's not been doing anything. My food prices are going up, my rent is going up, and now I'm leaning more towards left than I've ever before. I actually wish I voted for Kamala instead. Now, like, as I go back and as I do my research, I see that like Kamala's policies and all her plans for the future was much better than Trump's. Then why did I vote for this guy? And it's just a big realization that I should have like better done my research. It's just, yeah, I think that's one of the main points that I regret is not doing my research.
Yeah, that's totally valid. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. Appreciate you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Hello, can you hear me?
How old are you?
22.
22?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I have a question. What's Gen X, by the way? Thank you for the membership or the subscription on TikTok. Why do you think it's so crazy that someone's paying rent at 18?
No, I don't believe that they were paying rent at 18. I mean, how many 18-year-olds do you think are really paying all bills? I mean, it's very little.
Sure, but like, I mean, if someone says it, I'm not gonna like necessarily assume that's wrong or something, right?
I guess. But I voted for Trump, proudly.
It also depends where you live. Like, maybe that's true for like LA. Like in LA, it's, I mean, people will do with oftentimes with like roommates and stuff. But like, it's also significantly more common to like be with family or something, or to be with someone you know. But yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Yeah. So why so?
I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment, and the second thing is I'm also a big proponent of capital punishment for criminals. Donald Trump had a great plan for that.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, in terms of the death penalty, the 4% of people on death row are innocent. So if you engage in the death penalty, it kills innocent people.
Yeah.
So I think because it kills innocent people, it's morally wrong, and we should just allow people to stay in prison until we can identify that they were not of committing that crime. And then at the point in which we identify that, we can give them just compensation, right? Because like at that point, that's a fault of our criminal justice system, right? And I don't think that we should be killing people as a fault of our criminal justice system.
So can I give a disclaimer before I say something to make sure it's okay with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna respect your platform.
Go ahead.
So I mean, some things I'm gonna say are gonna sound insensitive. It's gonna be TikTok friendly, but it's gonna sound insensitive. But I mean, it is what it is when you talk about this. Like I said, so if we go back, I did just this idea that because one person or a few people could be innocent, that nobody should get it is ridiculous. We have very heinous people. For example, like Dylan Roof, somebody who's actually on capital punishment right now. He's on X row for what he did to a church in a hate crime. I don't think a person who does something on that caliber should be living. I mean, you can't tell me he shouldn't. And because somebody else might be innocent, there's no reason why he should live because somebody else might be innocent. That's ridiculous, if you ask me. Very ridiculous. Now, I do think. And
So I have a question. I have a question. What extra crimes is he going to be able to commit with a whole life in prison?
I mean, none really. None really.
So what actually do you get at all from killing them?
You get
satisfaction.
Yeah, satisfaction.
So I understand that you want satisfaction, and I empathize with the idea. But what I'm saying is that people who are innocent will be killed, and I don't think the satisfaction that we would get would justify the people who are innocent being killed. Does that make sense? Because it is the case that people aren't going to be able to go out there and harm other people. Now, if it is the case that it was preventing people from being and harming other people, you might have a different sort of argument. Even then, that's like, it's still really hard for me because we're still talking about innocent people,
Right.
And this is intentional too. Like, we know that this will happen, and we can prevent this from happening. So, to me, it feels like the best thing to do is to do that, even though it's not like I want people who have done these things alive. You know what I mean? Like, I purpose, like myself, if it's 100% certain that it happened to them, I don't give a fuck if they're not here anymore. You know what I mean? That's how I'm coming from, right? Because I think those things are so disgusting and horrible, right? Like, when it comes to certain crimes that, I don't care at that point. But like, at that same point, it just doesn't make sense for me to look for that satisfaction, knowing that that's going to lead to innocent people dying.
Okay.
I think it's almost selfish for me to do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, but I understand. I mean, I'm not going to change my opinion on it. But I do understand what you're saying because innocent people could be in life. But me just personally, and I'll leave it at this. I just believe that if we're doing it at a rate effective enough to where it's the majority, we're getting the majority. So if we're talking about, if we have 10 people lined up and 9 of them are actually guilty, I mean, one person, that's collateral damage. I think it's for the greater good. Do I think it's okay to execute innocent people? Absolutely not. But I mean, it's a human system. Humans are not perfect, and there are going to be instances where human error happens. But I think it's about limiting human error. That's just my opinion on it.
So then my point is that we can limit human error if we don't do the death penalty. So that's one thing. And then two, as it relates to this, with like that to me wouldn't be like a good enough reason to vote for Donald Trump, given all the other horrible views he has. Are you not familiar with maybe the other views that he has or the other views that Kamala Harris has?
I don't know if you heard when I first came up here, I said I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That was the biggest reason to vote in conservative. I vote conservative regardless of that because they hold the best platform for that.
Are you pro-life?
Yeah. What you say? Can you say that again?
Are you pro-life?
Not really. No, I'm not a woman, so I mean I could care less with whatever they do. I mean whatever they want to decide. Yeah, whatever.
So you're about the Second Amendment. Okay. Would there be a Second Amendment without the Constitution?
No,
No.
not necessarily.
So if Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because of a bullshit lie that he won the 2020 election, right? Wouldn't that be a threat to your Second Amendment?
Yeah. But I mean that quote that you just said, he said that the fraud of what happened in 2020 caused for the determination articles in the Constitution because it was. I'm not going to get into the election because we all know what went down.
We know, but do you agree with me that Biden won the 2020 election rightfully?
I agree that Joe Biden was president for 4 years.
But you don't agree that he won the election rightfully?
I mean, if you count people from the graveyards.
Okay. So you do hold that same position as Trump. Now, one thing is we can't talk about that because TikTok does enforce that recently, in terms of that. So I actually can't talk to you about that. I think that's an insane worldview, and there's no good evidence to indicate that. So I don't know why you'd believe that.
I just leave it. I'll leave it at this. I find it funny that everybody was more vigilant this election. I mean, it's gonna sound a little sarcastic, like I'm trying to be funny, but we watched a lot. One thing I've been saying since November 6th, we watched the graveyards this election, and somehow Trump won, and Trump won big. That's all I will say. I don't believe 80 something million people voted for Joe Biden. No, I don't. You couldn't pay me to believe it. But I mean, we could leave it at that.
There's good evidence indicating that it was the safest and most secure election in recorded history. That's just facts.
Well, I don't believe it.
Why? What establishes fact for you? Is it probability? What establishes it?
With fact? Yeah. I mean, I think evidence, like blatant evidence.
Okay, so probability. Yeah, so there is no blatant evidence indicating Donald Trump won the election. All the evidence indicates that he lost.
Do you realize how much he lost? If Trump did, in fact, not win 2020, do you know? I mean, he would have lost big. Do you remember the numbers? He would have lost big. How would somebody have lost that big in 2020 but won this big in 2024? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because people forgot about how Donald Trump was under 2020, right, under his administration, and it is the case that people were attributing inflation and the economic hardships to the Biden-Harris administration, and because of that, right, it is the case that people voted for Donald Trump. He didn't win so big. He won by a smaller margin than Biden did.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know why we're doing this, because I know you're talking about the popular vote. We elect presidents by the Electoral College. Donald Trump won this 312 to 226 in an electoral landslide. So he won big time this election. I mean, but that's neither here or there. I mean, I think I told you.
Do you think the popular vote is the way we should measure who wins the election?
No, absolutely not. We have if
by
we
the
by the
way, I got to remove you for civic knowledge and integrity. I knew that would happen. You see it. You can't even talk about it on TikTok. TikTok. I prefer this ban setup to the prior ones that have existed, but I really wish I could talk about that. I do wish I could talk about that. I don't get banned as much for practically anything else, but people get banned for that. I wish I could talk about that. What's the rule? So it's they just ban people for talking about the election. Literally just the election. Like I can't even debate them on that. Yeah, civic election integrity. I just got another flag. I literally just got the main account back too. I don't want to risk it, I shouldn't be doing that. Yo, how old are you?
Hey man, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
March 30, 2006.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I'm in Ohio.
Okay. What time is it?
What time is it? I like that little unibrow you got going there. You chopped ass hell, bitch.
You can't even turn your camera on, bro. And bro, what are you talking about? Bro. So funny. So funny. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Chat, real question. How is Dean's live going right now? How is Dean's live going right now? Emily, that is true. Emily, thank you for the $5. Capital punishment is at a greater cost than keeping someone in prison for the rest of their life. That is also another true fact. I do think that in terms of capital punishment, the innocent people dying argument should be enough. I feel like that should be enough. I feel like that's a really strong argument. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dean can't get any debates. That's very unfortunate. He has 10K views. It's crazy. His
Hey, what's up,
algorithm
man?
is so good. It's unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
May 21st, 2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I am actually not registered to vote, but I'm thinking about doing it next time. Which
Okay. But you support Donald Trump. Oh, he left. He just literally left. I didn't even do anything. He just left. Okay. He did seem young. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Do you support him still?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, like that other guy was talking about, I'm really pro Second Amendment. I liked his no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. But I wanted to talk about the capital punishment that you guys were talking about.
Before you do, can I address those points real quick?
What was that?
Can I address those points though?
Yeah.
So no tax on tips. You know that's like only 25,000 cash deductible, and people are already not reporting their cash. For overtime specifically, it's only a portion of overtime, so it's not like really the no tax on overtime, and then all the other taxes in the bill will increase your taxes net. So he's writing it off as like you're going to get a tax cut, but he's still going to increase your taxes.
So
unless you're in the top 20%.
The no tax on tips, that's only cash.
Yeah, it's only
Is that
cash.
what-
It's only cash, yeah.
Okay, well, that's stupid. But the capital punishment, we spend like $80 billion on prisons. I think the prison system is a joke. People that are in there for 40 plus years because they committed murder, we should not be paying for them to live. And then they
wait, but like the point then in response to this is that it's more costly to go through the context of capital punishment from a legal perspective than it is to keep them in prison for the rest of their life.
Why do you say that?
I've seen analysis that have indicated that. It's been a while since I've looked at them, but I know that's a true fact. I can find that information if you'd like.
Because I don't know. To me, just thinking logically, keeping someone in prison, paying for 3 meals a day, medical, that sounds a whole lot more expensive to pay for that for 40 years than to, I guess.
Sure, but sure. I think there are like legal costs involved that would cause it to be significantly more expensive.
Yeah. I think the prison systems need an update. The immigration as well. There was just while Kamala was in charge of the border, it was a.
What do you think she was a border czar?
Yeah, that's what.
So that's just a made up thing. She was never a border czar. The specific authority she was given at the border by Biden was to was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
Then how come so many people still came over here? Like, if she was trying to create those funds, I mean, there was a huge amount of people that were just coming over every single day, and they, like, whether it was Kamala or Biden, they just weren't doing anything about it.
So actually, that's just like, I mean, that's just, what do you mean they did nothing? Are you saying they kept the same laws as Trump and the same laws as Trump didn't do well?
No, I'm saying that. So, did you ever watch the news when there was 24,000 people a day or whatever coming over the border? They could have sent National Guard or more border patrol to secure the border rather than just letting people walk through.
So you're saying they could have done more border patrol. You know that they tried to do that through the bipartisan border bill, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill?
I did see that. That was some political...
So, I mean, they did try to do that.
At the very end, yeah. To try to get votes.
No, that was in 2023.
2023? What month in 2023?
It was May.
May.
It was co-authored by James Langford. a Trump endorsed Republican.
Okay. Do you want to talk about Second Amendment?
Sure. What about it?
Um,
How did Kamala Harris put your Second Amendment at threat?
Well, there was interviews. I don't know when they were, but her talking about going door to door, trying to do a buyback for weapons, and that just sounds dangerous.
Go door to door. She never said that.
There was videos of it.
For this election.
I don't know if it was this election, but it's what was on For You
Yeah.
page. And stuff.
Definitely made up. She definitely didn't hold that position for this election.
Let me see if I.
I really wonder where you heard that. You might be talking about something. If she said something like maybe from the 2020 race, but like she definitely did not echo that in 2024, even if that would be true. I don't even think she said that in 2020 though, because it's like when I first started paying attention, I didn't remember her saying something like that, like for a mandated buyback program. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, share the live. Door to door is wild, I know, right? You know, door to door buyback program. Oh yeah. Give it a second, everyone. Make sure to like this stream if you're on YouTube.
I'm not able to find anything on it right now.
You don't see anything?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
I'll let you get another guest up because I'm not educated.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right, I'll just ask the chat. Well, we can poll the chat. I know there's some people asking for it. Chat, would you prefer I continue for another 45 minutes by myself and then join Dean, or just join Dean now? Overall chat, whatever the chat wants me to do, I'll do. Because I could probably get some people for a bit. Maybe I need a poll. Should we do a poll? We'll do a quick poll on TikTok, and then I'll look at the people on YouTube because it's easier to see YouTube. Okay, everyone. Smiley face means we continue and stay here for 45 minutes and then join Dean. And then crying face means just join Dean right now. People are off to the races, chat. Just letting everyone know on YouTube, it is currently 33 to 36 on TikTok. Now it's 94, 96. Oh, hold up. There's 100 for smiley face and 98 for crying face. That means people want me to stay, right? I'm the one who made the fucking rules, and I'm my brain. Yeah, it means people want me to stay. Dean, people want me to go to Dean is the crying face. Chat, I didn't mean on YouTube. YouTube can't even put into it. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, Emily, I thought about maybe doing that, but yeah, no, I'll probably just post clips. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. It is in the bio, the link tree in the bio. Okay, people are telling me to stay on TikTok. Yeah, I see a lot more stays. Okay, we'll stay for 45 minutes and then join Dean. All right, everyone, tap the screen, like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. The algorithm is shot right now on TikTok because Dean's live. Dean just takes the entire algorithm. You know, there was a time where it was the other way around. Okay? There was once a time. You know, what's up, how do you?
I'm back. Shave that unibrow off, boy.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here real quick. You know, everyone on TikTok, I would just recommend to go over to the YouTube. That's where I'd recommend to go. The YouTube is great. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right.
Join.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
No, 18.
I actually kind of don't believe you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not vote.
Okay. I should have asked if he supported. I don't know why I just kicked him. Whatever. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, yo, what's good, boy? You should not have done a face reveal, yo.
What? I don't even know what he's talking about. Me doing a face reveal? I've always had my face on my account. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. All right, Lisa, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Give me some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Lisa. It's always good to see you. Appreciate it, Lisa. All right, everyone. Let me try another person. I think we're running out of gas. I mean, we have 39. We should be fine. We should be fine. It's just still kind of hard to get a guess. Plenty in the chat. See, I mean, the thing is, the people spamming MAGA in the chat oftentimes are the trolls. And or I can't even add them onto the live. This person is in his bio, crypto trillionaire, bro. Watch this. Watch this troll. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? What? You just joined. Hello? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You have an echo. That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Nice echo. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Trying to get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And you said you're 19. What month?
November.
November. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I really like Trump, what he's doing, less so as far as his policy, but more so about like the cultural effect of his presidency and his general attitudes, especially towards race. I've seen like since he's been in office, a lot of companies have been getting rid of their like diversity programs, and he did get rid of affirmative action, which is something that I like.
You want he didn't get rid of it. That was the Supreme Court.
He appointed the people to the Supreme Court.
they weren't the only. No, that's not the only reason. So specifically in terms
He
of
pushed to get rid of it.
again, in terms of like companies like not doing diversity programs, you're saying that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So you don't like diversity.
I don't think that diversity should be something that should be pursued. I think it's neutral. I don't think it's a good thing.
Okay.
Like
so
if it happens, it's fine, but it shouldn't be pursued.
what if it's representative of the population and that the lack of diversity is representative of problems that existed in this country historically?
Representative in one sense.
It's just showing of that.
Showing of what?
It's a byproduct of negative impacts throughout like history.
But when we talk about like we want our institutions to be representative or we want them to be diverse, like what kind of diversity are we talking about?
Representative of the population.
In what sense is it representative? Like how does it represent the
diversity?
Population? Yeah, but what is diverse? Like what is different about these people? Are we talking about are they different heights? Do they have different shoe sizes?
Are you asking it could be in terms of gender. It could be in terms of race. It could be in terms of
should it be in terms of like eye color, hair color, shoe size?
So
ear size?
Historically, have those things specifically had some sort of disparity that
I
has
mean,
been caused by historical negative impacts? Like which ones?
Let's say like left-handedness. Like left-handed people were certainly discriminated against throughout the past.
Yeah, is there a distinction in anything in terms of disparities based upon being right-handed versus left-handed from an economic perspective?
I doubt it. But
Okay.
left-handed
So
people
then-
were
so
still
then what's your point?
discriminated against throughout history.
So okay, I understand. What's your point though?
My point is that I think the reason why there's no disparity between left-handed people and right-handed people is because we choose to treat left-handed people the same as right-handed people. We don't view them differently. We don't view them as some sort of diverse group that represent diversity.
But we still, I mean, you can still recognize the difference because it is the case that it's not negatively impacting people anymore, right? In that sort of manner in the United States, at least in typical.
The reason why I think it's not negatively impacting people is because we don't view left-handed people as different from right-handed people. We don't put them in a separate category.
We do. They have left and right-handed. That's two separate categories.
That's not like on a job application though. That's not like any
because it doesn't have any relevance. Diversity program. Because at this point in society, people aren't disenfranchised on that to a degree in which
I think if we want to reach a point in society where people aren't disenfranchised on race, we shouldn't recognize people's races. We shouldn't view them differently based on their race.
So you're just saying the way to address racism. No, you're saying the way to address racism is to be quote unquote colorblind, which then doesn't acknowledge racism, right? That exists and still negatively impacts people. And I think that's a harmful perspective because it doesn't acknowledge that.
Okay, but think about all the racism that's caused. Like, have you ever heard the term DEI hire? Or diversity hire? Have you heard the term diversity hire?
Yeah, that's quite literally just racist being like racist Republicans saying shit on the internet.
Okay, but there's racism that's been created by these diversity programs, right? You've admitted that
racism that's been created. No, it's racist.
Diversity hire is a
it's
racist term, right?
It's racist that specifically use the term in a derogatory context. That is harmful.
Okay, but that term wouldn't exist if we didn't have diversity programs.
That doesn't change anything. You understand that they're going to use plenty of things throughout history in order to be able to demean people. Anything that is specifically used to benefit people, they're going to use against them. Like, for example, is that indicative of pride being bad because homophobes will use pride against gay people? No.
Pride, like the term? Like,
yeah. A lot of homophobes will use pride in of itself, right? All right, against gay people.
How would you use that against... Like you call them.
Go to the debate that I just had on Piers Morgan and go look at the comment section.
It's all
Eric,
like pride.
Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I mean, yeah, I don't think we should do pride either for that reason too.
You don't think we should do pride?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think we need to make a distinction between people based on their sexuality or celebrate sexuality.
What do you mean make a distinction? You mean wait, pride is meant to specifically accept people, right, who are gay, because people who are gay have not been accepted historically. The LGBTQ plus community deserves acceptance and hasn't been acceptance, and that's the point of pride. And
yeah, but I don't think it needs
pride
to be
is effective in
emphasized.
doing that, right?
I mean, I see the purpose for it for sure, but I think if we really want to get rid of discrimination, I think we need to move in a way where everybody's treated the same. I think people have this idea that, you know, the culture, you know, decides the law, but I think in a sense, like,
That's what pride is
culture
about.
can
Pride
come,
is about
culture can
making
come
sure
from the
that
top
straight
down,
people
you
and
know?
gay people are treated the same.
Yeah, but I think culture can come from the top down in the sense that when we choose to acknowledge something, we choose to say that something is important, that people will view it as important. Like, they've done studies where they took classrooms of elementary students and they divided them up based on like eye color, and they said like the blue-eyed people over here, the brown-eyed people over here. And even though that nobody cared about eye color at first, because they started like dividing them up based on it, then the kids started to resent each other based on their eye color. You can create discrimination when you make divisions in people.
Wait, that's exactly what racists did, specifically utilizing race. And now, because of the detrimental impacts, we can't just say we're not going to do it, not going to look at it, because those detrimental impacts exist. If those detrimental impacts didn't exist, well, then obviously it would be treated that way.
But we shouldn't have race. We should get rid of it. We should dissolve it as an idea.
That doesn't actually help people, though, because it is the case that race is still important to society in terms of acknowledging how people are negatively impacted or marginalized within our society.
Do you think an ideal society will have race? Would have race?
In an ideal society?
Yeah.
Obviously, it would exist as a concept, but it wouldn't be used to harm people.
Why would it exist as a concept?
Why would it does? I don't think you can. I don't think you can get rid of the idea. It already exists.
Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't be considered about people. It wouldn't be
sure
like a way of considering people in an ideal society, right?
Sure.
See, I think if we acknowledge that an ideal society is colorblind,
that's not what I'm saying. That's totally different. You just made a huge jump.
Okay, so what are you saying? You said we should like.
What was your question? Clarify it.
Should we judge people based on their race? Should that be a factor in judging someone's, character, their qualifications, their abilities? And making decisions about them?
In some circumstances, for example, right? Do you think that white people should be able to say the N-word?
Do I?
Yeah.
I suppose not.
The fact that it took that long is crazy. Okay. The fact that it took that long is crazy. So addressing that, right? Absolutely, right? White people shouldn't be able to say that word. Should you look at people who are white in a manner differently because they're white when they say that? Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to acknowledge these types of things to acknowledge racism within our society. So you acting colorblind will not allow you to acknowledge racism that impacts our society.
Yeah, but I think it'd be preferable if we got to a point where the N-word wasn't an issue anymore, and it wasn't like a big racial issue.
I'm sorry, that's just crazy, because it is, and you just can't just write that away. You can't write away the history of it. And to say that we would ever get to a point like that is diabolical. Like, as if we, within our lifetimes, are just going to write away the history of racism. Like, what? It's so fucking crazy. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Zach. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We were just looking for some debates. Okay, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the same person that came up earlier. All right, let's give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just disagree with that last guy you had up here because I feel like white people should be able to say it.
Oh my god, dude, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Jesus Christ, dude. So the next person up here only sent a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Okay, give it a second, everyone. It's taken a minute to get people up here. Do give it a second. Yeah, we maybe at a point we gotta join Dean. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
20. Yes.
Did you vote for him?
No, I wasn't in the US at the time.
But you are now?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I mean, he keeps peace in the world, you know. In India and that other country have conflict. He keeps peace.
Okay. So you said he keeps peace. Did you know that he's increased the amount of conflict around the world? Can you tell me
No, I
one
didn't
thing
know
that
that.
can you tell me one thing he's done specifically to keep peace?
He resolved the Indian and that other country's problem. He's working Russia-Ukraine problem.
India claimed
I mean,
India claimed that he didn't, and that
I mean,
he
I
never
don't
came
give
to
a
them.
fuck what India claims.
What's up?
He said he did, man. You know, I
So
don't
it
know.
only matters if Trump says he does, but not if India says he did?
No, but like, you know, I don't know. It's like two different people are telling two different things, and it's confusing. But like, I chose Trump because he's a political figure. He spoke truth about almost everything, and you people like Democrats, you are really pissing me off because you say like gay people and all that kind of stuff, LGBTQ are okay, but I don't think so. And I'm not a hater. Be gay if you want to, but
Wait, you said that you have an issue with it. What's the issue?
yeah, like because when I have a kid, yeah, I don't want him to grow up in the LGBTQ
Why?
community. I mean, because I just don't want to be, because I don't want people that think that it's normal that you attracted to them gender.
Wait, what is
How can the race,
wait, hold on. What does normal mean?
like, how can you make baby with another man if you're a man? You can't.
Wait,
How
so
can the
normal
people?
is about whether or not you can reproduce with each other? I have a question.
Yes,
If a man
yes,
wait,
yes.
wait, if a man is with a woman who cannot reproduce, right? Is
Yeah.
that not would you say that's not normal?
It is normal, and I don't
It
I
is
don't
normal.
care if
Okay.
like.
Wait, so even if
Wait, give me a second, give me a second.
even if the relationship doesn't lead to reproduction, you would still call the relationship normal. So if you call that relationship normal,
Yes.
then why would you call an LGBTQ plus relationship like not normal?
I mean, just it's not because if a woman can't reproduce, there is a problem in her system. You know, if a man can't reproduce with another man, it can't because you know
But you
biology.
can do IVF. Who cares? It doesn't matter. You don't need to reproduce with your partner, right? Again, I can give
No,
you an
you don't need
example.
to.
I can
And
give
I'm
you I
not.
can give you an example, right, of a woman specifically who's born without a uterus, who cannot give birth,
I mean,
right? So
yeah, but that's like
naturally she can't have children. So if naturally she
and
can't
how
have
many women
children,
are there
would it
like
be
that?
if naturally she can't have children, would it be wrong to be in a relationship with her?
No, it wouldn't. I'm not saying it's wrong to
No.
be
Okay, so then
in
you just contradicted yourself.
no. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm not saying if you want to be gay, be gay. I don't care. But if you have like parades and all that stuff, I don't just know, bro. Like,
What's wrong with pride parades?
why does my kid have to watch them in the street, like telling it's okay to kiss another man. Like, what the
What's
fuck?
wrong with that?
Because people can't.
Are you saying
continue.
that pride parades make it too enticing for your kid to be gay?
No, it's just like, why you don't need be
so
proud
then
at home.
so
I'm
then,
not
so
saying.
then, so wait, so
give me
then
a
what's the
second, give me a
issue?
second.
If then what are you scared about?
The
Push the feather
issue,
mask.
the issue is
What issues? Oh, he left. Okay. Alrighty. That is really ridiculous. That was really ridiculous. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, everyone, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You don't just choose to be gay. Saying I don't want my kid to be LGBTQ plus is like saying I don't want my kid to have blue eyes. I know, right? Literally, like no one chooses their sexuality. Like I always ask people this question, like, did you choose to be straight? And if they say they did, well, then I ask them, could you choose not to be straight? And like they don't have an answer to that question.
Sure.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
December.
You got it wrong. You'd be 17.
No.
Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Absolutely sure about this.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 30, bro.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just don't like Kamala.
Kamala. Why so?
I just don't think she's that great of a person.
So do you support Trump?
No, not really, but I just don't.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on the live? You said you preferred Trump to Harris, so then you don't? Okay. They contradicted themselves. It's okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Have I talked to you?
No.
How old are you?
33.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? They left. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
More than Kamala.
Kamala. Would you vote for him?
Yeah, I did vote for him, yes.
Okay, why so?
So, I typically align more with conservative values. He was the primary candidate for that role. I also liked his stance on immigration and I guess foreign policy. I am in favor more of also lower taxes as well. So I feel like in general, all those kind of aligned to make me go towards more Trump than Kamala.
Okay, so you said lower taxes, and what was the other one?
Foreign policy and immigration.
Foreign policy and immigration. Okay, so lower taxes. So did you know that he's actually increasing taxes with plenty of respect? So, for example, for tariffs, within his big, beautiful bill, the bottom 80% of Americans will see an increase in their taxes after tax, right? After tax income will go down for them, whereas the top 20% will see tax cuts disproportionately for the richest. And there'll be disproportionately more tax increases the lower income you get within the big, beautiful bill.
Can I ask you a cool question on that? So is this big, beautiful bill the one that's causing all the feud on the internet right now? Or is he talking about something that's more in the past? So do you know that he was kind of pressured into that bill by Congress? Because his tax rates, he had traditionally low tax rates from his previous term. They were coming to expire. And the only way he was able to, I guess, kind of he thought that if the taxes went back up, it would cause a recession and everything would be kind of fucked. So in order, he basically had to, I guess, give in to more what Congress wanted to get. So that's kind of where that big beautiful bill
The
came
taxes
into
going
play.
up to Obama's level would not cause a recession. What would cause a recession would be the tariffs that Donald Trump's advocating for.
Okay, so explain to me your understanding of tariffs, please.
Yeah, it's a tax on a foreign import.
Okay, so why would that cause a recession?
Well, I can argue two separate ways, right? I
Okay.
think I'm going to argue a way that's relative to current events, but I can argue the other way if it's more effective with you. So,
I mean, just do both ways. I'm curious.
Sure, yeah, I can do both. So first off, in terms of this, do you like Elon Musk?
Don't really care for Elon Musk, but sure, we could just say I like him. I don't really have any reason to dislike him. So sure.
How do you
I like
feel about
Elon
him
Musk.
saying that Trump's tariffs would cause a recession?
I honestly have no opinion on that because, like I said, I don't really like Elon Musk, but I don't really dislike him. So I'm just gonna say I like him for the sake of this argument. Did he actually say he thinks that these tariffs are gonna, I guess, cause a recession?
Yeah, you can go
Was
on
this
Twitter.
recently during their feud? Were these
Yes.
recently during his feud, or was this previously when he first was talking about this?
Recently during feud.
So do you think that could be a combination of the stuff that's going on with this big beautiful bill and their, I guess, like conflict now? Because his tariff plan has been something that's been long in the making, even during their friendship. If Elon Musk was silent about that issue during his friendship,
Yeah.
do you think that it's a combination of that and the big beautiful bill?
I think that shows reason that that he was hiding this information and being biased towards Trump, and then now that that they've had this little breakup, he's no longer biased towards Trump.
Wait, can you repeat that first part again? I just heard the
Yeah, I was just saying
bias toward-
he kept the information to himself because he was biased towards Trump, because he thought he could get something in terms of the balance of the budget. Right? He didn't get that, so then clearly his bias went away, and it is the case
Okay.
now he's looking at it clearly in terms of the tariffs. But I can also explain to you from another perspective of how it would likely cause tariffs, or how tariffs would likely
Sure, I would
cause a
love that.
decrease. Well, one, just the impact of implementing them, even with pausing them, right, has led to a reduction in the GDP so far. We saw multiple quarters of GDP growth, right, accounting for real GDP growth for multiple quarters, several quarters, right, under the Biden-Harris administration prior to Donald Trump. And then as soon as Donald Trump gets to office, that happens, right? And practically no other developed country around the world did this happen with.
So let me ask you this: do you think that, I guess, the state of the economy was better under Biden and Harris than it is now?
Yes.
Because you're talking about the last couple quarters, but
Yeah, last
for those
quarter was
years
better
in
than this
his-
quarter.
Last quarter was better than this quarter.
Well,
What about the previous 3 years?
technically it's quarter 2 right now, so I meant to say quarter 4 2024 was better than
No, I know
quarter
what you meant.
1 of 2025.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I'm just meaning, like, in terms, if you look at his the entire presidency of Harris, Kamala, not Harris, Kamala. I'm sorry, Biden, Harris. You know what I mean. But do you think that that economy was actually, like, strong if you look at the whole entire thing of what they did during those 4 years, or are you just like the last year after it was already being down? It's easy to go up when you're already at basically the bottom.
They weren't basically at the bottom. That's a ridiculous standpoint in terms of GDP.
Well, compared to where
GDP continued to rise throughout the entirety of that time period, even real GDP.
I see. And was that GDP higher than what it was before Biden took office, when it was steadily increasing?
Yes, real GDP was higher.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I'm just gonna assume it is.
Do you want me to
just
show
for
you?
your sake. I would love that, actually, because I'm curious about what the GDP was when Trump left versus right, I guess, during that middle of Biden's term. So I guess, yeah.
I got you.
Cool.
Hold up. Wrong one. Screen capture. Gross domestic product. There we go.
Oh, I love that you could show your screen. Nice.
I know. This is the great thing about this. Do you see this?
Yeah, so we're looking at 1947 through 2025.
This is under Trump's administration. And then you can
Right.
see that throughout the entirety, this is real GDP. So accounting for inflation, the entirety of the
So it
administration.
looks like, okay.
And then you
so
can see a little
you're
bit
definitely
decrease right here. Do you see the little decrease right here? In
I
2025?
see the decrease in 2025. Is that, yeah, I see it. The
And it was
yeah,
it was
I see
going
what
up
you mean.
every single quarter prior.
So, but also at the same time, with this, you were right about that GDP going up steadily. But doesn't this show you too that also, I guess, no matter who was in president, because this is showing since 1947 that we were on the increase in
Yes,
GDP
you see,
every single year, anyways.
Yes, practically.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it's, I guess if we're going in that direction, let me ask you a different question and try to take the conversation a
But
different
I
way
was
when
just,
it
I
comes
was
to, I
just
guess,
disputing
Trump.
it based
Oh, go
upon a
ahead. Go ahead.
factual basis. Like I agree that that
No, you
trend
were
is
right.
likely to occur regardless of president.
Yeah, you were right on that. I agree with you there. Let me ask you this then, in terms of, I guess, Trump and or Kamala. I felt like another big
Kamala.
reason, I guess, for yeah, I keep mixing them up, man. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Just say
But I
Harris.
guess Harris, yeah, that makes it easier. So I guess when it comes to Trump versus Harris, a big thing too was, I guess, a lot of the hypocrisy that I was able to see through, I guess, Harris with a lot of her, it seemed like she was just kind of like a pathological liar. Do you think that, I guess, Biden was even conscious throughout his like most of
Yeah.
his term?
Yeah,
You
he was
do?
conscious. Yeah, he was conscious, but I agree there was cognitive decline, but he was conscious. I think that you're overshooting it.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So explain to me what the reality was then and like how I'm overshooting, because it seems like we just didn't really have a president who was all the way there, and Kamala was actually the one making
Kamala.
all the decisions. Yeah. So Kamala was
No,
actually the one making.
no,
a
she
lot of
wasn't
the
making all the
decisions.
decisions. Joe Biden. I agree. Joe Biden had cognitive decline, but you saying he's not there at all is just objectively false.
Okay, not there at all, but you know what I mean. Like not there enough to be like a completely reasonable, making smart decisions for the, I guess, the whole country, basically.
He was making decisions that applied for the whole country. And he might have been a little bit. It might have taken him a little bit extra time, but that doesn't change anything.
You see, then I guess this is, I mean, there's no way to ever really know for sure, but I'm just gonna have to like, I guess, disagree with that. I feel like he really wasn't in that place just based on, I guess, a lot of the interviews that I saw, and it kind of falls back onto the next logical thing that they were kind of campaigning on contradictions. Kamala was saying all these
Kamala.
great things that she was gonna, Kamala was
Just
saying all these great
Harris.
things. Dude, I keep fucking it up, man. But Harris was saying all these things that were gonna be great under her campaign, but it was like she was already in office for 4 years. So why wasn't it done then? That was another big turning point that I guess also made Trump seem more favorable. What do you think about that?
This is like saying, why didn't Trump do everything that he was advocating for in this administration and his first administration?
Did he not try? What was something that he said he was going to do?
Oh, so Kamala Harris
and
did try.
didn't do?
Oh yeah, the build the wall, stop all the
But he
wars,
started.
end the Russia-Ukraine conflict day one. We can go on a million things.
Oh, but we're going on a different type of like.
he was gonna drain the swamp.
Now.
He's gonna drain the
Yeah,
swamp.
but you're talking about issues that like were affecting him now. Like when we were voting at the time, I couldn't know that Trump was gonna like actually not stop that Ukraine Russia war on day one. I'm talking about
I
in
understand.
previous presidency.
No, I'm talking. Oh, you're talking about the previous presidency?
Yeah, because when we're voting, I only have, I guess, knowledge of what he did in his previous
No.
presidency. I don't know what's going in his future.
I'm talking about from hindsight now. I actually don't
well,
care
in
what you would have
hindsight-
thought at that time. I care what you think now.
I see, but I thought you were talking about like why do you support Trump? Oh,
yeah,
you're
like
talking about
why do you still
I see what
support him?
you're saying.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
I mean, is it like just why do you support him in general? Or is it why would you
Like, why do
is
you
it- the
still
better question is,
support
Do I
him?
regret my decision? Do I regret my decision?
Essentially.
Okay, so I'm still gonna have to go with no. I do not regret my decision. I'm gonna still say I support Trump because I just don't think that Kamala Harris would have done a better job than I guess how Trump is doing it now. But I'm curious
What
about
makes you
what
think
you
that?
think. Again, just based on a lot of like incompetence from that Biden Harris first term, where
Okay,
she's
what did they
campaigning
do
on the
that
fact-
demonstrated incompetence?
Just throw spending through the absolute roof.
What? Wait, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
I feel like it wasn't there some. I saw a chart that showed government spending, and it was significantly higher when under Harris.
So
and Biden
what
than
you're
it was
looking
under
at
Trump.
is just government still spending that happened under the administration, not what they
Right.
signed into law. I'm referencing the effect that they had on the spending, not just the spending in of itself. So what people are showing you is kind of a misleading statistic. It's exactly what Charlie Kirk does. He'll only talk about that statistic, but he won't address specifically, right, like what was signed into law by the administration. He'll only address what debt was just incurred under the administration because it makes himself look better.
Right. So then I guess you're saying that even though there was debt incurred under the administration, because they didn't sign on it directly, it is not their responsibility.
Yeah.
So they have no impact on that at all. It's just the government just spent that money and they just
Yeah.
have no say in it. What happens?
Yeah, it could only be what they sign into law.
Okay, so I guess, and so they saw, I mean, you clearly know more on this than I do in this scenario. I honestly didn't know that difference, and that the fact that they signed more into law than Trump did.
Yeah,
That
and you
doesn't
can
make
get this
things more
from the
interesting
Committee
to me.
for Responsible Federal Budget.
The only problem is I'm still like, it's still baffling my mind about the part where you're saying that I guess they have no correlation or no impact on that at all. It's just if they didn't sign into law and it happened, no control over it, not my problem. I still feel like I guess I kind of disagree on that. That is there like a way you can, I guess, show me that that's how it works? Like if there's government spending that's going to incur so much so, but it had nothing to do with who was like I guess in office right now. So you're saying that I guess if Trump had gotten that second term, we would have seen the exact same government spending that wasn't signed into law.
Well, actually, the big beautiful bill will add more debt-related spending than the entirety of the non-COVID related debt spending under the Biden-Harris administration.
Under the non-COVID related spending.
Yes, debt spending signed into law by the Biden-Harris administration. You see what I mean? Just with one bill, and this is in the first few months. So yeah, like I would get this
You're
point
making
if
a
he
good argument.
if he
You're making
actually
a good
balanced the
argument.
budget. But if you cared about balancing the budget, if you cared about financial responsibility, well, then you would be in supporting of Democrats.
You see, so I guess I grew up a lifetime Democrat. I'm from California. It just seemed like stuff was getting kind of out of control. But to that point, how would you, I guess, manage that? So go back to my first point then, because in my head, like I feel like from what I've heard and my understanding of the situation is Trump didn't like this big, beautiful spending bill. It was just because his tax cuts were expiring, and this was the only way he can get Congress to meet him in the middle, essentially. So are you saying that that's not how things went? He wanted this big, beautiful bill, start to finish.
If he actually cares about balancing the budget, well, then he should give up on the tax cuts, essentially.
But that's kind of one of the core
Tax cuts for the rich.
foundations
Like,
of-
if he gives up on the tax cuts for the rich, he would pass the bill very easily.
You see, but isn't that one of like I guess the founding principles of conservatism? It's like low taxes. It's not only low taxes.
But you
for
could do
just
low.
the rich, is
How
it?
about this? Low taxes for the low and middle income. And this is actually something I said on Jubilee. I went on Jubilee, and my middle ground statement was, let's do tax cuts for low and middle income individuals. That
Okay,
seems like
so how would,
that
I
seems
guess-
like something Republicans should support, and like Democrats will support that because it gives more relief to people who are in need.
It does, but is that better for the entire economy? The way my mind is like thinking of this now, when you're
Not
thinking of I guess, the top
necessarily.
1%. Wait, let me finish this sentence real
Go
quick.
ahead.
I'm sorry. So when you're thinking of I guess this whole entire like what you just said, it seems good, right? You lower taxes for the lower and middle class, and that is a lot of people. But what I'm I guess concerned about is, isn't it that top 1%, those billionaires and millionaires who I guess combined still have more money than all of I guess those lower middle? So even though you're taxing the lower now, I guess the money is not actually being saved or like actually helping, because it would be more beneficial if you didn't tax those rich people, because in the end they still have more combined money. Or am I tripping?
That doesn't make any sense to me. It makes most sense to tax people who are richer because it doesn't take away from their cost of living. Right?
I agree in the sense that it wouldn't like I guess hurt their cost of living, yeah. But I'm just thinking of I guess the benefits of why people I guess want to tax the rich, because I guess or not tax the rich because of trickle down stuff. Like if you tax the rich, it's just going to lead them to I guess firing more people, and that's going to really hurt the lower class.
Technically not, because you're taxing their profits.
But isn't
You're
what their
taxing
profits-
the. So think about it this way: if you run a business, you still pay yourself an income, right?
Right.
Either you pay yourself an income or you make money off of capital gains, right? So either we need to
Yeah.
address capital gains tax, or we need to address the fact that they are getting an income off of their business, right?
Right.
So they're still taking an income, right?
Right. So from my understanding
So that's
I
what
guess
you're
that top
taxing.
1%. Yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying. But isn't not that I guess the very richest people
Can I
already
give you an
paid, like,
example?
tons?
Like the
Yes, you
Biden-Harris
can. I would love
administration
that.
was only going to increase taxes on people's income over $400,000. Meaning, if you make $400,000, or if you made $399,999, you would pay $0 more in taxes. But if you paid $400,001 in taxes, you would only pay more taxes on that $1 over 400,000. So
Damn.
that's it. That's the only taxes that were going to go up, and they were going to add less to the debt, and they were going to cut taxes for low and middle income families. That's what I'm saying. Like
So what do you-
that's like incredible policy comparative to what Donald Trump had, economic policy. And for some reason, right, people, instead of looking at any of the details of the economic policy, just assume the Biden-Harris administration was worse for the economy because inflation happened under their administration. I'm like, bro, we got to be very more critical here. We have to think about things more critically. And if we don't, we're going to get people in office like Donald Trump that are just lying to the American people, telling them that fucking other countries are the ones paying the tariffs, when it's clearly the American businesses that are importing the product that then pass it down to the American consumer.
You're talking, yeah. So you mentioned that it's like taxes on profit and stuff. So I guess, what about, is that also related to, I guess, like income tax or not? Profit tax and I guess income tax is not the same.
Income tax is based upon the profits, yes.
Okay, so then what about, I guess, like no income tax states like Texas, for example? Do you think that's like a good policy?
Wait, restate that?
Do you think Texas, for example, has a no income tax like in that state? Do you think that's a good policy that
No.
benefits everybody? Why?
No, because it is the case that they have to increase property taxes in order to account for that, which is a regressive tax, oftentimes. Or they do sales tax, which is regressive, right? So the tax still exists. You're still paying it. You just pay it at a different place. You know what I mean? And who does it impact disproportionately? People who are lower income spending a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Right.
So like if
I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You were
No,
saying?
no, you go ahead. Oh no, I'm gonna say you've honestly been leaving me a lot to think about. I feel like I've been educated a lot, and I want to do more research and understand. I'm sure there's a lot of people waiting to debate, so if you don't mind keep yapping, we can. But I just feel like you've left me with a lot to think about, and
All right.
I agree with a lot you said.
I'll give you more to think about. Keep going.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right, no worries, buddy. Thanks.
Keep thinking about that. That's good. And also, I would recommend go back and watch back the conversation on YouTube, because the live stream is on YouTube. I'll give you the timestamp. We are currently at 3 hours and 59 minutes. Just before 4 hours is the end of the conversation. So I would recommend to go back and watch that. I think that was a good debate. So I would recommend to go look into that, because I think that was a good debate. I think it was productive. I think you learned a lot. I learned some too. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Hannah, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Would we ever consider doing a podcast on current events? Yes, maybe sometime. If I had time, yeah, I might try to. I get you. I might stick into like what I'm best at though. Like I feel like I'm best at spending my time on doing debates and convincing people in conversations like this. And there are probably a lot of other people out there that are better doing, instead of debates, that type of educational content outside of that. I feel like this is the educational content that I'm best at. Diana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. A lot of people tell me to run for office. I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna be totally honest. Like, I just genuinely don't know if I would have the mental health to run for office. Like, it's something I've really thought about a lot recently. I just genuinely don't know. Yotza, how old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I wasn't old enough during the election, but I would have if I could have.
Okay, so you do support him still?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Well, okay, let me get this straight. I don't support him as a person. I don't agree with his like character, but then again, I'm not encountering him every day as on a personal level. He's the president, right? So I agree with him being the president. I just don't agree with his character.
So if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
I would, yes.
Okay. So what do you support about him? You said his policy. Can you name a policy?
Yeah, his policy on abortion is the biggest one for me.
Okay. Well, so like what specifically?
Okay, well, if it were up to me for abortion, I would make it so it's very, very limited for very limited cases. And I think Trump's policy is closest to that rather than Harris's, where it's just a free for all.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry, I was texting back my friend Matt.
I said if it was up to me, I would make it so abortion is people have very, very limited access to abortion, and Trump's policy is closer to that than to Harris's, which is hers is just basically a free for all.
Okay, so for abortion, so you want to leave it up to the states. You want to restrict abortion access.
Yes.
Okay, so like, are you okay with women who have been assaulted having restricted access to abortion?
I think the only times it should be okay, and it shouldn't even be like if I think the only time it should be legally okay to do is if it's a case of incest or if it's a case of like rape.
And medical complications.
And for the woman, yes.
Yeah, okay. So here's my question. Why to you, from a perspective of understanding, say at the beginning of pregnancy, for someone, be like, someone could have health complications from pregnancy. If they don't want to go through pregnancy because it is the case that like they don't want to have a kid at this point in their life and they might do it in the future, would it make sense for them to not risk the ailments of going through pregnancy, right, from a medical perspective, right, and get access to an abortion at an early point in pregnancy, given it is the case that there's no harm that you're going to be engaging in towards anything at that point? It's an embryo or a zygote. It's like practically nothing.
Yeah, sorry, what's like the question though?
I'm essentially just asking, like, why wouldn't you consider like the health effects that it could have on like the pregnant individual comparative to
Why wouldn't they consider that before they got impregnated is my question.
what? Like, are you saying stop having sex?
1 second.
Look at a repost. Are you do you have a Dean repost?
Yeah, I do, but it's not like it's because I was in it.
It's because you were in it?
Yeah, I just need 1 second, sorry.
So you don't like Dean? Hello?
It's not that I don't like him, it's just that I don't agree with him. I was debating him.
Okay. That's surprising. Typically people who disagree with Dean don't like Dean.
Okay, I don't like Dina.
Okay. Damn, okay.
I just need wait 1 second, sorry.
That's unfortunate. He's going to be really sad when I tell him that.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
You know, I think Dean might cry after that, actually.
After what?
After you just said that. That was incredibly disrespectful to him. Wow, so
Okay.
mean to him.
All right. Okay, and
Okay. I'm just trolling. Go ahead, you were saying?
what was I saying? We were talking about abortion.
Yeah. Yeah, we were like addressing it, and I was giving you a response. Like, why would you care about the effect on a zygote and an embryo that has no experience when there is an experience of a woman that's being impacted and her medical health is also impacted?
In response to that, I said, why wouldn't the woman have thought about that?
Yeah, and like, is that you just saying that like people shouldn't have sex?
They shouldn't have unprotected sex.
So if it's protected, you can get an abortion?
If it's protected, then okay, I think me personally, I'm waiting until marriage. So like that's me taking precautions because I don't want to get pregnant.
Okay. So for everyone else that isn't you, should we be forced by the law to do that? No, I don't think so, right? I'm not going to do that.
No.
That's not fucking happening, okay? So if by
Okay.
chance, right, it ends up happening, should I be able to should my girlfriend be able to go get an abortion, or should I go to prison for paying for it?
I don't think she should be able to.
So I should go to prison for paying for it.
Yeah, sure.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd put me in prison for paying for my girlfriend's abortion in the first
Well,
the first
you wouldn't be able to
trimester. So like
because it would be
say
illegal.
she got an abortion pill. No, we got some underground abortion pills.
Mm-hmm.
And she did the abortion that way. Like you'd say, you'd put me in prison for that?
Because it would be an illegal drug.
So? You put me in prison for that?
So it would be illegal, yeah.
Okay.
Or you'd get fined or whatever.
So why do you care about an embryo? What's
Hold on.
valuable about it?
That it's going to become a human life.
It's going to become a human life. It is a human life, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
At conception. So you value it at conception? I have a question. Do you think you can look at a human being through a microscope?
What do you mean?
Do you think that you could look at a human being through a microscope?
Yes.
Yeah?
In what context?
You think Ant-Man exists?
What?
You think Ant-Man exists?
Who is Ant-Man?
What are you talking about? You think you can look at human beings and people under microscopes?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You gotta look up Ant-Man.
No.
What do you mean? You've never heard of Ant-Man before?
No.
I'm serious though. That's like you actually believe in that. You believe that people can shrink down to microscopic levels so that you can see them through like a microscope.
Okay.
Really? I have a question. Is it possible that you could ever mistake a person for a microorganism?
No.
No, it's never possible?
No.
So you're telling me you'd be able to tell the distinction between like a zygote of another species and a human zygote?
You probably wouldn't be able to.
Okay. So then isn't that problematic then, given what we just explained?
What's the problem? I'm so confused.
What did I just explain? I said, could you ever mistake a human being for a microorganism? And you're saying that you can't tell the distinction between a human microorganism and a microorganism of another species. Given that you can't tell the difference between them, then it would be the case that you could mistake a microorganism for a human being, which would then be a contradiction. And Chad, what happened with Dean getting banned? What just happened? I was about to join Dean. I was about to join him. There's a lot of people that just joined my live chat. We just literally gained like over 1,000 viewers. Dean was cooking. What happened? Let me call him, chat. Let's call him.
Hello?
The stream can hear you, man. What happened?
Well, we got taken down for misinformation, a week ban after I absolutely grilled the fuck out of an idiot.
You got taken down for misinformation? Really?
Yeah, I got banned from the kitchen for burning the steak. That's a great one. Yo, shout out to T for the $10 on Super Chat for the phenomenal analogy. Yeah, we got taken down, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I had like 1,000 people join me on TikTok.
Base, man. Well, I'm really hoping here that, we get our account back. We submitted the appeal. I don't know. Usually those misinformation bans, you never really know. Sometimes you get the account back, sometimes you don't. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, good luck on that one. That's the main account, right? So you can go onto your DNC Dean account. You should be fine.
Yeah, I got the backup. Honestly, I might join you here for a little bit if we don't hear back on the appeal shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll help out the algorithm. Appreciate you, bro.
Of course, bro. Take care.
Peace, bro. Welcome, everyone, joining in from Dean's Live. He might join us here in a second. So if you want to watch Dean here on TikTok, you got to fucking tap that screen, okay? You better tap that fucking screen. If we're not to 2 million likes within the next 5 minutes, everyone, Dean won't join the live. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's not serious. If you're on
It's
YouTube, do
really
make sure to
sad
like
for
the stream.
Dean.
Okay. Yeah. So what were we saying?
We were talking about, I don't even know what you were on some spiel about, like microorganisms.
Yeah, you couldn't make a distinction between the microorganisms of other species and human microorganisms. Therefore, you could mistake a human being for a microorganism. That would be a contradiction.
Yeah, but
You said
once it
before that you couldn't
grows,
mistake human beings for microorganisms, and I would say that. I would never do that. But I don't think
yeah,
zygotes
but
are people.
okay, but once it grows, you absolutely can.
Once it grows, yeah, but not at the point in which it's a zygote. So why do you value it at the point of it being a zygote?
Because I don't know, it's just it's a human life. It is.
Okay, at conception, it's a human life. I understand, but like,
Mhm.
why does that make it valuable? I'll ask you this question: do you think it's murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
So that's something you and Dean both like to bring up, and for me, I think those are very different because um pulling the plug on someone who's brain dead, I'm sure a brain dead person in any brain dead person in their brain dead mind would want to be put out of their misery, right? And as a family,
There is no misery of a brain dead individual
right?
because they have no
So,
experience. Misery isn't an
right, so
experience. Misery is you're referencing an experience, right?
okay, whatever you want to call it. I just feel like putting it's pulling the plug on someone who's brain dead is an act of like it's in their favor, right? It's a act of
Sure, but like they're still cellularly alive, right?
right.
And who's to say it isn't in the favor of the zygote to kill that shit?
It is in favor of it if it's an act of incest.
What? Why? Wait. So are you saying a zygote is not valuable if it's a product of incest?
I'm not saying it's not valuable. I think it's more detrimental for it to be born than to not be born. If it's a product of incest.
Okay. I have a question. If you get an
Mhm.
abortion in the first trimester, is it at more of a detriment and in net detriment to people in general for them to be able to get access to an abortion at the time or not? Because
It's
there is no experience for a zygote. So how could it be a detriment to
right.
people?
Um, so to answer your question, it would be more detrimental to get it later in the pregnancy, but it is still detrimental in general to do it in the first trimester.
Okay. So what do you consider valuable at that point? Because again, a brain dead individual has cellular life as well, and you don't consider them valuable to that degree.
I do consider them valuable, but if
Not enough to
everyone
say that there's an
agrees,
obligation to maintain their life.
in my opinion, if you're getting an abortion be for little to no reason, um, it's much more detrimental and it's more selfish than if you were to pull the plug on a brain dead person.
It's more selfish than if you were to pull the plug on a. What? How is it? What do you mean by selfish?
Because if you're looking at the brain dead person scenario,
Is it selfish to care about your medical health?
no,
Okay. So if someone gets an abortion in the first trimester because of their medical health, it would be preferable to them giving birth. Then
I don't. They should have continue.
then would that make sense to you?
What doesn't make sense to me is that if someone knew that they couldn't give birth, right, it would be detrimental to their health. Why would they get pregnant in the first place?
If it's detrimental to the health, why would they get pregnant in the first place? Because you think they chose to get pregnant if they want to get an
Yes.
abortion?
Yes.
You don't choose to get. Okay, so if someone accidentally gets pregnant, they didn't choose to get pregnant. Do you think if someone is engaging
Okay,
wait, do you think if someone's engaging in consensual sex, they can accidentally get pregnant?
Sure, but if
Yes, so
the
then
main
okay,
reason
so it's obviously not intentional that they got pregnant. Zach, thank you for the
okay, but the
$20. Thank you so much for consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. Any more than consent to swimming is consent to drowning.
No, because the probability of having sex and getting pregnant is way higher than swimming and drowning.
Okay, so if the probability of swimming and drowning was 5%, then you would consider it to be the same?
Sure.
Okay, so now you have better reason to believe that there shouldn't be an obligation. If they're like for someone specifically who's pregnant, like if, again, think about it this way. If there's a possibility that they could be medically negatively impacted, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
Yeah, if that's why I said in the
What?
beginning, I think it should be for very limited cases. So if they can prove that this would physically, then they should have. But I don't
No,
think it should just be a
what do they have to
free-for-all.
prove in order to qualify for a medical abortion?
That it could seriously be detrimental to their health.
So what does that mean?
It could kill them.
It could kill them. Okay, well, any pregnancy could kill someone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then they should be able to get an abortion.
That's just not true.
What? What's not true? Pregnancy can kill people who are pregnant.
Sure, there's not a big chance. I'm saying if this woman gets
What
pregnant,
chance
right,
does
and
there?
finds out
Wait.
later,
What's the probability gotta be?
100%.
Okay, so a woman has to be at a 100% likelihood of dying. Okay, if a woman's
Yes.
if a woman's at a 99% likelihood of dying, you're saying she shouldn't be allowed to get an abortion?
Okay, you know what? 50% and above. 1%
Okay.
and
Okay,
above.
so if a woman has a 49% likelihood of dying, you're saying she shouldn't be allowed to get an abortion?
I'm just saying if there's more than
No, just to clarify,
okay.
like I just want to be very clear on this statement. You're saying a woman who has a 49% likelihood
Okay.
of dying,
You know
right,
what? I
should
take
not
it
be able to
back.
get an abortion?
I take it back.
So at what probability would you then
Okay,
say?
so what's the probability of an ordinary woman dying
Well, why are
from
you
being pregnant?
why are you judging it based upon what the ordinary woman is rather than judging it based upon what you
Because
think
if
is
it's
a
more than
high
that,
enough likely risk? Oh, because you already have an assumption that's wrong, and regardless of the assumption that it's wrong, you're going to particularly try to say anything that's going to make that particular position look better. You're not questioning it just based upon whatever you consider to be riskful, right, or too much. So just think about it this way. What probability of there being detrimental impacts like death, right? Do you think then a woman should be able to get access to an abortion? 1%? 2%?
more than a
3%?
regular woman.
Okay,
More than an
how about
ordinary
5%? If a woman has a 5% likelihood of dying, should she be allowed to get access to an abortion
Sure.
in the first trimester? Yes? What about 1%?
If it's more than a normal, ordinary woman,
Not
then yes.
I don't know what a regular woman means. Can you just tell me
I don't
if
know
it's
what
if they have a 1% likelihood of dying, should they be allowed to get access to an abortion?
Sure.
Sure?
But
What about
if
0.5%?
any woman, every woman there's a chance where something awful could happen, God forbid, and she could die from giving birth, being pregnant, whatever. I'm saying
How about 0.5%? How about 0.5%?
sure.
0.5%?
Sure.
Okay, so that 0.6% is the likelihood for pregnancy globally.
Okay.
So you're saying that abortions should be allowed for everyone because it is the case that the average likelihood of a pregnancy leading to death, right, is higher than it is the case that you think that the lowest likelihood probability, right, for access to abortion for medical abortion is. So you think
So-
everyone should be able to get access to a medical abortion because it is the case that it meets your threshold of risk.
Okay, so I didn't know what the average was. So
Exactly.
Now that I know
Wait,
that
now
it
she's gonna move the goalpost after conceding to the 0.5%.
exactly, because before I said 0.5%, I said whatever is above the average.
Yeah, but you didn't
And
know
I
what the
didn't know
average
the
was. So if I
Right.
so think about it this way: if you knew what the average was, your position was going to be different than if you didn't know what the average was. Why? It's because of your
Because it's
biases. It's because of your
no.
biases then impacting your position.
The average, it was regardless of the average. I said whatever the average is, if there's a higher chance than the average, then they should be able to have access.
Okay, I think you should watch back this conversation. Have a good day, then. Most of the chat wants me to kick you, so I'm going to kick you. I'm going to go on to the next person. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that point was very clear. So she literally conceded to it when it was the case that it was just referencing the probability. But as soon as she heard what the average rate was, then she changed the position. That's definitely just bias. That is definitely just bias. All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Should we get this next person up here? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube. Plus, if you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. Chris, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you so much. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for please share. As someone who has an elective abortion with no extenuating circumstances, thank you for being... Hold on, let me read the whole thing. Thank you for being an advocate for women's rights. I wouldn't have the life I do now without the access. I simply wasn't ready to be a mother, and that's okay. Thank you for all you do. Absolutely. That is totally real. Like, seriously, like, people also are able to have more children in the long run if it is the case that they're able to plan when they have children. If you force children, all right, literally children, right, and women, right, and any adult who's pregnant, specifically to go through a pregnancy, right, that's going to mean that, like, they're starting or having a pregnancy earlier than they would have otherwise. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's definitely something that you have to take into account. And, like, oftentimes people don't take that into account. So there'll be more people in the long run, given that you let people get access to an abortion earlier in their lives, right? So they can choose when they have, kids. Secondly, like, there's in this economy too, right? In this economy, for real, it is so expensive. It is so expensive to raise children. Forcing someone to go through that is diabolical, especially for a non-sentient embryo. We're talking about a non-sentient embryo. Like, it just seriously will never make sense to me. It seriously will never make sense to me. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I got you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
I've just had you on my live, didn't I? Earlier? I remember your name. I remember your name now. I remember your name. Is Dean up again? No, Dean is on again. If everyone wants to go to Dean, you can go join Dean. I'll probably debate with a few people more myself, alone. And then maybe I'll go join Dean to end my live. I have until 4:30 my time, so I've got like another hour and 20 minutes or so until I'm getting off today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
When you were 17?
No.
You literally have people admitting to like committing voter fraud for Donald Trump. Look at this on the line. People admitting to voter fraud for Donald Trump. Look at that. Look at that. It's horrible. It's horrible, I say. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I just want to hear, what are your thoughts on Covey calling you inherently racist?
Her position is specifically just a descriptive statement that all white people are socialized into forms of racism. That's all she's saying.
You admit to being inherently racist?
That would be under that descriptive statement. I actually don't use that type of phraseology typically. That's not how I typically use the term.
Yeah, but in her definition.
Under her definition, yes. Technically
That's
every white person is, yes.
That's crazy.
Wait, what do you mean? The definitions are subjective, right? Like you're saying that like her definition is illogical? How so?
No, just admitting that you're like inherently racist. Just
wait, that's not the way that I use the term, but under her definition, that is how she uses it. So like under her definition, how is that logically inconsistent?
Yeah, but to an idiot saying
Wait,
you're inherently racist.
I'm
that
just
would
asking, is it logically inconsistent? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. So you could say you don't use the terminology that way, and that's totally fine. But like again, if you specifically do use the terminology that way, like that's also fine in a certain sense, right? But like again, I would not use the terminology that way, but like it's descriptively like she can use the terminology that way. So are you just coming here to rage bait?
No, I'm just like I want to hear your thoughts on.
Well,
acceptance
you've
of-
heard my thoughts now. So now, would you like to tell me why you voted for Donald Trump?
Oh, we already discussed this. You love
Okay.
to use the argument about HR.
Okay. Well, we already discussed it, so I'm gonna go on to the next person. Shell, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yota, how old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't because I wasn't registered because
Do you support him still?
stupid. How put this?
I unplugged my microphone. What'd you say?
I'm sorry. Like, yes, I support.
You still
I
support him?
support. Yeah, yeah. I don't,
That doesn't sound very convincing.
I'm sorry.
Shell, thank you for the $5. Thank you. What's that?
Yeah. I mean, I support him. You're gonna ask why, right?
You do have a little bit of an echoes there where you could fix that.
Oh, sorry. Must be.
So, like, is there a policy you like of Donald Trump's that you want to talk about?
Right now it's abortion.
Okay. So, what about abortion?
Abortion because I'll put this. I was agreeing with how abortion should be legal for people in medical emergencies. But if it's for unwanted pregnancies, I don't think that should be okay.
I have a question. What probability of death does there have to be in order for a woman to be granted access to abortion?
A doctor's a doctor's suggestion to it. If the doctor can see that there is no probability.
Okay, so wait, to clarify, if a doctor just suggests that she gets access to an abortion, then she can get it legally under your view.
Yes, because the doctor's notes and stuff like that.
So then some doctors could just suggest that they get an abortion, they get abortion pills in the first trimester. Any woman, because it's better for her medical health than to go through a pregnancy if she doesn't want to have a kid.
But that's if the doctor even like sees like your.
So any doctor could just prescribe access to abortion pills then under your view, right?
I can agree to that.
So pro-choice doctors would just prescribe those motherfuckers like crazy.
That would be a flaw in the medical system then, yes.
Okay.
I would say, and with the pro-choice thing, I would say I'm pro-choice, but the thing is, I'm not, because I can see that even with medical emergencies, it's still murder to the kid.
Do you think it should be legal though?
Legal? Is murder legal?
So you are wanting it to be
is
enforced
murder-
by law.
Is murder?
So you aren't
should
pro-choice.
be legal? I'm asking, is murder should be legal?
Well, I think that murder should be illegal.
I think it should too. That's the thing. I think it should, and I'm glad it is. But with abortion, it's not. It's fully isn't because it's killing a fetus, and you're gonna be like, oh well, it's just a clump of cells that don't have.
But
it's,
like
it's-
the issue is that you consider it murder when it's clearly not murder.
But it clearly is. If it's not dead, it's living, and if it's not living, it's dead.
I have a question. So
living-
hold up. So
Uh-huh.
what probability does it have to be for a woman to die in order for her to be able to get access to an abortion?
I was here for that conversation, and I'm gonna say a doctor's notice because a pro-life thing can always, but it's a flaw.
But then yours is going to be just pro-choice because there are enough pro-choice doctors that will just be able to prescribe abortions whenever they'd want.
I mean that's true, but thing is, I'm just saying it. Sorry.
So like, how is yours legally different than mine?
Because yours is saying I don't want a pregnancy, I'm gonna go get abortion, while mine is saying a doctor has to see that you are getting worse declining health. and you need abortion to save your life. Because at the end of the day, it's like your life.
If you have a 5% likelihood of dying from pregnancy, should you be able to legally be able to get access to an abortion?
I wouldn't know because I'm not a doctor. I'm not medically taught, informed. What's the word I'm looking for? You get what I'm trying to say though? Like I'm not knowledgeable in that, so I can't really speak on the percentage of when you could die when you're. I just say if a doctor has the okay to do it, the doctor is taught in that. He has gone to college. He has done his shit, and he should be the one to tell if.
Okay,
my
so
wife-
we're just not going to answer this question. It's okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or out today?
I'm just confused about what you're trying to say. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But because murder is murder, that's what I'm saying. Like murder is murder no matter what. And I see that it's always going to be murder, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice. Because if you're pro-choice, it's still killing. But I'm not going. It's your life, you know. Oop.
I just don't care about it until it's sentient.
And I understand that. But
do you?
Do I understand that? Because my wife is.
No. I mean, like, do you care about it when it's not sentient?
I care about when it's not sentient and when it is. If my wife.
Why?
Why do I care about if it's? Because
If
every
it's not
life
sentient.
is. Oh, my bad. If it's not sentient, because every life is precious. It's not. It's
Why is it? Why?
Well, why is every life precious?
Yeah. Why is
Every,
every cellular life?
every cellular life is precious. Dogs, no, animals as a whole. Animals.
Are you vegan?
Humans. Huh?
Are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It goes
So
with-
what do you mean by that then? What do you mean by precious?
Oh, every life is precious because every. How to put this? Everyone's unique in their own way. Everyone is different. Everyone has a life. You're going to be pro-life or pro-choice. You're going to be a Democrat, Republican. You're going to be a gamer. You're going to be a sports. And you make friends with everyone. Like me, I have friends who don't believe in what I believe, but I'm still friends with them because I respect them. You know,
Did you say you have friends who have committed robberies?
Yes, actually I do. And I don't think that's okay, but I'm not, how to put this? It's your life at the end of the day. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with your actions, but you're still.
But you stay friends with them?
Yes, because they.
I have a question. Were the circumstances violent?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Were the robberies violent?
Violent robberies? No.
Okay.
Robbery is violent is robbery is theft at the end of the day, right? Or am I confusing?
What?
What is robbery? Because isn't robbery like going in, taking something, and walking out? That's robbery, or that?
You just mean they stole before?
Yeah, they stole something before.
Like what?
Minor shit, but not like big. They don't go into banks with guns.
Like they stole a candy bar from a fucking grocery store?
No, I seen someone actually steal like a whole. I'm not going to talk about that. Not going to talk about that. But that's their life, not mine. Because I don't agree with it, but they still my friends because.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. That's actually very true. Brian, thank you for the $4.20. I have a question. If the woman's mental health is at risk, should she be able to get access to an abortion?
If her mental health is at risk, yeah, I can see that because if you have a mental health issue, you can't be a good parent, and you're just going to cause pain on the kid. But I also do believe that
bro, any woman's just going to claim that then.
Yes.
Mental health concerns, and then they'll get an abortion.
They could, but then again, that's still a flaw in. But thing is, everything is flawed.
Okay, you know what? You're pro-choice then, because every woman's just going to claim mental health concerns for getting an abortion.
I'm pro-choice then for that.
Yeah,
but
because then you legally will be able to get access to it.
But thing is, if you're pro-choice, you believe that. Yeah.
You're essentially pro-choice with extra steps. So
Yeah.
just get rid of the steps because people are going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
You can say
you-
you disagree with it, but you should separate religion and politics.
I mean, yeah. Wait, religion. I'm not religious, but
Oh, you're not religious? Okay.
no, I'm
I just
non-denominational.
assumed what you said. What?
No, I'm non-denominational. Most people who are pro-choice or pro-life
You're
are pro-life.
non-denominational, so you're Christian.
No, I believe there is a God. I just don't know. I think every this how I put this.
Okay, non-denominational is a denomination of Christianity.
Every known religion is wrong about every God. I think there is a higher being, but every single one that we know nowadays are all wrong because they're all
Okay, so you're like a new age spirituality type person. Like there's a God. I don't know which God there is. I promise you. But like I mean, you don't have an I mean, we can go through. I disagree with the position. I'm an agnostic atheist, but like that's nothing to do with Christianity.
What's that mean?
I don't know what is the cause of all existence, and I don't believe it's a God. So I don't think I don't even think any of the arguments entail that there has to be a God. So people typically bring up like fine-tuning arguments, the Kalam cosmological argument, and none of these things entail any other creation that would be like a specific God or a personal being that creates the universe. It could be a natural explanation, and that's completely compatible.
I like that. Yeah, because like I just feel like there's no good answer for questions about religion as a whole because everything is hypocritical about themselves.
Sure, we don't have to get into that. We probably have more agreement than we have disagreement, but
well, sorry for wasting your time then. I just wanted to ask you questions.
You're fine.
Thank
you're
you.
fine. All right, appreciate you coming up. All right, we're gonna get one more person, and then we'll go join Dean. Okay, one more person, then we'll join Dean. If you like this content, everyone make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Like the stream if you're on YouTube. Creation is an evidence of creation. How do you know it's creation? This is a real question. Dilla, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you, Marianne. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. Otherwise, I'm going to be joining Dean here pretty soon. And then I'll spend the last, about an hour or so, near an hour or so on the live, doing debates with Dean. Yo, what's up? You just put in the comment section, I just decided to invite you. You put, like, creation means that there has to be a creator. Why do you suppose that, like, the world we exist in is creation?
That's just my belief.
Oh, so it's just like a evidence? You have no evidence, you just choose to believe it?
Well, I mean, a building is evidence of a builder. A painting is evidence of a painter. So I feel like creation, us, I mean, you think we just formed out of nothing?
Okay, so in terms of this, we have prior experiences with buildings and paintings being created by human beings, right? So then that's the evidence we have for them being created by humans or created by a person. Whereas we don't assume just because there's a rock formation that it was created by a person. That totally could be a natural explanation.
Well, God is not
natural.
But I mean, I'm just a Christian. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
And I really do enjoy your debates. So I'm not really here to debate with you. I mean, you invited me. That's just my belief. I believe that creation is evidence of a creator. That's it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I only brought you up just to question that. Like, I very much empathize with the progressive Christian standpoint. I mean, if you do hold a progressive Christian standpoint or whatever one you do, my mom's Christian, right? I empathize with the positions that she has. I understand why she feels a want to believe in it. I just simply disagree because I think it is the same thing as that, people who engage in religious extremism will use the same sort of belief without evidence that then makes it so that those views are more prevalent. So that's really the disagreement I would have. Otherwise, I don't see anything harmful with a progressive Christian stance or believing in God within that respect. I just disagree with it. I don't see there to be good evidence.
Well, I understand that. And, I know this is probably something you don't want to hear, but I'll pray for you.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Okay. It was nice chatting with
Nice
you.
chatting with you as well. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Should we just go join Dean right now? All right. I'm going to recommend everyone from the, what's it called? The TikTok, join me on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. We got like 1,100 people on YouTube. I'd really appreciate if you go join over there. It'd really mean the world. I appreciate it. I'd appreciate you so much. We're going to go join Dean. What's your YouTube channel name? It is Parker Get a Job. Parker, someone peed on Dean's life. Are you serious? Emily, think of the $20 for someone literally was peeing on Dean's live. That's crazy. In front of that many people is diabolical, I tell you. That's diabolical. All right, we're gonna go join Dean. Everyone on YouTube, make sure everyone on TikTok, go over to YouTube. I love y'all so much. I love you so much, everyone. Go over to YouTube. Parker Get a Job. I see people coming in from TikTok right now. Jake, what's up? How you doing? Jake said just came from TikTok. What's up? Let me know if you're on the YouTube if you just came from TikTok. Before I go over. Williams, thank you. I appreciate it for coming over. Ivory, thank you for coming. Layla, thank you. Seb, thank you. Alex, I appreciate it. Laura, KT, Arizona, Justin, Rebecca, Carrie, Melissa, thank you so much. I can't even keep up with everyone. I appreciate everyone for going over. I love y'all. See you there. Dean just texted me and said, want to come over? Yep, I'm coming. Alrighty. Let's see. We had decent following percentage. Just Dean's live. That's literally what it is. We'll see how it is when I go live without Dean there. And we'll see how well it does. Because Dean just polls like the algorithm like nuts. It's unbelievable. Hold up, there's actually like a clip I might want to post. I guess I could show everyone later. There's a Piers Morgan clip that I was going to post. Here, we'll go try to join Dean. We'll just sit here a while. All right, let's try to oh my gosh. Let's try to X people out of the... Wow, dude, it's like so full that I have to like spam X. Oh, it worked. There we go. Do that, and then I'll click on rear panel. There we go. So that whenever I just like move it, it'll immediately go. What's up, everyone, though? On YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. What's up, everyone? Let me actually try to pull this up because it's actually, I think it's a funny clip. There was one point where Piers was like, people have a hard time remembering LGBTQ+. I'm just like, you just said it. I want a clip. That's so bad. Do you use TikTok Studio to go live? Yes, I finally got it working. Let me tell Dean I'm in the box. Dean's algorithm's so cracked, bro. It's so cracked. But yeah, everyone, I'm going to a nice dinner with my girlfriend tonight. That's why I'm getting off a little bit early. Tomorrow I should be back on my normal times. But tonight, having a nice dinner with my girlfriend. TikTok clips, there you are. Oh, it's a Wilson getting sat down. Nice. All right, here. Sorry, I was just responding to him. He still hasn't added me, everyone. So do just give it a second. Do just give it a second, everyone. Here, I could probably play the clip. Let me see which clip it is. Yeah, I'll have to watch it later. I'll have to watch it later. We'll see. We'll see. I'll get a bunch of clips from it. It'll be funny. There's some funny clips from it. I already saw someone post a clip that was pretty funny, and like all the comments were really funny. Like all the comments on YouTube are so anti-Parker, but but it's like such an echo chamber there. Because like if I posted these clips on TikTok, like I know that everyone's gonna be on my side. Like it's actually ridiculous. Once I post it, people are gonna see that. But there was this one person that posted it, and it has like 130K views, and literally like everyone's like Piers got cooked. You just said it. God bless Parker. Why is seeing rainbow flags an issue? Like that, those are all the likes, you know? Whereas on like YouTube, it's like, it's fucking insane comments. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. When Brian Shapiro is on there. See, I think I met Brian Shapiro a long time ago. I think there was I saw some message one time about like he wanted me on his show. I might have to contact him because I met him at like the Las Vegas rally that Dean and I went to, like randomly, and he was in one of my videos. I haven't seen him on Piers Morgan though. And I think Dean still doesn't see me, chat. Dean still doesn't see me. So just give it a second. I'll just keep talking to the chat for a minute. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section. I'll try to be looking. I bet there's some clips that'll come up on about Piers on Twitter. Actually, I should be looking there. Angela, thank you so much for the $2. I should be looking at... Actually, no. Twitter probably hates me. Because they think I'm too soy. That's what they say. That's what they say. Because I think using slurs are bad. Like, they think I'm too soy. Like, what? Soy? Yeah, essentially what they mean is that, like, I am too sensitive. That's essentially what they're saying. Angela, think of the $2. Selective reduction multiplies pregnancy abortion. I'm confused what you mean. Smooth, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Let me. Oh, I see one here. Oh, it's Carbon. That's so funny. Love Carbon. I feel like I haven't seen him in a while. He was saying that Danny destroyed Andrew. Yeah, these are good. All right, well, Dean must not see I'm in the box. So I'm gonna give him another little bump to see that I'm in the box. River, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. In honor of Pride Month, how do you feel about things like neopronouns? I actually don't have many thoughts on them. I don't have I'm not like hugely anti. I've actually never come across someone where I've had to. So it's just like I guess I just haven't really been around it much. I've never talked to someone who's used neopronouns. So here, give me 1 second, everyone. I am plugging it in just to hear Dean. I'm on his live. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for you just reminded me that MAGA Dad wrote a song about you and Dean while wasted the other night. Basically just called you two raises for 2 minutes. Lol. He's regressing. Oh my gosh, I have to see it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. But the issue there is the only way you could ever truly know that the jury ruled his guilt without enough evidence of his guilt is by looking at the evidence they used to rule his guilt. So, like, whenever you say, listen, whenever you say that, oh, she accused other men, oh, they were Democrats, oh, they were paid off, oh, the judge's daughter, or whatever the hell, none of that bullshit matters. It's just all like right-leaning nonsense. All that matters is the idea that if you want to say they got it wrong and he's an innocent man, you'll have to be able to demonstrate how the evidence they made the ruling upon was insufficient. And the funny thing is, every single time I have this conversation with a Trump supporter, you never know the damn evidence. You know, like this is like me saying that all the food in your refrigerator is spoiled rotten, even though I don't know you, I don't know where you live, I've never been in your house, and I've never opened your fridge. I just simply lack the necessary information to come to that conclusion. This is like me saying that your bathroom is dirty as fuck and you haven't cleaned your toilet bowl in 3 years. Okay, I've never been in your house, I don't know you, I don't know your cleaning patterns, and I've never seen your toilet bowl.
Dude,
I lack the necessary information that you would require to come to that conclusion. And this is like when you say that the jury got it wrong, he was innocent, she was a liar. Well, you lack the necessary information that would be required to come to that conclusion, because you don't know her, you don't know the court documents, you've never read them over, and you've never looked at the evidence that the jury used to determine his guilt. Feel free to unmute, both of you.
Yeah. You're right.
Wait, oh my gosh, why is one of your pinned videos I heart being white?
What?
I literally haven't even watched the video yet. That's just a thumbnail. What's that? What's going on?
What's wrong with loving your race, dude?
What do you mean? Like,
okay, it's just like Kurt Cobain. It's just
like
So what? I don't know what y'all are doing. What's wrong with that TikTok? You're saying something's wrong with it?
yeah, like what's the point of saying that?
What do you want?
Yeah, what
Hey,
you want to tell me?
Parker, I've never met you, but I've heard things about you. Good to see you. But you know, I made that video because other races can do it, and they're praised for it.
Okay.
But if your color of skin
Literally.
matches my color of skin, you're a racist when you want to say something like
Literally.
that. And that's
So you know that it comes off as racist, and you still decided to wait. Hold up. Hold up.
On there that I'm a racist.
Wait, so she know that it comes off as racist and still decides to do it.
Can I just be honest?
I'm proud of my color and my race. Yeah.
Can I just be honest?
It pulls out the racist. And
Can I just be honest?
We're racist, which is ridiculous.
I'm just gonna be
can't
honest.
say it, but other people can. Ridiculous.
Okay, can I
It's
be
something
honest with
called
you?
liberal hypocrisy. You never heard of that?
Zach, you literally fucking pissed on my stream 5 minutes ago. Never speak again. Now
I try to literally mute myself.
Now to Texas for Trump. Okay, here's the deal. I get what you're saying. You're like, everybody that's not white can say they're proud to be whatever race they are. So I'm going to own the libs once again by saying I'm proud to be white, and I'm going to show their hypocrisy, and they're going to be racist by
And
okay,
that's exactly what they did.
I just think that's stupid as fuck. I just think that's stupid as fuck.
They didn't disappoint me. You
Listen,
all the comments.
listen.
And it's
Listen, like I just look at a post like that and I cringe.
Hey, it's okay for other people to say brown is beautiful, black is beautiful, but not the white people.
Listen, like obviously, like I think that you're describing that the intentions that led you to post that isn't the fact that you're a Nazi, but just like a really stupid Republican. So when I see that, I'm not like it's not like jumping out of my skin that this woman is racist, but it's like jumping out of my skin that this woman is like incredibly cringy and dumb. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, you know, is that a fair take? Is that a fair take? Is it?
Say terrible things about me. I haven't said not one terrible thing about you. You came on my panel last night, and I did not do that. But here again, you're showing us just how the Democrats and liberals are. That is hateful.
Literally.
Listen, I understand.
How is it hateful for us to acknowledge that like white people come from a different position in the context of our society,
Parker,
as it is the case that white people?
That's not what I'm pointing.
Are you?
Have you now
been,
the stupid
have you
and
been,
everything like that? Cringy? Come on now. We all know what those words mean.
What?
Listen, I was being fair.
Yeah, he doesn't know
No, you're
shit.
not being fair.
What?
You are holding up to your Democratic Party. Y'all are hateful. You do not stand for the party of joy.
How are we
unity.
hateful?
You do not.
Bro, I'm literally so joyful.
How are we hateful?
I have not said anything like that to you. How disrespectful.
Listen,
but you
listen.
keep showing it.
Okay, listen, I'm not gonna lie. So just hear me out for a second. There's like only two options. So like when a white person says that they're proud to be white, there's two options. The first option is really fucking stupid. The second option is Nazi. I was being nice to you. I was being
come on.
Listen.
So that's the only two options you come up to
He's a
conclude
racist.
with, and you have no idea who I am. So I'm either a Nazi or I am stupid, right?
Literally, he's just
proving
saying
my
bullshit.
point again that the Democratic Party is.
Can I explain?
Wow, only two options.
Yeah, he's just a little bullshitter.
Okay. Let me explain. The reason why I say that is because white pride, that isn't a reactionary movement that was created, predicated on the oppression and mistreatment of white people to take pride in the fact that you have a lineage of being oppressed, of being dehumanized, of being slaughtered, of being killed, etc., etc., etc. So you're going to take pride in the fact that you can be white and attempt to thrive in society while fighting against the adversary, oppression, etc., right? White pride was created as a reactionary movement to the fact that black individuals and other minority communities are starting to get equal treatment, equal rights. Slavery was abolished in 1865. What followed? The Ku Klux Klan and white pride saying that white people are better than black people are subhuman and deserve to be enslaved and owned as property. See, that's the difference between movements such as white pride or black pride. And that's why I say that when people say white pride, they're Nazis, but there's another option there. The other option is really fucking stupid. And why is that the other option? Because maybe you just don't know about, like the origin of white pride. You don't know about the origin of having pride and existing as another race. You just don't conceive of oppression and systemic barriers other races face that you don't. Like you exist in a position of privilege and you do so ignorantly. So when you're like attempting to be treated as the equal of a member of another race, guess what? You view that as oppression, and then you like view the supposed hypocrisy in a black person saying they're proud to be black and a white person saying they're proud to be white, just because you simply don't understand the nuances of the things I just described. So that's why I say that there's this true dichotomy of you're either a Nazi or just really stupid and not informed about these subjects whatsoever.
Can I ask you a question?
Right. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's the only two options, but here's my option. I'm proud of the skin that I have. I was born with. God gave it to me. And if I want to put that out there, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
What are you
You
proud
should
of?
be ashamed.
Amen.
Wait, what are you proud of? Like, what have white tea people achieved that makes you pride, like that fills you with pride?
What have they achieved?
Yes, what have white tea people as a community achieved that fills you with pride?
Oh, we raise money for several different fundraisers in America.
Isn't that what all communities do? Like all communities raise funds. So what have white tea people uniquely achieved that gives you pride?
I'm put on the spot.
Genuine question. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a genuine question. It has become we have done a lot, and we have lately been suppressed. Our
Wait, what have you
color
done?
has been our
Wait,
color
what
has
have you
been
done?
attacked left and right.
Wait, can you focus on what you have done? You said you have done a lot. So what have white people as a community, what have they done that you feel pride in?
I don't know. We made America's one of the
Wait,
best
Zach,
countries ever. We started it.
hold on, Zach. Respectfully, I'm asking Texas because she's the one who posted the video, right?
Okay.
So Texas, you posted that video.
Yeah,
What have white people done that fills you with pride?
Well, I mean, we've fought in wars. We built up America. Things like that nature. I did not post it I
Do you think
posted
white people?
exactly what I said for her is because I'm proud of my race.
Do you think America was built only by white people?
No, I never claimed
Okay.
that.
So then that's not something that was uniquely done by white people, right? So what was
We
something that
have
was
helped and
uniquely done?
participated, yes.
I have a question.
What-
Why do you take pride in your race compared to just being indifferent about your race?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even telling you that you have to feel really like abysmal because you're white. I'm just saying that like maybe feeling indifferent about the fact that you're white is like probably like better than feeling pride in the fact that you're white. Like, I guess answer that question. Why do you feel pride compared to indifference?
Oh god.
'Cause like me, for instance, I'm just kind of indifferent to the fact that I'm white within like the respect of like not taking pride in it. But like obviously like there is an indifference insofar as like acknowledging what like white people can do in relation to like societal privilege. But like I'm describing indifference in a sense of like not taking pride.
She's also gonna advocate for people to be colorblind. So like watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah. There's like that's why I'm describing like a sense of indifference.
Colorblind. What?
But let's just start here. Let's not make it too overly complicated for her. And like, you know, the question is, why do you take pride compared to indifference in your race?
Because I love where I came from. I love our traditions. I love I love
What are white traditions?
We have so many.
Oh, go ahead,
Okay,
Zach.
can you give us like a couple examples of white traditions?
I mean, even American football, like the NFL, people gather around.
American
and watch.
football. Are you
Dude,
serious?
can you disprove me?
Why is American football unique to white people?
Wait.
Because they made it, I think.
They made it?
I mean, it can't probably.
Probably. Does football
Look
exist in
it
any
up.
other country?
Wait, what?
Well,
if
it's
you're
in other countries, but they stole it from us.
No, hold on. If you're saying probably, that just means you don't know for sure who invented it. So
Look
why
it
are
up.
you automatically coming to the conclusion that it was probably invented by white people?
The first
I
known
mean, look it
examples
up.
of a team game involving a ball occurred in Mesoamerican cultures over 3,000 years ago.
Yeah. So yeah, football did come from Mesoamerican cultures, right? But you saying probably
American
just
football.
no. Yes, it was
It's
inspired.
literally
by,
called American football.
it was it. Listen, the Democratic Republic of North Korea is called the Democratic Republic doesn't necessarily make it a democratic republic, right? So just because it's called American football
What?
doesn't mean it was invented by America, right? So
Well, who else was invented by Germany?
He said the NFL. The NFL.
Okay. Sorry. Texas for Trump and Zach. What if you guys just admit? Okay, I mean this is more so for Texas for Trump. Okay, not the pisser down here. The big
Oh yeah,
pisser. Zach.
Thanksgiving. Someone said in the chat, Thanksgiving.
Oh God. Oh no.
Zach,
find pride in Thanksgiving.
I mean,
where does Thanksgiving come
Thanksgiving?
Where does Thanksgiving come from, Zach?
He didn't learn this, did he?
From the Pilgrims. They made it.
Be more specific.
They came here, made friends with some of the Native Americans over there, and introduced them to it.
Friends is a heavy. Friends is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this context. I'm not gonna lie. What did the settlers or the colonizers or the colonialists do to the indigenous people?
Probably not
Indian
that good
Americans.
stuff, but they still invited them around for Thanksgiving dinners.
Well, you know that that's not true, right? You know that
I read about it in school. They told me that.
Yes. Wait. So you know that it's not true, though, right? Because they weren't really friends. You don't unalive your
I'm
friends.
sure some of them were. You know damn well they. You're human beings. Human beings always become friends with other human beings.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't think that you unalive 80 or 90% of your friends.
Okay, I get that.
Exactly. So you understand that the whole celebration of Thanksgiving tends to whitewash the violent history of the relations between indigenous people and the colonialists, right?
Whitewash.
Exactly
I don't
what
even.
we're talking about. y'all are trying to portray the white race as a terrible,
Evil.
terrible.
Wait,
when
wait.
not
Are you
everybody did
saying?
all that
Wait.
was
You just said. What you just said is that reality determines white people to be evil. That's what you just fucking said. Because all we did here is acknowledge reality, and you're telling me that paints white people as evil. So explain to me why you believe that under your own perspective. Because all we did is mention is just reality.
Not all of them did that back in the day, and
No one said every single person. It just is the case that it was incredibly ingrained into the culture, where it is the case that it was commonplace amongst practically everywhere. Slavery was commonplace. You understand that, right? Dehumanization of people who were black was commonplace. Dehumanization of indigenous Americans was commonplace. The genocide of indigenous Americans was very vast. 90 to 100 fucking million people.
Can I also just like point out, like in relation to your claim that not all white people did it, like relating to like American slavery, for instance? Yeah, you're right. There was a lot of white Americans that didn't own slaves, but the reason why they didn't own slaves is because they couldn't afford to own slaves.
Oh, okay.
oh my gosh.
You sure? Yeah, dude.
Yeah, listen.
But there were
Wake
white
up.
people that were
I'm being
enslaved as
serious.
well.
I'm being
people that
serious.
were
You
enslaved
know,
as well.
like owning like a slave during American history was like looked at as like owning a car today, right? Like not everybody owns a car, and the people that don't own a car can't afford to own a car, but they'd like to own a car if they could afford to own a car.
Well, someone else said in chat, Independence Day. Independence Day. That's a tradition.
I just kind of want to make that very clear that it's like, you know, like white individuals in American history that didn't have slaves. I mean, they just couldn't afford them, but if they could afford them, they would.
But there were also a lot of white Americans who couldn't afford to own slaves, but they used to rent them. So that's also a thing. Like people used to rent them like annually or whatever it was, right? But they didn't actually own them. So it was.
There were white people that were enslaved as well.
Where were white people enslaved in the Americas?
Don't trust the warning.
Yes, it's actually a serious question. Which white people were enslaved?
There were all sorts. European.
Which ones were enslaved in the Americas? Which ones were enslaved in the Americas?
Irish, Europeans.
The Irish
In the
people were not
Americas?
enslaved. So yes, Trinity
so you're
College.
gonna sit up here and claim that
Trinity
there was no white
College in
people
Dublin.
enslaved ever.
No, I'm saying in the Americas,
Wow.
Trinity College in Dublin literally conducted a 2-year investigation into the idea. Yes, Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland, conducted an investigation that was co-signed by Irish scholars in Northern Ireland and also the Republic of Ireland to study or to investigate whether Irish people were enslaved in the Americas, and they found out that they were indentured servants but not enslaved. Right? So this is something that has been recognized by the Irish themselves. The Irish themselves say that they were not enslaved. So we need to stop spreading this misinformation in order to downplay chattel slavery and how African Americans were subjected under brutal violence for centuries.
I never said that. I was simply stating that there were white.
But it
people as
is.
well.
It's used for that, right? It's used to
There
downplay
were
what black people in the Americas. No.
I
It's
don't know why you're
used to
trying to put me on
downplay.
and portray that there wasn't.
Texas.
No,
I'm not
you
trying to
know
portray
that
you.
there
What I'm
was.
saying is this idea that everybody was enslaved in the Americas is used to downplay the violence that black people faced in the Americas.
Gosh. No, it's not.
Then why did you bring it up if it's not true?
Sweetie, it is true that
Why did you bring it up if it's not true? Because it's not true. Even according to the Irish, it's not true. Who have conducted investigations.
Okay, maybe it
What was
wasn't
the purpose?
Irish. I'd have to look more into that, but there was white people that were enslaved as well. Doesn't mean that one was worse than the other. I'm not saying that, but there was.
No,
And
chattel
so
slavery
you
was
sit
much
up here
worse
and
than
go on
indentured
and on and
servant.
on and just talk about the African American is what crazy.
I didn't say only African Americans. I said
I-
black people in the Americas as a whole.
I'd love to hop in here real quick. So you're saying that like white individuals have been enslaved, like maybe like globally. Like I don't know. Maybe could we point towards like ancient Rome? You know, like white people enslaving other white people. Maybe that's an example. But I mean, I think that like the reason white in America, like we're significantly more concerned with like the enslavement of black individuals is because the transatlantic like slave trade took place in this country, not even 200 years ago. Okay. And I mean, then like the fallout of the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of black individuals in America, was seen until 1964 with a lack of civil rights for black individuals, seen until later with until today with redlining and a lack of generational funding when compared to like their white counterparts because of that systemic oppression. And I mean, you could even see it today in like the classrooms of children. I think that the average white student is funded on average like 3 times more than the average black student. So, I mean, the reason why we're so hyper fixated on the enslavement of black individuals is for all the reasons I just pointed out, as well as like, like the rebounding effects that we see today. Like white people in America definitely like aren't affected by the fact that, like 4,000 years ago, some white individuals were enslaved by other white individuals in ancient Rome. Right.
But also, can I add a little addition to what you said? There was actually a plantation that was found in Kelowna, Georgia in the 1970s, like a full-blown slave plantation. So even though slavery had ended in the 1800s, there were plantations that were running all the way up to the 1970s, by the way, because they were very isolated from society outside.
So let me guess, Covey, you're probably pro reparations.
Yes. What?
Parker says yes.
I believe reparations to all black people. If slave traders and slave masters received reparations, then I don't understand why black people shouldn't be receiving reparations. British slave traders received reparations and it was paid off until 2015. I'm pretty sure you were alive in 2015, and Abraham Lincoln paid reparations to white Americans for losing their property. Dutch slave traders received reparations as well. And if the white slave masters and slave traders received reparations, I don't understand why black people cannot receive reparations. If Japanese Americans, if Jewish Americans and Jewish people also receive reparations, I don't understand why people have a hard time when it comes to black people receiving reparations.
You don't understand. Y'all party don't understand a lot of things because that was one of Harris's propositions. She said if it passed her desk and she was president, she would sign it. So that's another reason y'all didn't win the election. And I did ask Dean when he was on my live, and he never answered it. He thought it was a stupid question and laughed at it. But what is your party, the Democratic Party, what are they standing for? What are they campaigning on for their next election? What are they running on? Could someone tell me that? Because I've asked several of you Democrats and liberals, and y'all don't have an answer.
Would you like me to respond to this?
Yes, I would love to know, what are y'all running on? What are you campaigning on? What are you looking forward into the future? Because y'all's approval rating is trash.
Doesn't Donald Trump have the lowest approval rating of any president in the first 100 days of the presidency in like the last 75 years?
Yeah,
and
that's
nobody
true.
can answer it.
Texas,
Because
well, you're not letting me respond. No one can answer it because you keep yapping. Can I respond to it? So yeah, again, in terms of this, right, what are Democrats advocating for? Expanding access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? That's what Democrats are advocating for. Social policies meant to benefit the low and middle income individuals in this country. Tax cuts for low and middle income individuals, right? Donald Trump's explicitly advocating to increase their taxes, right? And, right, decrease taxes on rich and wealthy Americans, right? Does that benefit you? Does that help you? What are Republicans running on?
That's not fine and dandy, because I'm not seeing that from the Democratic Party. All I see you do out in the open and in the media is dog Donald Trump. You're
Okay, I could
focused
explain.
on Donald Trump, and you're not focused on your own party.
Yeah,
and
okay,
that's
I have
what
a question.
anybody's going to say. So
I have a question.
where
Who's
is
it?
it
Wait,
that y'all are
wait.
doing all this?
Texas for Trump, real quick. Who's the president?
We know who the president is.
Yeah, Donald Trump. So when you see Democrats focused on Donald Trump, it makes total and complete sense because we're focused on eradicating the badness that exists in the Oval Office today.
Sweetie,
right?
we've already
because before,
did that.
no,
The American people,
if you allow me to
77
finish,
million voted for Donald Trump to eradicate the poison that has been displayed by the Democratic Party. We are no longer wanting any of that. We are no longer wanting the woke. We are no longer wanting your policies.
Can you define woke? Can you define woke?
Parker,
I'm not going to, because I did that
mean to cut
on
you
my
off, but I was
live,
just in the middle of saying something and she interrupted me.
I've got it flagged.
Okay. I was speaking and you were interrupting me. Do you mind if I finish? Yeah, W. Christian, for the hell of it. Oh, like, what a big gift.
Oh my God, W for all the gifts. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna finish speaking now. So the reason why you see Democrats focused on Trump compared to focusing on like agendas to make our country better is before Democrats can make our country better with some of the things in which Parker just described. Well, we first need to get Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, as well as we need to convince people that they shouldn't support him either. Now, I have a question for you, and this question could also apply to Zach, because this is something that I always find very interesting. What I find so interesting is the idea
You're
that
focused on the wrong thing. Y'all need to focus on what you're going to do, how you're going to help the American people. You're not.
So basically what you're saying is that you're,
that's
okay,
why you're
Can you let
losing.
him finish, Texas, please? Can you let him finish, please?
When you tell me that I'm focused on the wrong thing and that I shouldn't be talking about Trump, all that you're saying is that I'm too smart for you. You can't handle my arguments, and you can't respond, and you can't respond to them or refute them either. So in other words, you're basically saying I understand that Dean can describe exactly why Donald Trump is a terrible president, and because I cannot engage and refute and prove him wrong, I'm just simply going to tell Dean that he's in the wrong for refuting Donald Trump's presidency. Now,
No, you're not giving any points.
Okay,
Donald Trump is helping Americans more than any other president has in a very long time.
Great. Okay.
Whenever the economy under Donald Trump's first term was excellent, and that's a fact for a very long time until the COVID.
I'm going to give you all my points. Would you like that?
People vote with their pocketbook.
I'm going to give you every single one of my points. Every single reason why I don't like Trump. Are you ready?
That's exactly what you're doing. Y'all
No. Seriously, can I? No, listen.
You can't tell me what you're campaigning on because y'all don't have anything.
Parker literally just told you this, and I explained how it is
No,
really
Parker
important for us.
did not. He told me his points, but y'all are not showing it in the media or anything.
Right. This is getting really obnoxious because you're interrupting me every single time I speak.
Wow.
So the last thing that you said to me was that I don't have any points. I don't have any reasons why I don't like Trump. Can I tell you every single reason why I don't like Trump?
I wasn't asking that, but sure, go ahead.
Okay, it may take me a minute to go through every single reason. Are you okay with giving me the mic?
I don't care about that. I never asked you why you didn't like Trump. I never asked you that.
Wait. If you don't care about the reasons,
you're proving my point because the Democratic Party does not have anything to campaign or run on. Why your approval rating is tanked.
Can you let him
Y'all
speak,
don't have
Texas?
anything to offer the American people.
Texas. I don't want to have to mute you, but can you please let him speak? Like, you're literally on his panel. You're not even allowing him to finish
He's not
his
answering
points.
my question. He's literally telling
He's trying
me he doesn't
to.
like about Donald Trump. No, he's not.
He's trying to. Let him speak.
So I went over this with a guest yesterday. I'm going to just briefly, maybe give 45 seconds to what you just said about the idea that Democrats don't have solutions. So first and foremost, Democrats absolutely do have solutions. Like, for instance, I think that Democrats are the only party with any solution for any level of an issue that exists with immigration, okay? Because the last and the only time we've seen any push to make the legal means of entry into our country even a little bit faster was under the Biden-Harris administration with the bipartisan border bill, and that is the ultimate root cause of undocumented entry. It's also the Democrats that have the only solutions for issues that exist and are experienced by the average American, such as highly inflated like price of living, particularly the price of rent or how much it costs to buy a house. Okay, right now we see a massive issue with massive corporations buying single-family homes. Okay, it's Kamala Harris, and it is I and other Democrats that want to make it illegal for those big billion-dollar companies from buying single-family homes. It's also I and other Democrats that want to incentivize more homes to be built by giving something like a subsidy to first-time home buyers to buy newly developed properties. That's going to incentivize more people going out there and buying homes, which will in turn incentivize more people to go out there and build homes.
Right.
Okay, it's also Democrats that have a solution to the idea that there's levels of income inequity that exist in America today that are comparable to that of France before the French Revolution, and that's why we want to cut taxes for the average American, unlike Donald Trump. But there are some of the solutions.
This
The only reason
is what y'all
listen.
ran on. This is
And
what
now-
you ran on
now I'm
and
gonna go to-
lost.
now I'm gonna go to
You're
mute you.
telling me exactly.
Okay, I muted you because I wasn't done speaking, Texas. Now to finish
Oh,
speaking,
he's getting
there
mad.
are some, I'm being assertive. Now to finish speaking, there's some of the solutions in which the Democrat Party has to offer. Now I've answered your question. I'm going to continue to say what I want to say, okay? Because before the Democrats can implement these solutions, the Democrats have to get power. How can the Democrats even entertain the idea of getting power? It's by getting the fascists out of the Oval Office. And if you want to exist like Donald Trump isn't just the worst president that has existed in the Oval Office in any of our lifetimes, you're fucking delusional. The reason why I say that is for a plethora of reasons. Let's see if you could contest one. Here are the reasons why I do not like Donald J. Trump. I break it down into three categories: character, foreign policy, and domestic policy. I hate Donald Trump's character. The reason why I do not like Donald Trump's character is because he's openly admitted to perving on naked teenagers and naked adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss Teen USA. He's hit on 10-year-old girls. He's been held civilly liable for rape. He doesn't care or respect any threat to his own consolidation of power, such as the American Constitution. In December of 2022, explicitly called for its termination. Don't believe me, believe this screenshot of a post off of Truth Social where he explicitly says that we want to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the American Constitution. It's also the case that he doesn't give a fuck about human rights. This is why he's violated the human rights of undocumented migrants in America. Don't believe me, believe the courts, such as when SCOTUS ruled on April 10th that they illegally, that's not what I wanted to show you, such as when SCOTUS ruled on April 10th, 2025, that they illegally deported Abrigo Garcia without granting him his right to due process, and they violated his withholding order. Okay, and there's a plethora of other reasons why I don't like his character, such as the idea that he's been unapologetically racist since the 90s, and he's never called himself out, he's never changed his character, he's never become a better man. Remember when he called all black people lazy in the 90s? You don't? Well, I do. And then I don't remember when he ever was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Remember when he called for the birther myth of Barack Obama, saying that he's literally born in fucking Africa because he's a black man, and therefore he's not constitutionally eligible to run for the presidency? Nobody should vote for him. I sure as hell remember that. Does he? I don't know. He's never fucking talked about it. He's never said that was bad. He's never said he's sorry. And he's never changed his attitudes. I mean, shit, remember 3 months ago when he told Hannity on Fox News that you could unironically racially profile undocumented immigrants? You could look at them and tell if they're good or bad? I sure remember when he said that. Apparently he doesn't, because he's never taken accountability for that shit. And that's just his character. When we start evaluating his domestic policy, what the hell do we see? A, he's just not an intelligent guy. He's an absolute moron. This is why I would give you $100 if you could provide me and everybody else watching a single clip from the last 10 years of him speaking intelligently and knowledgeably about any policy ever. But it doesn't exist, because every single time he gets on the mic, he's like, oh, I care about the economy. We're going to win big and just terminate inflation and tax cuts for everybody. Sounds like a fucking doofus. And this is not only resembled in his rhetoric and his speech, but is also resembled in his policy, such as that big, beautiful bill. And I'm not even going to give you my argument, because guess what? You'll just go, woke liberal paid by the DNC. I don't care what he has to say. Well, what about Elon Musk literally leaving the administration? A, because his contract was up, but also B, because all of his efforts to cut the wasteful government expenditure had been absolutely undermined by Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, which was going to spend $3 trillion in the next 10 years. That is more than every penny spent on non-COVID related expenditure by our last administration in 4 years, with one bill in the first 150 days. So all this fiscally conservative bullshit of being good for spending and cutting the waste, just throw it straight out the window. He's such a moron, he can't even hold to his own agenda. And by the way, that's spending $3 trillion to make you pay more in taxes, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. So there's just a smidgen of a reason why his domestic policy sucks. What about his foreign policy? You know, the icing on top, the cherry on the milkshake. He said that he could end the war between Russia and Ukraine 24 hours into his presidency. Now, almost 200 days later, he's literally begging Putin to stop bombing Ukraine, and Ukraine is launching their largest counterattacks on Russia since the war began, because he stopped giving them humanitarian funding, and it emboldened Putin to take advantage of Ukraine because they were weakened, and now he's going to go and steal their land. Keep in mind that this all comes after Donald Trump knew that Putin thought that he was easy to manipulate, because we had leaked Kremlin documents straight up suggesting that in 2023, but he didn't care. He still did what he did. He succumbed to the Russian propaganda. He became Putin's puppet, and he made the victim weaker. And here we are 200 days later with no resolution in sight. So there's, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes worth of reasons why he's just simply a deplorable, despicable POS that doesn't care about teenage girls, that doesn't care about women, that doesn't care about marginalized communities, is an absolute moron, that doesn't know how to implement economically effective policy, rather that's in the context of reducing our expenditure, sizing down our debt, or making life easier for the average American, and he has no fucking clue how to talk to and operate with other world leaders, and he's only made more innocent people die, get bombed, get blown up, and get pushed out of their lands and have their houses ripped to shreds by the Russian Federation. I mean, he's a fucking disgrace, Texas for Trump. So earlier when you asked me, what's one reason why I don't like them? There's 100. You want to feel free to respond to one of those? Honestly, I would give you a high five and I'd donate $50 to the Heritage Foundation if you could literally prove me wrong on even one of the 100 points I just gave you.
I'm trying to, man. I know you like to speak and you get on your soapbox, but really, so
she's gonna respond as if you only said Trump bad. Watch it.
I'm gonna try to speak now. I let him speak, and I would want the same respect. But you started out and I don't have a lot more time because I have to go live, but you started out stating, and I never asked you what you didn't like about Donald Trump. I want to be clear about that. You just proceeded to tell us. But anyway, I asked you what the Democratic Party was going to do, what they're doing to go for the future, what they're doing, because I don't see anything they're doing. You claimed and told us things that they ran on this time, but you didn't say anything what they're going to be running on. And mind you, all these things they ran on that you are stating, the American people did not like it, or they would have voted for her. They didn't like the policies, what she had.
That's just not true. They didn't know the policies. I gave you policies.
No,
I
they
specifically,
did.
Texas for Trump.
I'm
I
speaking
explicitly.
about- I want their same respect.
Texas
Now,
for Trump,
Donald
please,
Trump
with all
is
due
not
respect,
as
with
right-
all due respect, with all due respect,
okay.
I gave you 100 reasons why I don't like
know,
Trump.
and I'm gonna
Prove
get to
one
that.
of them wrong, I'll give you a high five and
I'm gonna
donate
get to that.
$50 to the
going
Heritage Foundation.
Right. You claim that Trump is a racist, yet he's been seen and friends with African American and different races other than his.
Oh my God, dude.
There are people that have even asked
Oh my
Trump,
God.
would you ever consider running for president? People loved him before he got into politics, before he was going to expose the corruption. People loved him.
Were slave masters racist?
And you claim, he's doing more to hurt the war. I didn't see Biden doing anything but giving them more money, more weapons. He wasn't doing anything. At least Donald Trump is trying to make peace agreements with the two. And you have Zelensky going off doing all this stuff to promote war. Zelensky doesn't have any problem. He is going to continue doing what he's doing. He doesn't want peace. If he wanted peace, he absolutely would not be going and bombing and bombing some more. You don't do that if you want peace.
Texas.
And you want to say that Trump is stupid and dumb when he gets up there? It's a lot better than what we had the last 4 years. Because I recall Biden not even knowing we had troops that were unalived.
Wait. Donald Trump doesn't even know that Biden is alive. 3 days ago on Truth Social, he reposted a story saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone. Be real.
Angry because I'm telling you that's the reality.
Texas, can I ask you a question? Were slave masters racist?
Do what now?
I'm asking you, were slave masters racist?
What does that have to do with the?
Can you just answer the simple question? Were
I
slave
have no
masters?
idea. How about that for your answer?
Do you think slave masters were racist? Yes or no?
I have no idea.
What do you fucking mean you have no idea? What are you talking about?
Dude, y'all are pivoting to something.
No,
else.
I'm not
That's
pivoting. I promise you, I am not.
Answer your question.
I promise
Answer
you,
your
I am
question.
not
So get to the
pivoting.
point.
Hey,
What are you trying to
Texas.
establish?
Texas, is 2 + 2 4? I have no idea.
Wow.
What, is this something?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
What do you mean by two? What do you mean by two, Dean?
Yeah.
Dean, what does two mean?
What do you mean by plus? No, Texas, but my point was, right, you tried to say that his proximity to blackness somehow was a testament to him not being racist. And the reason that's why I brought up slave masters was we all know slave masters were violently racist, and yet they had black children. So them having black children or offspring doesn't necessarily mean that they were not racist. So him simply, being next to a black person doesn't necessarily mean he is not racist, right? That was like the stupidest ass. That was the stupidest ass response. I will tell you why he's racist. The fact that he paid $85,000 worth of ads to justify the execution.
The first step.
To justify the have you ever heard of the exonerated 5, Texas? Have you heard of the have you heard of
no proof that Donald
Have
Trump
you
is racist,
heard
and you'll
of
never
the
make that claim with me.
Wait,
There's
hold
no
on one
proof that
second.
Donald Trump is racist.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to tell you, Texas. Have you heard of the exonerated 5? Have you ever heard of the exonerated 5? Who were they?
No, I said no. I have
Okay,
not.
so they were five young black and brown teens who were innocent in New York, who were charged with raping a woman. The youngest of them all was like 13 and the oldest was 16. These were innocent young boys. And Donald Trump paid $85,000 in ads calling for them to be executed. And even after they were fully exonerated and found innocent, he refused to apologize for calling for the execution of 13 to 16-year-old Black and brown boys. That is one example of him being a bigot.
Okay. You know, I remember, and I remember clearly that Biden stated that he didn't want his children to go to school with the apes. Do you remember that? He was referring to African Americans. Do y'all remember that?
What? Wait. Can you provide the quote of that? I won't dispute Biden's like racist past, but
I don't have time to look it up.
that I'm pretty sure you just made that up.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm gonna butt in here real quick. Okay.
No,
Did you know it's possible?
Biden is racist.
Hey, Texas. Did you know that it's possible for more than one old white man to be racist at the same time? Because
Literally.
listen, honestly, whenever I hear this shit, you explicitly said that you will defend the idea that Donald Trump is not racist until the day you die, and there's absolutely nothing that I, Kavi, Athena,
There's no
or Parker,
proof.
just allow me to finish, could say to convince you otherwise, and that there's just absolutely no proof whatsoever. Okay, well then, the moment that Athena appears able to give you very substantive proof, is able to demonstrate to you with very specific details exactly how he's been racist, your response is to say, well, but Biden. So obviously, if you were tracking this conversation, that'd be some type of rebuttal to the idea that Trump is racist, making the implication that if Biden is racist, then Donald Trump isn't.
So that's the
Girl,
one
we
point
can talk about Biden later, but unironically,
one
this is
point
not a
you have
counter argument
to
to
make your
anything that
point.
Athena said. No, not at all. He also called all black people lazy in the 90s, and he perpetuated the birth myth of Barack Obama, as I said earlier, but you can't keep up.
He was also sued for not allowing. Yeah, he was also sued by the Nixon administration for not allowing black tenants in his apartments, right, Texas. So I consider, and I thought, yeah, Biden is a racist, but so is Trump.
So what about the First Step Act? Who
All
did
right, wait,
that?
one second. I'm sorry. I just gotta thank a couple people. Kinsey, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Kinsey down below in that chat. Kayla with a 15. I appreciate that, Kayla. Daniel with a 10 and Haley with a 10. I appreciate you guys so much. Beth with a 5 and Scott 37 minutes ago with a 20. I apologize for not catching up, but it's just been a while. I've been in this conversation, as well as Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 Jennifers down below. Yeah, feel free to shoot me a question over on IG, Jennifer. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Robert. Thank you so much for the 25. Raver with a 1, Lola with a 5, Taylor with a 15. Appreciate that, Taylor. Julissa with a 10 and Daniel with a 5. Show some love to these incredibly kind individuals down below in that chat. And if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find that Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But anyways, take it away.
Dean, can I think of a few people, and then I gotta get I gotta go.
I don't have a whole lot of time. Okay. So I did want to say.
Up to you, Parker.
Here, I was gonna say, can I think of a few people, and then I gotta go real quick.
Yeah.
Linda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Autumn with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love you. I appreciate the $5. They said that that she has some specific repost about saying black fatigue is real, and then all the comments are racist white people saying that they're sick of 1350 and shit.
Oh.
So that's fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. And then Tree, think of it, $10. I gotta go. Good luck, chat.
It was nice to meet
Thanks
you,
for popping up,
Parker.
Parker.
It was not nice to meet you.
Okay, cool.
It was not nice to meet you.
Okay, cool. I love that. I love that joy and unity.
You know what black
We're all,
fatigue
hey, at the end
means?
of the day, we're all American. Y'all are definitely passionate about what y'all want, what you want to see the America as in the future, as of are we. Whether you like it or not, I didn't really particularly like it that Biden was our president for 4 years, but I did not like some of the things he did.
Okay. Well, one thing before I go. Hold up. I don't have all the clips yet. Actually, maybe I'll react to it a different day. There's some Piers Morgan clips I'm going to upload. But yeah, I love y'all so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Tomorrow I'll be back to my normal times. Hopefully everything will be good tomorrow. All right, I love y'all so much. By the way, a video on YouTube should be posting here at 4:30. 4:30 a video posts. I'll tell y'all the title if you want to know. It's one of my videos from a VODs or from a video from a VOD like a few days ago. It is titled "Facts versus Feelings: Trump Supporters Lose Again." It's really funny. All right, I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.